Welcome back, everybody. If I sound a little off-kilter, it's because I was pre-gaming a little bit for the Final Fantasy XIV stream, and then it got canceled. So I've had
and
more,
if I sound
I've had
like
more beer, and I'm now back to password.
If I sound like I am not able to read off the script, it's because Keith is not streaming the game to me.
Ah, I should press that button. 1 second.
You should.
Wait, where's password? There it is. There you go.
It is truly storming here very badly.
Yeah, I'm getting some wind and stuff. You're closer to Andrew physically.
I am.
Not like spiritually or emotionally, unless, but
I live. I live 20
Andrew's
minutes
power
from
went
Andrew.
out, and so our Final
Yeah.
Fantasy XIV stream is canceled. I definitely heard like some strong winds and whatnot. So I don't know. We'll see if this episode cuts off midway through.
Hardcore lightning and thunder outside my window right now.
Yeah. Continuity from earlier when you were like, the big noise. Anyway, spoilers, Toaster?
Uh-huh.
Do you see the spoiler on the screen?
Now I do.
Uh-huh.
What is the spoiler? There's a third person dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
But we know one died. So it's just telling us before it happens.
We find the body that Sal is dead.
Yeah.
He's dead in the pool.
Sal's presumably dead, and it's just like, it is actually just confirming him dead in advance. That's just like an interesting choice. I'm like, huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's how many of these? There's 8? Who is the 8th?
Who can say?
Who's the 8th X? I don't know.
Oswin?
Maybe.
Oswin,
was he dead in all the other
Oswin,
ones? He's not dead in the other ones.
Oswin, Benson, Dave, or well, let's
Benson.
leave out Dave. Oswin, Benson, Orlando, Roswell, Sal, Dean,
Yeah, I imagine you can't save when
Hoss.
Dave dies.
That's 8. So it's Oswin and Benson are the other 2 that get on here, and then the 6 friends.
Oh yeah, 6 friends, Oz was in Benson, except Oz was dead most of the time. Oh, there's the X. Okay, yeah, never mind, yeah. So that last one's Oz.
Oswin's the last
second
one.
to last one's Benson, which not a lot of opportunities to save during that, but
So
I guess you can
Oswin,
technically find that
Benson.
X. Okay, yeah, it's just the 6 friends, Benson and Oswin. That makes sense. Anyway, I guess Sal's dead, unless there's a spicy surprise. By the time I got back to my
Thanatos
bedroom,
is dead.
Did Thanatos die?
I don't know. I don't know.
By the time I got back to my bed, I was hungry, but I didn't care. I was pacing, worried. I was on edge, hyper-focused on any sound or movement that happened nearby that wasn't my own. The slow knocking on my bedroom door made me freeze, head snapping to stare at it until the person knocking entered my room. I have a sore developing on my top right, on the lip, by my molar, and I'm just feeling it as I talk. And I'm just know that I'm just conscious of this irritating feeling on my physical body this whole time. I'm like, no, please. He said nothing as he closed the door behind him and flicked off the light, leaving us in the dark. Where did you go? Nowhere. He stared at me, and I stared right back. It was none of his business. Fine. Whatever. He pulled off his shirt, dumping it by the floor before wandering closer. As he stood in front of me, he sized me up before grabbing me roughly by the back of the head, pulling me in an awkward hug. Was this the night where they're... No. I was like, this isn't the night where they're getting ready to fuck, was it? And I was like, wait, no, I think that's just completely canceled from the series of deaths days ago. I was like, please don't tell me they're going through with this the day that we're like convinced Sal to commit suicide.
No fucking clue.
He pulled off his shirt, dumping in this floor before wandering closer. As he stood in front of me, he sized me up before grabbing me roughly by the back of the head, pulling me in for an awkward hug. Let's get some sleep. I'm not tired. Sorry, it's increasingly how I feel every time Dave talks back. He's just getting so sassy. His grip eased off, but he didn't pull away. But I wrapped my arms around his middle, hugging him close. Ty, I'm scared. I know.
That's because you're a little piss baby, Dave. You're a little scaredy piss baby. I just have to be mean to them. That's all I can do.
That's the only thing I can do anymore.
Yeah, it's just all I can do for this. It hurts. It hurts so bad.
I didn't want any of this to happen. I know. And Ty? What? He eased back to look at me, a hand cradling my cheek carefully. I can trust you, right? We're going to be okay, right? He pulled me to him, tight. The hug almost painful, desperate, but I returned it in kind. He shuddered and he nuzzled the side of my face, and I could tell he was crying. We stood like that for a few moments, the shoulders shaking and tears flowing freely despite the little sound he made. Yeah.
I thought they were in bed.
I just pulled him in for a hug.
Gotcha.
When he finally spoke again,
they were
he sighed out
basically.
before doing so. His voice was soft and uncertain. You can trust me, and we'll be okay. I took him by the hand and led him over to the bed, and he followed me without resisting. But he was the one that lay me down first, and crawled in bed soon after, holding me close. We'll be okay. We'll get everything ready tomorrow and we'll run away. We'll go somewhere. Get you out of this fucking mansion. Okay. We lay there as thunder started to roll in. So immersive. Hey, I've got you, right, Dave? Got me? Yeah. He didn't clarify beyond that. What do you mean he didn't clarify? Are you confused? You guys say I got your back every 30 minutes to each other. He didn't clarify beyond that. The two of us just laying there in silence while I figured out what to say back. Have I got you? He pulled back enough to look me in the eye. The gears were turning in his head, and his voice was brought down to barely a whisper when he answered me. Always have. I squeaked, my heartbeat slowing down somewhat as a newfound calm settled in. As if to reinforce what he said, Tyson leaned in, resting his head atop mine. Always. We lay like that, listening as the rain rolled in. Tyson occasionally playing with my ears carefully as they twitched upon any new sound coming from inside the house. I'd momentarily forgotten about all else, Haas and Orlando included. I guess we're not bunking up anymore, or we let them to figure it out. And eventually, I'd even put all thoughts of Oswin and Benson aside in favor of cuddling up to Tyson where I felt safe. All that mattered, for now, is that I felt safer than I had in the last 24 hours being next to Ty. Hopefully it lasted until morning. I guess they abandoned the whole thing about grouping up a bunch of beds into one room. Just two sets of two.
Yeah, I thought that was what they were gonna do, and I forgot.
Yeah, they said it, and then they just didn't.
Huh.
Well, you know password characters and plans. Long pause. No follow-up. That's the end of that thought. I felt as if I'd barely slept. It felt surreal. Everything that had happened so far. But the reminder of Tyson laying behind me told me that I was only here for one reason. I felt sick. I felt confused. I felt scared that things were only going to get worse before they got better. What does that have to do with Tyson laying next to you?
Don't ask him questions, Keith.
The reminder
he
of Tyson
hasn't thought about the
behind
answer.
me. He was already laying with you. This is the Tyson route. Did you not check? It was early enough that when I got out of bed, Tyson didn't stir outside of mumbling something in his sleep. But not enough for me to forget the blood stain on the floor leading off to the side that Benson just will never clean. I don't know what he's doing all day. The smell of blood had faded that you could barely tell somehow. And maybe that was me just being hopeful. Or maybe that was just me being hopeful. Standing there, reminding me of everything leading up to this point. How short our lives really were. I felt small. Insignificant. More now than ever, given even with the vault, I couldn't stop it. I backed up and saw Oswin entering the foyer from the direction of the basement. We locked eyes, not saying anything to one another at first. He walked over the door towards the backyard, shooting me a quick look. I'm going to go check on your friend. My eyes widened as his hand went to the door, opening it while keeping his eyes on me. Did you want to come? The two of us stepped out into the morning air, and it was chilly and fresh. Or mostly fresh, anyway. So we're just accepting the idea that Sal, his exile meant he just stays at the pool overnight every day? Like, that's the idea?
I suppose
we just accepted that?
I guess
What's
so.
wrong? I don't know. The air smells funny. I looked at him as he breathed in deep through his nose. Perhaps I've spent too long holed up in the dustier parts of the house. I can't smell anything immediately amiss. Granted, the smell of blood is still lingering in the foyer. I nodded slowly, looking around the grounds. The last place I remembered seeing Sal was the pool, and I felt bad about what I had said the day before. Do you think it's possible to forgive someone? Fuck no. No, potentially. I question this very thing every now and again, wondering if the parents of those poor children forgive my failure to save the ones I was meant to. No. Probably not. Probably not with those kinds of numbers. Or perhaps the lack of forgiveness is a punishment for my arrogance. I should wear that as a part of who I am. I see. Dave, I don't fault you for wanting to hold what happened against Sal. Any reasonable person would. I do, however, believe that it's not worth forcing yourself to forgive him if you do not want to. Yeah, he's saying this a little bit before the shoe drops. Looking across the pool, I wondered if that's where Sal was. The place fenced off and partially obscured with greenery felt almost like a cage for a prisoner. I'm going to, an open air cage with a pool and nothing holding anyone in. I'm going to go check on him, as he's still among the living, and regardless of what he's done, a doctor gives care to those that need it when they can. Like all those children I buried. I'm going to check on him, as he's still among... Oh, that's fucking... It always catches me off guard when it does the thing. Not that I'm a good example of that, mind you. Alright. Why'd you say it then? He started ahead of me, and I watched as he wandered towards the pool with his hands in his pockets. I drummed my hands on the railing surrounding the back deck before heading off to join him. I noticed Oswin stop shy of the gate heading in, hand on the latch and staring at something. He turned quickly to me as I approached, his face grim. There was a sense of sorrow in his face as he unlatched the gate and wandered in, almost like it was grim or something, like a grim expression on his face where there's a sense of sorrow in his face. As I lagged behind, the smell of chlorine grew stronger, and with it, the taint in the air from earlier. When I stepped inside, I was greeted to a pool of red. Oh. That's not...
Oh no, he got Chuck Palahniuk gutsed.
No. No. He's gonna have to eat really specific food now. No, I thought that story was real.
It was not.
I thought that was the whole point.
No.
I also thought it was like a Reddit post. I didn't know it was someone's story.
Mm-hmm. Like
the famous guy with 2 dicks Reddit post and stuff like that.
Which was also fake.
No. Why can't we have anything? I fell to my knees beside the pool at loss of what to say. I really thought he was going to drown himself. That's just,
yeah, I thought that was the whole point, but I guess not.
That's just the symmetry of what you would do. Instead, he there's blood, so he cut himself and then went in the pool for some reason. This is
unclear.
This is graphic. I fell to my knees beside the pool at a loss of what to say. A sea of red with Sal floating limp, face down on the surface. Damn. What Was that all either of us could say? My eyes were trained on Sal, or his body, wondering what could have happened. Why it happened this way, or even when. I felt sick, wondering if what I'd told him the day before had been the tipping point. I'll go kill myself! I wonder if that was the moment where he decided to kill himself. I don't... Man... Buddy, you had such an obvious parallel to mine and you just didn't. Like, man, I don't know how you don't see these things. I don't know how you like Sal's backstory is watching his sister drown and you killed him in the pool. Mm-hmm. By cutting? Or some other thing? Or did he shoot himself? He didn't... The answer is for him to drown. It's just not that deep. You're supposed to walk in and see him Gatsby'd. That's I think that's how Gatsby ended. I haven't read it since high school. But like, what the fuck, man? Every element was set up for you to just do this, and then fucking Captain Boomerang gets stabbed in the chest and a wad of cash comes out instead of the pink unicorn. Like, what the fuck? Why did you set it up? Why did you set it up and then didn't? You just didn't do it. I don't understand. I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
It's bad stuff, man. Hurts real bad.
I don't understand the fans of this game. I don't understand. They just don't think about it when they're reading it or something. They just
correct.
They do their homework of bursting through the next chunk of the story and like, I guess that's what happened anyway. Back to making up what the characters are in my head while I hang out in like hiatus brain community where we all just all talk about our little blorbos. That's all I can think. Like, I felt sick, wondering if what I told him the day before. I forgot how stupid this line was. Sorry, it's getting me again. Oh man, I wonder if when I pushed him to commit suicide and I said I'll kill him, and then he's like, you can't do it, I'll do it. It was the one when he decided to do this. Mm-hmm. And that he'd only done himself what I couldn't. Dave. His voice is almost unrecognizable from how much I wasn't paying attention. I'd done this. This was my fault.
The most relatable thing that Dave has ever said. I too am not paying attention. Dave, thank you.
Why is this suicide so funny? Mm-hmm. His voice was almost unrecognizable, and you're like, oh, just because like his voice is cracking and he's like sad and he's just witnessing a corpse. It's like from how much I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
It's just not how that's not where that sentence goes. That's just not how that beginning and end don't go together. It just doesn't. That's not thought. It's insane. You say something like, I almost didn't register that he was speaking or something. I'd done this. This was my, like, there's so many ways to simulate the idea that your protagonist is deep in their shock. Fucking the Zero Escape people got a lot of practice in this one. Junpei was like, oh no, I'm too shocked again. I'm seconds before my bad end moments. But like, describing someone's voice as unrecognizable and then saying you're not paying attention is just whiplash. Like, it's just... Right. Alright. Dave, move away from the water. But I didn't. I remained there on my knees, staring at Sal, wondering if it was still real. Is he... dead? I didn't reply, scared of what he'd say despite the evidence sitting right in front of me. He's gone, Dave. The blood is telling enough. Right. I wore a crooked smile, struggling to process what had happened on top of everything from the past couple of days. He's Joker-fying. That's what's happening. He just keeps smiling now. I chuckled, pained and desperate, but my body wouldn't move on its own until I was snickering and giggling to myself from anxiety going on to overload. We have like a couple months where it's explained that like he has this eerie habit of laughing when he's uncomfortable, like Joker's Joker from the Joker movie, The Joker movie, Joker. Remember Joker? Where he has to hand out a card explaining that that's his funny quirk. That movie's like 5 years old now, isn't it? Is that 2019?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Do you not know my history with Joker?
I don't remember.
I worked on that movie.
You say that about every movie.
No, but I like for real worked on that movie. I did focus testing on that movie.
Oh.
And like I had to watch I have like a hell memory of Joker where for like 2 weeks before it came out, I was constantly going to screenings for it, test screenings for it. I saw the movie 5 times in a row, like 5 days in a row. And every single time I saw the movie, it was a different cut of the movie, but it was just like really minor differences. So it was like I was being gaslit by a film. Like it was like, it's the same movie, but like 30 seconds here are cut out and we have a slightly different take in these 10 scenes.
Just slowly, subtly losing your mind as things just don't quite match up, like some Mandela effect stuff, or like watching a movie. It's when you've watched the trailer too many times and they change the scenes.
Like unless I'm like really specifically analyzing a movie or like or doing research on something, like I don't actually really. This is just a thing with me in general, but like I actually don't really love to replay games or like rewatch movies or reread books. I know people who love to do this, who are like, "Oh, this is my favorite book. I read it once a year." But I like can't do that. I get very bored because I already know everything that's going to happen and I've already gotten pretty much everything to get out of it. Unless there's something that I'm like really truly wanting to analyze and like dig into and see more of. I'm generally media literate enough to get what a film is trying to do the first time I watch it, or the same with a book or same with whatever. And the little moment to moments of like, oh, like that, this is a fun world to live in and stuff like don't really sit with me. So I watched Joker for literally a week straight, saw the movie slightly differently like 10 times, and it's a long ass movie and a movie I don't really care for. So it is a week that is burned into my brain of just like, if Joker is on, I could almost recite the movie from memory probably, because just how burned in, how repetitive that experience was. I know so much about the minute decision making in that film because I worked on it, and it was insane. Like it is just too much for me. I can't take it. Anyway, that's my Joker story. That's my history with Joker.
I can't empathize. I can't relate to anybody who saw Joker and was like, "Oh man, let's watch that again." Just in the first place, like it was a bad movie. It just wasn't a good movie. It was like really competently shot and acted, which makes you think it's like a good movie if you're not thinking, that works in a lot of people. But like, its story is just fucked. Like it's such a train wreck. It made me like when we were driving home, Stephanie and I were just like progressively more upset just talking about it in like the 10 minutes it took to drive home. We're like, what the fuck? Is that the takeaway they want us to have? Like, what was the point? What were they going for? What the fuck was the point of this movie and the meds and the talk show and the speech where you're supposed to clap because it's a righteous speech that is framed like he's right? What?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that movie is shockingly old now because pandemic brain fucks you. Like it's been so long since 2019. The majority of this game's development happened since then, I think. Like when you hear about the development of being like 5 or 6 years, I think, or something like that, that's mostly pandemic. My brain can't reconcile that. That's not what I want to think of that. But anyway, Dave's Joker, where when he gets really anxious or afraid or something, he starts creepily laughing, but only when they remember that's a trait they gave him, because it happens like. I think it's happened like 3 scenes so far, even though that's his emotional state most of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have come up a number of times. Oswin dragged me back by the collar and propped me up against the fence to be as far from the water as possible. With his body in the way of anything else behind him, my laugh died down into an anguished whine while I rocked back and forth, hugging my knees. Dave, listen to me. You have to remain calm. You have to focus. Focus? Once again, that smile returned, almost as if I'd forgotten how I should be reacting to something like this. Focus on what? Sal's dead. He's dead. bringing the body count up to 3. I don't want you having a heart attack over something that wasn't your fault, Dave. I jumped to my feet.
I'm pretty sure
clinging
Dave's
to his
not going to
coat.
have a heart attack. I'm sure he'll be okay. You're a doctor, dude.
I mean, one can only wish. But it is my fault. I told him I wanted him dead. I was so mad, and now he's... Pounding on Oswin's front, I tried to vent what I was feeling in a fit of anger, trying to figure out where to direct what I was feeling, but instead I just broke down again, whining out against his front, with my face contorted in pain. Carefully, he wrapped his arms around me, and once he had me close, he squeezed. Not too hard, but hard enough that it was uncomfortable, as if he didn't know how to hug. Come on. There's nothing we can do now except hide inside. He remained as a shield against me, looking to Sal, floating there. We made our way back into the house, through the foyer while I whined, and he held me tight. I was pushed into a stool, where he wandered over to the coffee machine, getting it going. I hadn't seen Benson, Haas, Orlando, or even Tyson yet. What do we do? Bitch, he's dead. The end. No, ideally, survive. Sal's passing creates some problems, solves others. Gonna clog the drain. I stood suddenly as Oswin. I'm like, what problems does it cause exactly besides him being dead, I guess? But I stood suddenly as Oswin turned to me with 2 mugs of coffee, jaw clenched. It's not even me just dismissing his death. I'm just like, I don't know, man, he's dead. I don't know what new problem this introduces. It's just, there's a dead guy. This sucks, but what's the ripple effect here? What problems does it solve? He's dead! He remained motionless, looking at me with the same expression he wore most of the time. Tired. Maybe bored. Maybe it was just clinical. Maybe we didn't draw that many sprites. Benson, what is your take on this? I spun around and saw Benson standing in the doorway to the kitchen behind me.
On what, sir?
Mr. Warden is dead. His name is Sal
Warden.
Warden. Like a
Good
cop.
to know.
He had a cop name all along. Sal Warden. Would have been a better name if he ever protected you in this game, but he never does that. Like, ever. In any... I can't think of a single moment where Sal meaningfully protects you. Period.
Yeah. Excuse me?
The pool, he... And...
Do we know the assailant?
I wasn't at liberty to perform an autopsy in front of the boy, Benson.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. What the fuck? That's not what he's asking. Don't be a fucking idiot. God, I hate this character.
We'll get ready for so much of him.
Yeah, for real.
He's everything we were missing. He's gonna save password.
It hurts so much. Dave, are you all right, my boy?
No. Why would I be okay? Sal's dead. Oswin set a mug of coffee down on the counter in front of me, and no sooner had I registered it was there that I knocked it violently to the floor. Nyeh! The mug shattered and its contents spilling on the floor. I knocked it violently on the floor, the mug shattering and its contents spilling on the floor. Cool. Now that's not very nice.
Oswin Hammond, so help me, I shall bend you over my knee for your callousness. Get it? 'Cause I'm like a father to you, and I'm going to spank you. Well, boy, I'm sorry for your loss. Is there anything I can do?
I was blindsided by the question, finding myself sitting down again. I don't know. Likely the shock isn't helping. The others will need to be informed too, naturally.
Indeed, though it isn't going to be easy breaking it to the others.
It's 2 words. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I'll stammer for 10 minutes. Sal, he's in the grass, and
Are you sure, my boy? I wouldn't wish any undue stress given the amount you're already facing.
Oh, there's a stress-free option. Sal is... Well, that's why I was practicing. I didn't know which word best described it. I was going to say friend, but for the most part, it didn't feel right.
Dave literally was like, I'm gonna murder you, Sal. I hate you, and I want to see the life fall, like, completely disappear from your body. Why are you dead?
Yeah, no.
It just doesn't, I don't buy it.
It was an emotional moment. Alright, man.
None of the characters, I mean, no, it's not good to
It was an emotional moment that didn't
to...
even happen in close proximity to the murders. Like, he went into a state so much later that it just feels calculated at that point.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I find it so truly exhausting.
Yep. Not after what I said to him. Not after what we just discovered at the pool. Yeah, no, the corpse is probably not your friend, you're right. It was as if I didn't feel worthy to use the title anymore.
Dave, you needn't do that. I'd be more than willing to bear this for you.
I'm also willing to deliver the bad news. I had enough practice by this point that being painted the bad guy is likely to be the better course of action. No, this was my fault. What I told him yesterday.
What did you tell him yesterday?
I couldn't forgive him for what he did to Dean and Roswell, so I... Benson held up a hand and took the excuse to stop talking. He briefly shook his head, sighing out.
What is done is done. There's no point in dwelling on it further.
I waited in the dining room, one word. I don't know if that can be a thing. While Benson went and rounded up the others. Oswin said he was going to... I said that. Oswin said he was going to go back out to the pool and figure out exactly what had happened, plus do something about the body. We were still trapped here until we could find a way off the mountain, and my heart sank upon remembering that Tyson was keen to drag me off regardless. Good! Please, Tyson, take him away. Do not give us day 13. I swear to God. Not in this ending route. Sitting at the dining table, I sighed out, coffee in my hands. I was shaken, no longer tired, but my body felt like it was made of lead. Where the fuck were you? My eyes trailed up to Tyson, and he looked furious, if tired like I was. You just said you weren't tired anymore. I was shaken, no longer tired. Tyson's tired like I was. Okay. It's been 2 lines of dialogue I wouldn't expect you to remember for that long. He marched from the far side of the room and stopped short of me, arms folded tight across his chest. Well, I couldn't sleep, so... Except I slept until morning. And if something happened to you? I didn't, but... When we get home, we're gonna have a long talk about this. I'm gonna remember this specific morning, and that's gonna be a thing that I really obsess over. No sooner than he'd finished grilling me, we both turned to look at the other two as they entered the dining room. The air was tense, and I couldn't place why. We never got the ramen shirt.
We did. We got it for like 1 moment, 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
Oh, maybe we fast forwarded through it or something. Yeah.
It was when Haas was in the conservatory.
Ah, I missed it.
Yeah.
It comes and goes so quickly.
Sure do.
Mostly lives on in my closet. Dave, you're safe. if you voted for this game and would like to play penance for having gotten me to play this game, you can buy my parody of Haas's shirt on my Fourth Wall merch store. It does not say the same thing. It is legally distinct parody shirt, but it also says something stupid.
Subscribe to my Patreon, please. God, I'm begging you, please.
Yeah, everybody subscribe to Toaster's Patreon to pay service for what has happened to you. You need to what's the tithe?
Yeah, you have to pay me for this. It hurts.
None of this even goes on his channel. He's just here,
is community service, baby. Court ordered.
Just suffering here. Go on Toaster's Patreon and give him $5 right now.
I'm so close
before he leaves me.
I'm so close to being to hitting 1,000 followers on Twitch. So if you want to do something actually nice for me, you can follow me on Twitch.
Yep. Yeah, we did actually. I don't know if I actually said this in the playthrough ever, but I did make the shirt based on Toaster's joke, because I had him translate ramen as my senpai, and then he's like, what is it, like, this graham cracker is my father or something?
Yeah, this graham cracker is my father. Just because it was just random. It just,
yeah,
I saw it happen.
Then
I was
like, worked with
fuck?
Toaster to get that written correctly to have a separate shirt that just says that in Japanese.
I still don't understand if this is just some deep anime reference that I just don't get for some reason. Normally I'm pretty good at picking up on shit like that, but
no one said anything about it.
Yeah, I don't get it. I have no idea where it comes from, what it's supposed to mean. It's just completely
might just be
vague to
strange
me.
machine translated stuff, which honestly, it might be the most in character thing in the game, given how Haas behaves. That he has this just nightmare shirt that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Very
Dave,
strange to me.
You're safe. Oh, were they all looking for me? Okay, I'm fine. I tilted my head in confusion, wondering what he meant like that. What he meant like that? I tilted my head in confusion, wondering what he meant like that. I give up.
And I see you still got your guard dog.
You're not best friends anymore?
No, they're not best friends. In fact, one
No.
might dare say they were never best friends at all.
He's never gonna call Tyson Big Dog in his timeline. My what?
What, Tyson not tell you what he did yesterday?
No.
What did Tyson do
You
yesterday?
shut your mouth. Looking between them, I was confused, settling to look to Tyson for an explanation. Ty? What happened? You don't need to worry about it.
Uh-huh. Convincing. The hell he doesn't. Dave, he's unhinged. He camped outside your door and didn't let either of us come to see you. That's unhinged? In a murder scenario? Excuse me? What?
Yeah. We were
I don't
scared,
think that's unhinged.
but he had a knife and...
Yeah, so he was protecting you. This is not a weird thing to have someone posted up as a guard. This is not a strange situation.
It's not that wild, yeah. I thought they meant when he disappeared during the day. Because he and Haas were both gone at points. So I thought, did he kill Sal? Ba, ba, ba. And Sal just, no, he just was defending Dave because everyone's dying. There's 4 of us left out of 7. Tyson tensed, and I could see it in his shoulders the moment Orlando trailed off. So what if I had a knife?
I mean, literally, yes. So what? You're nuts. It's bad enough that we have Sal to worry about, and you go pulling this shit? This is the most incomprehensible thing I have seen in this entire game so far.
Yeah.
This is incomprehensible. This is an incomprehensible thing to be upset about.
I rose suddenly, slamming the table and brushing off Tyson's hand as it came to try and push me back down into my seat. Sal's dead. What? Sal... Tyson huffed, crossing his arms and looking off somewhere. Good riddance. I don't believe you. He can't be dead. I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, idiot, but he's pretty fucking dead.
Oswin stepped into the dining room, Orlando and Haas stepping back to give him some space. What an unnecessary description. Anyway, he's not dead. Given I just performed something of an autopsy on him in the 10 lines of dialogue that have happened since I left this room, believe me that I can confirm his passing. If you'd like to see the blood-stained coat I was wearing moments prior before changing as proof, I can provide it. How much time just passed? I feel like 10 lines of dialogue just happened and he did an autopsy and changed his coat already? How did he die? Who killed him? There's no easy way to put this, but from the wounds on his body and a knife I found at the scene, they were self-inflicted. Again, my heart sank as the words I'd said to Sal last were very much to the effect where I wanted him dead. As in literally explicitly that. It's not like ambiguous. It wasn't like, wow, what an interesting read on what I said. Even then he offered to bear that burden for me, and it looked like he did. We should repeat that more times. We have a word count to hit. Orlando was a mess, shaking his head despite the tears already welling up. He kept repeating the word no over and over to himself as if trying to wake up from a nightmare that he just discovered he was in. Additionally, I ran some tests on his blood. It didn't take long, as I had my suspicions of what to look for. His immune system is quite interesting. He had time to do blood tests? What the fuck? What does that matter now? He's dead. And? Orlando looked to Oswin like he was a monster. Oswin looked, for the most part, bored. But it was hard to say just how much of it was a brave front, or if he's also reading this script. The reason why this matters is because in his death, we can know two forms of peace. The first is that any worry that Sal will pose a threat to those of us remaining was dealt with by Sal himself. And the second? I was partially stunned, not really believing that Oswin would be so calloused upon delivering the news this bad. The second is that what happened a few nights ago was not Sal's fault, in part due to this. He set down a pill bottle on the table, scratching his chin. I'd had my suspicions, but this was Dean's? I'd found it in his room, in any case. You also had time to check the rooms to find the pills? What? It's been like 30 seconds since he left the room. I'm pretty sure there was no like, and then Dave sat there for 2 hours staring at a wall, and then Tyson arrived. But what is it? The label and its contents, as I've tested. I also had time to test the pills. Okay. Is a compound known as sodium ammobarbital. A very choice treatment for insomnia despite the side effects, such as, given Sal's unique immune system, his brow furrowed suddenly as if he'd had an epiphany. No wonder that blood work was familiar. Blast! There goes another bit of data I'll never get back. With a sigh, he stroked his beard, shaking his head.
I see what you're doing. I see what fucking Grizz is doing. He's just techno babbling so that people will Google sodium ammobarbital or barbital and be like, oh my god, it says it's a hypnotic. It's gonna give it to him.
Oh no. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
In any case,
they're gonna use it to hypnotize him.
Well, he also just says it.
Yeah.
In any case, the hypnotic side effects of the drug would have been amplified. Chances are he'd not even have known what he was doing until he'd become lucid again. Tyson, who'd been quiet for a while, huffed. So what? Doesn't change the fact that he killed 2 people. Tyson did that in character. A matter of perspective, but I suppose there is merit in thinking that way. But why would he have killed anyone if he was hypnotized? As if on cue, Benson strode into the dining room, hands clasped behind his back.
Do you remember our chat a few days ago, Dave? The power of suggestion is a powerful one.
seem to have forgotten the entire conversation.
I want to know
What
why.
the fuck?
I want to know why Sal gets hypnotized, but like no one else does, and like why in particular. Like I do want to know that. I want to know, is it just that he's a crocodile and he took bear tranquilizers? Even though this is just a normal human sleep aid that you can get prescribed to you at a regular dose.
It seems to be. I mean, it seems to have been implied that it's bear tranquilizers.
Yeah, it's not. It's literally just a sedative that people take.
But I'm saying that I think the in-universe explanation for why it affects Sal is because they're not meant for his species, and then the reason why no one else gets hypnotized is because no one else takes them.
Yeah.
In this room, not like
but
in
again,
the world.
The whole thing of like he forgot his pillow, so he needs sleep aids or to cuddle someone. It's like, why? Why do we need this drawn out, insane example of hypnosis and like hypnotic suggestion? Why is this a huge element in the plot? Why was this chosen specifically? If it literally is just like, hey, he sees the Hatman when he takes too much Benadryl. Like it's just too much for me. It's too much for me. I don't understand why this was chosen. Why this is such a huge element in this plot. It's literally just to have Oswin techno babble at the audience, and then they can Google it and feel smart. And it's like, it's so frustrating.
He sees the Hatman.
People here who have recreationally used Benadryl or accidentally overdosed on it in the past will know exactly what I'm talking about.
You see the Hatman?
I can't believe this episode of Password is the episode of Password where I get to teach Keith about the Hatman.
Every tangent that isn't complaining about the game is a blessing. What are you talking about? I thought that was improv. That you're talking about something.
No, I'm talking about a very specific thing.
It's like the funniest sentence I've heard today.
The Hatman is a shadowy figure of a man wearing like a scary brimmed hat who is cast entirely in dark, stark shadows that people report seeing under sleep paralysis conditions or when they're on heavy dissociative drugs like ketamine or Benadryl. And it's like a shared hallucination.
I don't expect the words ketamine and Benadryl to be next to each other.
They're the same kind of thing, technically. They do kind of the same thing to you, yeah.
I guess I don't know what ketamine is that well, and it just sounds like a hard drug, and it's probably, I guess it's not.
I mean, it can be if you like overdose on it, but I feel like it's like
just
a therapy.
Word I only hear in the context of like the guy with white guy dreads and tattoos that abuses drugs in a movie says ketamine sometimes, and that's the level of exposure I have. Besides Stephanie saying that you're supposed to spray it at cats that you can't calm down.
Yeah, no,
we had a previous ketamine episode of Echo.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, but ketamine is used for like therapy, and it's an anesthetic, and it's used to treat all sorts of different things, and it's like a big mental health thing that people are doing now, and like it's more than just like a drug that people use in drug hovels to get high. It's like it has like actual uses, but it is a dissociative. It makes people not feel like themselves and move their perspective away from themselves and blah 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 blah. And anyway, if you take a lot of Benadryl, you can have the same thing, but you also get sick, and it's like worse for you, and it's toxic to your liver and stuff. But the Hatman is like a shared hallucination that people use dissociatives see. They see a man who's completely shadowed. Think Beck, just Beck in the corner of your room with a glowing eye and sometimes glowing teeth, and he wears a spooky hat. That's the Hatman, and this is here. He's just here to tell us like what I'm saying is just like the whole like he's on this particular medicine and it dissociated him and gave it hypnotic suggestion, and that's an element in this story. Is just like I don't know, man. You could have just like wrote conflict and made Sal kill someone and then have to deal with that. Like, why does it have to be this? Is it just twisty and turny for no reason? What's the reason for it? I don't. Usually,
so much-
twists and turns and flavor has meaning, but here it truly is. I think just to characterize Oswin as someone who knows stuff about medicine, which is like, okay, it's the same reason why the other vial, the fucking meningitis vial or whatever it was that he found, the
But
staph
also
infection
never gets
vial.
followed up on, at least so far.
Exactly.
And also Dave's like, I need to confront Roswell about this, and then he never says anything about it for the next 10 days.
Yeah. Yeah,
But that was day
Oh, like-
13 in a game that lasted till day 25, and Dave immediately forgot about that vial.
It's
Cool.
very strange.
Good writing.
It's just very
I love
strange.
these characters.
I just
I love these
don't
characters so
care.
much.
Anyway, Google the Hatman if you want to be spooked.
I'm
or
the
don't.
Hat Man. Sorry.
He's like it's like creepypasta for real people,
Yeah.
I guess.
I've never had sleep paralysis before. I've had like, I don't know if night terrors is the right term for what, but it's like when you wake up and for just a second, some kind of nightmare thing seems real still.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That's a
when I
night terror.
Yeah. When something,
Hypnagogic hallucination.
I think something is like something's on me or something, and I jump out of bed and kind of just walk around for a second, and I'm like, what am I doing? Oh, this is real.
Yeah,
I'm just in my room now.
Yeah, I have sleep paralysis almost every single time I go to sleep, and it actually hasn't been so bad lately. I've been not having it, but I get it very frequently, and I have never seen the Hatman, so
No.
nice. I have seen
I
Old
can't believe you've been
Grandma.
robbed of the Hat Man.
I know, yeah, Shrouded Grandma is one I've seen, but not Hatman.
It's a whole husband missing from your harem.
Yeah, I think he knows that I would have the wrong reaction to him, so he would not. He doesn't want to bother me. I'd be like, "You're cool. Teach me your secrets," and he would be like, "This isn't working for me. I'm
I
sorry."
need to know this lore. I just,
Do you remember? Oh, I already read this one.
yeah, I know. I just always think of the lucid sleep paralysis comic, where it's like the person's being haunted by a sleep paralysis demon, and like, you again, and then just like
Yeah.
I think she just like morphs him into like a giant werewolf with a boner silhouette, and like better.
Yes.
And the silhouette's just like like,
Yeah.
you're in my brain. I can fix this.
I usually pant really loudly to get myself out of sleep paralysis, because one of the only things you can do in sleep paralysis is like twitch. I can twitch my thumb and my index finger, so I can like tap the bed or tap things, or like try to tap my cat to wake myself up, or I just go like and then I like wake up and it just wakes me up immediately.
I've never seen you in sleep paralysis, like been able to like
Yeah.
tell it was happening or anything.
Yeah, I don't know if it's ever happened. But it's very weird, my sleep paralysis. It just usually happens when I'm tired. Like if I go to bed really exhausted, it 100% of the time happens. If I force myself to sleep, usually while thinking about things, I will not get it. But but anytime during the day, if it's light out at all, I get it. If I'm really, really exhausted, I get it. I had like the worst sleep paralysis of my life after my 24-hour stream. Like it's so intense. So
No.
yeah.
But that means someone here told Sal to. Oh, that's the thought I was thinking of for like further back. It's like, all this convoluted plot would be much more satisfying if we ever actually got down to who like got Sal to kill people each time.
Wait.
But
no,
the cast
stop.
is so uninterested in solving the murders.
What they're saying right now is that someone told Sal last night to kill himself while he was on his drugs.
No, I think they mean killing the people.
Gotcha.
I
Oh,
think
okay,
I think
gotcha.
they're still saying that he responded to Dave in the guilt.
Because I thought that it was trying to absolve Dave of the quote-unquote guilt of like telling him that he was going to kill him. And I was
so.
like, if the narrative is trying to do that, I'm going to actually go crazy.
It's just frustrating that the game's they kind of brought themselves into a corner because the game's full of so many murder mystery scenarios, but then you prevent all of them, and you just continually never learn who did them because they didn't happen.
Yep.
But we also get so little exposure to characters like Jack and Dom, to the point where Dom shows up 2 days before the game ends, and Jack shows up in day 13 and then shows up at the ending and that's it. You don't know if they were around even because they're not set up before. And so you don't know if they even could have done it or if they're even here yet. And like parts of it feel like it's an experiment that Oz is running, and parts of it feels like it could have been people trying to kill, like the Outsiders sabotaging or killing off characters to like soften them up before they, as if they need to, when their leader's invincible, except not invincible because their dad, they lose their own son. But it just all goes so unresolved that it's just like, oh man, now we're revisiting the previous mystery but way more complicatedly. But it's like, in its own way, it's really disappointing. I guess we really did just play this game the worst possible way by playing Sal B first, because not only have we just seen a lot of this stuff, so we're pre-primed to think the whole story is crap because B is terrible and Sal is terrible, but also Sal's personal death, because everybody has their own. I think that based on what we've seen between these two routes, I think everybody dies on day like 7 or something if you're dating them, but Sal's death is recycled from his main story death, or his main story his problem with being hypnotized. So all this, we got the Cliff Notes version of all this. We got the, by password standards, much briefer version of this entire story element. So we're spending so much time discussing the guy that like just did the same thing, except he actually did kill people this time, but the mechanics didn't change, and so it's just so much more involved. And we're like, oh man. And that always happens. Every single thing has a main longer explanation, and then the like, let's get this through quickly. I have to rewrite it for this other side thing version. And sometimes it's better to do the second one because the game's so long-winded otherwise.
Yeah.
Everyone in the room swapped looks with one another, now tense again. What good news had been delivered was now overshadowed by the fact that someone had told Sal to kill 2 people, potentially someone in this room. Because this is all the characters.
It was Thanatos, and by Thanatos, I mean probably Roswell.
Yeah, it very well could have been Thanatos because he's just always around, and
I think that's what it is, though. Is that I think because we learned in the last like end of the B route or whatever that Thanatos's original master was Roswell, I think. Because remember, Roswell or Thanatos was like, I think it was the first person I was ever given to, or something like that. I don't remember. Am I making this up? I thought it was. I thought the revelation there was that it was Roswell.
Yeah, he said that
possibly.
Roswell said that Thanatos was originally given to him, and that's why he's seen as like the original master, essentially.
Yeah. So
that's when we also were revealed that Roswell knew all along that it was possible that everybody was going to die when they came here, and so he's just responsible for all this.
Yeah, I think Roswell's the mastermind. Roswell's the Akane of this situation, and I just want to say that I called that fucking instantly at the start of the game.
I called it instantly. It's just what it is.
It's just the most obvious thing of all time. But
it's just like how we were like, oh, he's also dying. He's dying.
He's
currently
he
dying
just happens to be
illness.
dying. Yeah. Ugh, that's rough. It's real bad.
So,
it hurts me, man.
He's dead. Sal's dead. I'm afraid so. Okay. I see. Orlando slumped, dragging his feet to the kitchen in a daze. Haas followed soon after.
I think it's too soon to immediately come to that conclusion, for what it's worth.
Which conclusion? Sure. That he's dead?
No, that someone here did it.
Oh. That's not what was said most recently. Just like ignoring Orlando's input completely. Like, all right, well, now the hysterics are out of the way, addressing you like nothing else happened. I suppose it is possible that the one pulling the strings is dead now, but does it fucking matter? Tyson gripped my shoulder, digging in enough that it was borderline painful. Not taking the chance. Dave and I are out of here.
With the road the way it is?
Oh, great, we're doing this again.
We're going through the woods.
I can't say that's very smart. For an undetermined reason that we still can't explain, that the woods are completely uncrossable.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm taking Dave and we're getting out of here. Oswin and Benson looked at one another quickly, almost sharing a whole conversation with a look. Do you need supplies? Batteries, maybe? We're fine. I swiped some batteries from upstairs already. Also, like, a week of food,
Get
maybe?
it? Because thievery is a character trait of him.
I steal things. Between the two of them, it was odd seeing Benson fuming while silent, while Oswin was with Oswin being
Benson's
so
fuming
amused
about
next to him.
batteries getting stolen that he just offered to give them.
Yeah, I just... Fuck you.
Okay.
You're hosting us. Shut up. Resourceful. I'll take it you have the rest of it thoroughly handled.
Sir, you can't seriously be entertaining this idea.
I am, as evidenced by the fact that I am, in fact, entertaining it.
And I'm entertained. They're not prisoners. If they wish to leave, then they're allowed to. Would you mind checking on the others? I like to have my morning coffee, and I don't think they'd have the foresight to get it running. Benson strode down the room towards us and into the kitchen, glancing at me briefly as he passed. He's just making these jolly little faces when someone died today. But for Oswin, his smile faded when Benson was out of view, shaking his head. I must say, though, while I understand your want to get off this mountain, you're doing very little to keep people on your side, Tyson. Who cares? He's leaving.
Yeah. Fuck these people. They're not his friends.
He doesn't like any of these people, and he's leaving to never see them again. The fuck do you know? Truthfully, I don't. But with those that have already died, I'm not about to willingly let that number increase if I have any say in the matter. We don't need your help. Oswin wandered down the length of the room towards us, hands calmly in his pockets as he came to stop before me. Dave, if you feel the need to come back here at any point, you may freely do so, regardless of what may happen. With his final piece said, he disappeared into the kitchen and out of sight to leave me and Tyson alone. Ty looked at me and I cowered a little under his gaze. What? Nothing. Bullshit. He sighed, shaking his head. Anything else you can think of we might need? Otherwise, I want to get going now. Now? So early? But like, we just... And... I don't want to be dragging your ass through the woods when it's dark. Sooner we get off this mountain, then we can hitch a ride back home or call someone. Like who? A taxi? My mom? Dave, what are you even litigating
Why not?
here? What are you
Why
litigating
fucking not?
here? What are you litigating here? We're gonna get help with the phone. We'll call everyone. Fuck. Yeah. Now come on. He pulled me along, letting go when he was satisfied I was going to follow without assistance. Up to my room, he closed the door behind us. Weird sentence again. You ready? I'm hungry, maybe. I wandered over to a backpack and rummaged through for a bag of chips, throwing it at me. There, solved. Can we get going? Ty, I'm not so sure we should go. Like, the others, and... He turned to look at me, staring. He didn't frown, almost as if he was waiting for me to finish. You've changed. Ty stood, slowly, leaving the backpack on the ground and rolling his shoulders. After sighing, he sized me up and put a hand on my shoulder, shifting me so I was sitting in the bed. You want to stick around in case something else happens? His tone was level, almost empty. You want to take that risk? I don't feel safe, Ty. Right, which is why... No, I mean from you. You're scaring me. You've changed, and... This is... I can't gauge their relationship.
No.
They just
Not even a
arbitrarily...
little bit.
They just arbitrarily decide we're forgiving Tyson for everything and Tyson's great, or Tyson's awful and he's crossed the line. And trying to rape Dave was not the line. Dave immediately forgave him for that and was like, actually, we're closer than ever now. And then trying to, like, leave with Dave to protect him is scaring him. And are we supposed to, I don't know if we're supposed to be sold on that because of the fact that he sat outside his room with a knife to protect him, but it's just there were murders, Dave. What the fuck? Like, Tyson hasn't done anything. It's just so they haven't done anything to sell this. He needs to be
in this particular
meaner to other
moment. Tyson
characters or
has
something.
not done anything. Yeah.
I just can't process the way we're supposed to think he's changed. Like, I don't know. Instead of telling us that, maybe write that in the story.
Yeah.
Like by actually doing it, not by just saying it definitely happened at some point.
I got
totally.
Fuck all idea for what the hell this is going for.
No, I mean from you. Yep. And what? I'm scared that I might be in more danger with you than without.
What?
Okay. I get it. He nodded
In
slowly.
this scenario?
So what's really happening? We can talk this out, right? Can we? What's there to talk about? You're in danger. I promised your dad that I'd keep you safe. Nothing much really to talk about. And what about what happened last time you tried to go into the forest? Ty's hands went to my shoulders, carefully sliding up my neck to cut my cheeks so that I'd look at them. Like, it's like the predator is in the woods. I remember because the shittiest thing I've ever done to you. I need to make up for it. That's not what he meant. That's not what he meant. He's talking about you getting eviscerated in the woods. If he was still freaking out about that, he would, you wouldn't be with him. By abandoning everyone else, we're explicitly not abandoning them. We're getting help. Jesus Christ, Dave. By keeping you alive, even if it means you hate me for it. Backing away, he grabbed a backpack and threw it to me, picking up one for himself. So, you gonna let me keep my promise? Whoa, we just teleported out. Looking out the forest from behind the house, I started to have second thoughts again. For better or worse. For better or worse, I trusted Tyson. I trusted his call on this. What? How do you write that? For better or worse, I trusted Tyson. I trusted his call on this. How do you write that after that scene? After that series of scenes where we're supposed to be thinking we shouldn't trust Tyson and he's making a mistake and Dave doesn't agree at the very least and everyone thinks he's crossing the line.
Yeah.
I trusted Tyson. I trusted his call on this.
I truly got nothing.
He writes like a fucking predictive text algorithm. Like, it's just, This is technically English. This is a sequence of thoughts you can string together, but it's like, they don't connect to each other. Just the way when you go into AI Dungeon, you're like, I opened the door. Like, I played AI Dungeon, I was like, I opened this window. And then my character pulled off his pants, stepped up onto a stool, and then hung himself to death.
Yeah.
And I was like, AI Dungeon? You okay, man? You wanna talk about something? The fuck? Like, the entire premise of these scenes is that Tyson is making a mistake, and specifically Dave does not trust him and feels not safe around him. I
truly got nothing.
It's just extremely bad writing.
Yeah.
I dance around saying that.
bad.
I dance around saying that, but damn, like, it's extremely bad writing. Like, and it permeates every second of playing this game. It's just always bad writing all the time. Almost every screenshot is badly written. The arcs are badly written. The characters are badly written. The moment-to-moment continuity, like, there's no attention to detail for just the basic emotional state of characters during a storyline, or like what anyone's thinking, or what people's motivations are, or even what people think about what's happening right now will just change from page to page with completely unmotivated and massive contradictions that I don't understand how anyone reads this and isn't like, oh god, this is riddled with holes, it's a disaster. Like, this is like such a litmus test for you to be like, how do you not pick up on these things? Like, you might not be very you just might not really engage with the media you consume very much. Like, you might just be kind of like passively reading words and be like, oh.
It's real not fun to think about or touch.
I'm so frustrated.
Yeah.
How do you write that line? And it keeps happening. There's so many moments where I'm like, how do you write that? That line breaks the whole scene. And it's not, I don't think it's doing anything. It's not a trick. It's not a bit. It's not like a clever subversion that's coming up that's foreshadowing a surprise. It's just half the narration is just weird autopilot that wasn't thought about or revised or proofread. It's just, this feels about right. This thing's just something you'd say right now. Blah, 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 blah. We're stealing ourselves for the thing. I trusted himself. Blah, blah, blah. Ready to go? I think so. The more I stand here, the more I'm second guessing myself. You just said you trusted him. All right. With a nod, Ty took my hand and led me forward. Yeah, please die. Mainly because I just want to go back to Route A. I just do not want this to be a huge detour because I just know that it's a bad ending.
Yep.
And it's shockingly deep for what it is.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
Long doomed storylines would be really cool if the story was good. In a different game, I wouldn't be like, oh no, a long detour into a doomed round. Because that's like, there's like narrative irony in knowing that they're fucked and doomed and seeing how it plays out, but God, it's just so poorly written. For all the chaos that had happened over the past few days, the woods were quiet and peaceful, and almost didn't seem fair. Why was it that this was the place that seemed more like a vacation now than a literal mansion with all my friends? Staring at Tyson's back as he led the way, I wondered if he knew where he was going or if we were just walking in a direction he picked. You doing all right? Yeah. These are the words we exchange every now and again, over the next hour. Most everything seeming the same as I wondered if we were making any progress, as if we were walking in circles. One thing I did notice is that while everything seemed to look the same, everything was so difficult. It wasn't a walk in the park, but instead almost an obstacle course of small ledges, rocks, and overgrown trees. 1 hour became 2, then 2 became 3, while we journeyed. At one point, Ty stopped for some water. I took the time to have a snack. We were in our own little world here, isolated, but I didn't quite feel free. It's this mysterious place we saw once in one dream, once, where several people were here. I guess it's the escape the mountain direction, where you try to go somewhere. It's not the same thing as the river, where he's like, maybe I'll drown myself.
No, it's not, I don't think.
I'm still mad at people, by the way. This was long enough ago that I can comfortably just say, like, fuck those people.
Yeah.
People were like, how did you not understand that Dave was suicidal in the lead up to day 13? I'm like, because this game's badly written.
Because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because it literally
the
is
game's
not...
just really badly written, and it really does a bad job of communicating what his state is like beyond him just randomly being like, what if I just fell in the river? What if I just gave up?
Every single person who said that, who has like criticized us for being like, why is this happening? This doesn't make any fucking sense with the narrative. I have only gotten more and more vindicated as the story has gone on that it just doesn't make any fucking sense. That it is written like it is laying tracks ahead of itself as it's barreling down the railroad. Like, it just doesn't get it. The game isn't well written. It doesn't communicate things. If you were in the comments saying this shit, you're delusional. Reread the story and realize how bad it is at communicating things. That's on you, not on us.
There's a decent number of people following along. They were like, oh yeah, Pastor's all right. And they've been watching like, oh no.
It actively upsets me to have this bad media literacy. Like, get better reading comprehension, please.
I'd realized that Tyson didn't really know where he was going, but eventually we stopped at a river for another break while Tyson checked his phone for something. Damn. Still no reception. Really? I was hoping I could pull up a map or something. You know, anything that might help us, help point us back home. Are we lost? A little, but it's fine. I can figure it out. I know this is me thinking in video game logic terms, and I'm just like, oh, the road is out. So, go back in the forest a little bit, and then just go in the same direction the road was going, but on the other side of, I guess, the cliffs that overlook the road.
Yes.
And then you just hug that direction until it finally relents and lets you go somewhere. Eventually be past the hole in the road, and somewhere you're going to have the ability to go down. It's not... The Earth does not naturally create cliffs everywhere. Like, things like to be slopes. That's how geology mostly works, honestly. It's just... Especially in the areas you're looking at in these maps, like, literally the surrounding geology is slopes, except for the part where they cut out the hill, and that wasn't a natural cliff. They made that cliff when they cut out the side of the mountain to make a hill, to make a road. Like, you'll be able to find a place to go down. So I'm just like, yeah, just put the road on your left, but go back in the forest wherever you can walk next, and just follow that wall like it's a maze wall with that impassable cliff or whatever, and eventually you'll get down to that very road, maybe even, and then you're fixed. I just don't know how they're getting lost.
It's also just bananas to me that there's no way to cross this landslide, and it's like there's a rich person's house with a ton of supplies in it, and he's certainly, I'm telling you, he's got some rope.
Attempt to figure it out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find some shit to tie yourselves together to hold yourself up so you can cross some dangerous terrain.
Get like a ladder.
And it's fine. The issue with the road being blown up isn't that the road is blown up. It's that the road is blown up, but they can still just leave, and they do. You know? Like,
we already know that Tyson and Benson both just leave on their own, which was an unnecessary detail to include in ending B, but thanks for putting that in so that we can always just think about that.
It physically hurts me.
A lot of problems can just be, like, if there is rubble, a lot of problems can be solved by just grabbing a ladder.
Yeah.
And then just
exactly.
Navigating
that's what I'm saying.
Each boulder that's in your way, or whatever the fuck kind of weird terrain is going on there. Like, oh, use the ladder to go down there to the current floor. Climb back up over this rock and just keep picking up the ladder and just do what they do in The Last of Us with the ladders, where you just you can keep moving the ladder and just go to the next thing over and over again. And given the size of a ladder, you're not exactly at risk of falling some great, impossible, huge, terrifying distance. It's like, oh no, it's just
so bad. It's unbelievable.
They did not blow up the road and magically create a Silent Hill-like chasm that is an infinite void that goes nowhere, and because in Silent Hill the world just ends, essentially.
Yeah.
No, because like the area under the road is mountain. The road isn't floating; it's mountain all the way down. So like whatever amount that the explosion took out, that's just like a crater, maybe, or it's the hill, since this path in particular is saying landslide, which I don't think they said before in the other route, but I could be wrong. That just means rocks fell on the road. That's even less intimidating. That's way less intimidating. Roswell could never make this. He's just able to kill Memphis with his bare hands. Alright. Cool story. No one questioned this apparently for years, and that's why we're the only weirdos, and it got this far, I guess. A little, but it's fine. I can figure it out. I can't even say that though, because the story keeps gesturing towards questioning it, but then just taking it for granted that it's impassable until it's not. You sure? We could head back to the house and, you know, bury that knot. I'm sure that together we could. Like I said, I trailed off when it seemed as though Tyson was choosing to ignore me, or at the very least not acknowledge what I'd said. Ty? What? We're going to be all right. He nodded, putting his phone away and checking on his bag. Still, got a way to go, I think. If we head downstream, then, I don't know, water flows downhill, right? Even that's a decent instinct, yeah. Yeah, if we follow the river, then eventually we'll hit something? A way to get off the mountain, at least. He wandered over and placed a hand on my shoulder, making me jump slightly. Ty, I gotta ask. Ask what? Can you hold me for just a bit? Huh? Just a hug, something, I don't know, just want to feel something that isn't so sad.
I hope they get jumped in the woods by Dom and Jack right now, and they get murdered in the moment of sentimentality that Dave is just kind of putting out here right now.
We are one day short of the Jack day in Route B.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah. This is a weird interaction, because I'm just like, Dave, just hug him. Just do it. You can just do it. You guys bathe together, you're blood brothers and whatnot, but also, like, Ty literally pulled you into a hug this morning. Like, you can't tell me this is a weird interaction. Carefully, he turned so that I was facing him fully, sliding his arms around me and resting his head on my shoulder. I returned the gesture, lightly rubbing my cheek against his as I sighed out. I love you, Ty. You too, Dave. We stood there for a bit, almost expecting him to break away, but he didn't, opting instead to rub my back as he continued. An hour ago, he's like, Ty, you're scaring me. You've changed. I love you, Ty. All right, cool. Good writing.
I don't. It hurts.
For a while, maybe. Don't really know how this works. How any of this works. I don't know either, really. But I'm glad that I've still got you around. Maybe it was because Ty reminded me of Dad. Or he was one of the few consistent things still in my life after he died. Don't go getting mushy on me. We still gotta get home. Do we have pizza? I want ice cream! Sure. What about a root beer? Fried chicken? You're gonna get fat. But sure. We can get home and we can order in while we wait for the cops to get the rest of the guys out of here. He broke away, and I looked at him in awe. You really not abandoning them? What the fuck? Did Dave not even register the idea of getting help? Even if Tyson doesn't care, you can call for help. Like, what? Wasn't planning on it. Once you're safe, then we can deal with the other shit. Like I said, making sure you're safe is all I care about. Huh. Well, how do I keep you safe? Just don't go running into danger and that'll make my job easier. I can take care of myself. Okay, sure, I can do that. Grabbing our bags, we set off again, at least now with more of a direction in mind. We continued following the river downstream until the speed of the water increased. A little further on the river ended in a waterfall, and the world opening up in front of us as we took stock, as we stood back from the cliff's edge. Well, now what? I looked over the edge and whistled, turning to the side to see if there was any way down. This is a pain. There doesn't seem to be a way down unless we go through the woods again. Just follow the cliff. That's the edge you're trying to get around, so just follow it. Edges aren't infinite. This isn't a video game. Like, it is a video game, but I mean, not how the world works. Like,
It's so frustrating.
So I had a geologic expedition that we did because with the capstone course for getting a Bachelor of Science in Geology in my major, and probably most of them honestly, is that you go on this like big month-long course where you go out into the field and you're camping every day and you're just out there the whole class, and you're there with your teachers and everything doing expeditions. You spend like about a week at each location, and in our cases what we're doing is we're taking these maps and we're mapping the contacts between the different layers of the geology, and then we have to on our own like correctly identify what each geologic formation is and where they're showing up, because the whole thing is that like rocks are like they're formed horizontally originally as like a big old lasagna of different rock types, and then they fold and morph and split and like faults happen and so on, and this thing slid past that thing and so on in those directions. So what we do is we go out and well, all that happens, and then also it erodes down. So there's like a flat-ish surface, and so you just see these exposed things. You realize what geology is where, and you're like, okay, you have to then you have to tell the story of the area. You have to rewind time to imagine what order these things deposited in and what order these deformations happened in to make the exposed surface be what you're looking at now over the course of like a 2-mile area, like not just like a thing you're looking at by standing somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's what you spend like a whole week doing with your partner for safety, and because you can exchange notes and discuss things. And that was actually a pretty fun trip. I had a good time. At one point, there was this beautiful location somewhere in these sites are kept semi-secret because they don't want us to just actively tell everyone where the sites are and be able to tell the next year people exactly where they are and so on. Because they're just real life places. So they often give us, I think, fake names for these locations. So I don't really know what these places are actually called half the time. But we were at this massive caldera in the Sierra Nevadas somewhere, and what was fascinating is that the actual caldera had eroded away, leaving only the lava tubes standing. So there's a bunch of archways out in the middle. But then the entire rim was still there. So we were actually mostly up on the rim. So this was we're up on a cliff trip, except there's not like we're not like up against the cliff the whole time. There's just a bunch of land that is higher than the land that's lower over there. But it meant that the whole time we're walking around and mapping off to the west or whatever, we could just see this huge, what looks like a crater basically, with a series of rock arches everywhere. It's like a real majestic, surreal, like No Man's Sky / Final Fantasy 15 ass horizon you're looking at here. And that was a sheer ass cliff. Guess what? There was like 10 places to get down. It was a huge cliff, and it was so easy to get down if you just followed it for a bit. There's so many places. Like, it's just not that hard to get down off of places, it turns out. This isn't like one of those like insane GoPro videos you see of like those shockingly nightmarish places that exist in like the Himalayas or whatever the fuck, where there's like, or the fjords. Like, it's just America or Australia. You can just follow the ledge until eventually there's the part where it's pretty smooth, and then you can climb down. That's what destroys the entire plot of Password, is that it just exists in the open world that is the Earth, and you can just leave. That's how Earth works. The end. Nothing as far as like a gentle slope for us to go down. He packed away from the edge, looking thoughtful. See for yourself. Swapping places with him, I looked over the edge to see just how high we are. The world started to spin, and my stomach felt funny the longer I peered over the edge. Y'all drove here on a bus. Part of me wondered what it'd be like to just fall over the edge. I'd probably die. But maybe I'd land in the river down below? Tide pulled me back when I lingered there for a while, and instantly the thoughts of falling were washed away. See? Just a straight drop. I didn't realize we were this high up. That's what you get for sleeping most of the way here. Do you even know what country we're in, Dave? I don't. What fucking country is this game set in?
This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, and made me laugh too hard. Fuck you.
I got you. I fucking got you. I'm just like, the road looks so familiar. It just looks like if I drive for an hour, I can get there. But this looks like, what am I looking at? What is this background? Where is this? Hawaii? So now what? We go back into the woods and find a way down. Looking back out at the world, I tried to spot the main road, or anything hinting that civilization was in any given direction. And then we need to find a way back. I can't see the main road, even this high up. We'll worry about that later. Just need to focus on putting distance between us and the mansion. We set off again, although much like before, it seemed like we made little progress. Another part of the mountain rose up to block out view of the cliff, and neither of us seemed keen on checking the other side of the river. The temperature started to drop, and we both froze when we heard a twig snap. Quickly looking at each other, then down at our feet, to see if we'd been the ones to cause the sound, we ducked down while we scanned for anyone else nearby. Ty shook his head when I went to ask if, and we continued to listen. Sure enough, we weren't waiting long. Oh, come on. We both tensed, listening closer. Look, it was the old guy's job to be patient. Why we gotta wait? There was another break before we heard the talking again. Same voice as before, so whoever they were talking to mustn't have been there. Yeah. The butler of his. I get it. Whoever it was seemed to grumble, wandering off somewhere. Tyson and I remained still, listening as their footsteps faded off into the distance. Who was he talking to? I kept my voice low, whispering to Tyson as he shrugged. Dunno. Mentioned Benson, though. Don't know of any other butlers that guy could have meant. Benson's back at the house still, right? Tyson shrugged, shaking his head. Who knows? Probably. I got up slowly, looking around, much like Ty decided to, fiddling with my hands. Should we head back? It'll be fine. We don't know who that was, or what they're up to. What if the others are in danger? And what if you get in trouble by running into them? I'd have you? We're not going back. Besides, we're hours away by now. Probably. We've been walking all day, so you're probably right. Your nose tell you which way he went? It doesn't work like that, Ty. You know that. Keep your voice down. Dude, hyenas even have better sense of smell than wolves? I don't know about that. But fine. Alright, if you can't smell who that was anymore, that's fine by me. We should keep looking for a way down the mountain. Why is he referring to Dave for the source of smelling? It's just very strange to me. He's literally a wolf. Ty, wait, who was that anyway? What did they want? Beats me. Doesn't matter now they're gone. We set off again, although our pace was slower than when we set off. Please write sentences. I'm begging you. Just, come on, man. As far as we searched, we couldn't find any easy way down. Just more cliffs, and nothing that seemed safe enough to try. Shit. Huh? I looked at Ty, almost bumping into him, with how suddenly he stopped. It's night already. Fell on this fucking mountain. Don't even know where we are anymore. Did you ever? He grunted, pulling his backpack off. We better set up camp for the night. You remember how, right? Like, starting a fire? Yeah. Ty, we're in the middle of a forest. What happens if we set everything on fire by accident? Stormed last night. Everything should be wet enough that it's fine, but if we set up near the river, it'll be fine, right? Sure? I kind of wish... I sighed out, thinking back. Dean would have known what to do. Or even Roswell. Yeah, well, probably. No, they're not around anymore. I know. Is this a dry forest? I think a lot of forests just aren't super at risk of burning because of the being how forests be. But I'm in California where it's always ready to burn. Why don't you go sit down and have something to eat? Just nibble on something so there's stuff for later. We didn't pack that much, apparently. Okay, sure. I did as he said and pulled out a banana from my bag. He cleared away a spot and looked around for some sticks to get a fire going. They're definitely going to get killed because they have a fire.
Yep.
Where'd you learn to do that? Hey, I know stuff. I can be smart. That's not what I meant. Like, we never went camping, did we? Nah, I'm just sort of figuring it out. Taking care of you isn't hard. The idea made me chuckle as I unpeeled my snack. How would you know? Maybe I have some complicated needs that you don't know about. Maybe... Ty looked up from his makeshift campfire with a lighter in his hand. I think I know pretty well. He has a lighter. He's just dumb. Dave's just dumb. Been around you long enough to know that you like, what you don't like. It's not that hard. All right, prove it. Sure, ask me anything. But you hated quizzes. Don't be a smart ass. You can't just think of anything outside of asking me what your favorite pizza order is. Hey, I think about more than pizza. Like ice cream. Seemed pretty keen on pizza earlier. What, you gonna ask me what your favorite color of paint is next? Why paint specifically? Why paint specific? Okay, then how about your favorite competitive marble team, which I'm still calling lame, by the way. Hey, it's like sports, but it's marbles. Who doesn't like marbles? My point is, who took care of you when you got sick? Well, but you didn't need to. Like, mom's a surgeon, so, but I did anyway. I'm being characterized as being uselessly helpful. Like, I take charge for no reason. Well, you don't need me to. What a weird start to set. Birthdays, hell, even Christmas. At this point, I know you probably better than I know myself. We got the fire, but I don't. But I questioned whether we were friends or not. I was gonna run to the woods to die, and then I assaulted you, because I know you so well. This is the same storyline. How did you write this? You got the fire going, and then sat down next to me on the ground, sighing out. Fuck, I'm tired. I offered him a bite of my banana, and he shook his head. Nah, I'm good. You have it. Just looking forward to when we get home so I can take a shower. We've been out here for a day, Ty. I would have thought your priorities would be different. Otherwise, you're just sounding like Haas. You can just feel gross. It's not related. Ty playfully shoved my face, ears perking up at the sound of something nearby. Another twig snapping. We both ducked down, but Ty then got up to look around, learning from the last time I kept my voice low, whispering up to him. Is it the same person as before? Ty shrugged, skulking a little further off to have a better look. I got up, watching as he disappeared among the trees, checking things out. Left alone, I started to worry, hoping that Tyson hadn't gotten into any trouble. I couldn't hear anything wrong, and the smell of fire was the only thing I could pick out given how close to it I was. They tried to hide by ducking down when they have a literal fire. So I waited, minutes ticking by without a sign of Tyson, or whatever it was that had made the sound we'd heard. Ty? No Ty here, I gasped, turning to the rabbit standing by our fire. Who? Bit formal to be wearing a tie out here. Got enough of that back at the den. The den? We don't need to worry about that. What about you, huh? Some poor hyena out here alone? Who are you? The rabbit's eyes dipped down, looking at Tyson's backpack before looking back at me. Maybe not alone, after all. Now that is something a lot more fun. Where's your little buddy, huh? Scrambling up to my feet, I reached into my backpack and pulled out the first thing solid I got my hands on. Not that I'd taken the time to get a weapon, but what I did have, at the very least, was my flashlight! Yay! I said they're like weapons. If it's a mag light, at least. As I gripped it tight in my hand, the rabbit glanced at it, seemingly disappointed in something. Here I was hoping for a little more fun than just some kid with a flashlight. He stepped forward, almost lazily, wobbling around the fire as he approached. But beggars can't be choosers, and I'm getting paid enough as it is. Paid? Oh, yes. Getting paid quite a bit, but you're not going to need to worry about that in a sec. I backed up a little more, holding onto my flashlight with both hands as the fear started to grow. I stayed quiet, hyper-focused on what the rabbit was saying and doing, illuminated by that orange, fiery glow. What? Not going to ask? Not going to give me something interesting to do? Pity. My eyes locked to the knife, and I found myself frozen to the spot. I can't get over the fact that he just looks like an Undertale boss when he does this.
Yeah.
My mind immediately went to Dean and Roswell, wondering if I was about to die just like them, but I'd get to see them again. I'd maybe get to see Sal again, to apologize for what I said. Oh, this was a fitting punishment for what I did to him. This will be over in just a second. I've always wanted a nice rug. Don't you fucking dare! Tyson, you blew your surprise. God, you're... Oh, did they fall off the cliff?
He animates now. They animate now.
Kinda.
Has this ever happened before?
A little bit? Like earlier, Orlando fainted and his sprite went down off the screen.
Oh.
There's like a few.
I didn't remember
hints.
that.
There's not much There's no action in this game, so there's not really opportunities to animate anything.
It's true. It's
No
true.
one
They don't. Nothing
does
happens.
anything.
So
They talk in a room, and then they talk in a different room, and then they find a corpse, and then talk in a different room. Like nothing ever happens on screen. This is the second fight ever, maybe. I'm not sure of the math there. Sorry, I heard horns, and for a second there I thought I was listening to that really funny song from the Resident Evil Director's Cut. In a flash, Ty rushed past me and tackled the rabbit to the ground, the pair of them struggling for the knife. Dave, get out of here! Despite Ty yelling, I was stunned, watching them tussle almost violently, gnashing at one another for control. Go! Somewhere? There was something primal in me that clicked, and I ran, each step accompanied by a terrified whine. I could have helped Tyson, but instead I'm gonna die alone in the woods. Let's go! In the dark, I had no idea where I was going. In my panic, I didn't even think to use my flashlight until I was out of breath. My hands were shaking, fumbling with the switch as I stopped to catch my breath. The forest was dark, quiet, and all my senses were on edge as I continued to flee for my life. Then I heard it. A sound that chilled me to my core and made me drop my flashlight as my hands went limp. The sound of a pained yelp, followed by more silence. Yeah, if only you helped, Dave, instead of running. My vision started to blur. What details I could make out in the dark only became harder to see. I couldn't hear anything either, be it because the world was that still, or I'd lost my hearing as well I couldn't tell. Why? Stop. Get rid of the second sentence every time. It's so bad. But my nose, that could at least smell the faint tinge of blood on the air. That scent, alone was enough to keep me wandering, moving forward in the dark until I could no longer smell it. Thought of even smelling it, along with what I'd heard, terrified me. No rabbit yelped like that. I've hurt many rabbits. And I knew that Tyson sounded like the one... I knew sounded... Blah, blah, falling apart. And I knew that I knew what Tyson sounded like from the one time I sat on his tail by accident, which was just like that. So he's fine, actually. Poor rabbit he sat on his tail. We'd been walking all day, and I was tired. Everything happened back at the river was a blur. Where was Tyson? Was he alright? I stepped out of the trees, clutching my chest. Before me was an all too familiar house, and I fell to my knees in exhaustion. He found his way back? They walked all day, and he just blindly found his way back by wandering while not paying attention to what he was doing? What? I'm so disappointed he made it back, because I really wanted it to be over so we could go back to B. They're gonna keep... I can't believe he's gonna come back. Okay. We hadn't gotten anywhere. I had no idea how late it was, but I was tired. We hadn't gotten anywhere? It's weird. Okay, whatever. I don't get why Jack would be there anyway. They have a shack and they have a mill, which I guess is the way in. And then there's the point of interest, which is the mansion, and then there's the road. They were way out in the middle of nowhere at a cliff waterfall. The furthest boundary from anything. Jack's not on the way to anything when he goes there. It doesn't make sense that Jack would be there if not because he tracked them, but he was clearly just wandering around talking. Like, what? Hello? My voice echoed back at me as I called out, supporting myself only by leaning against the back door. Anyone, please. Slowly, Haas came into view, staring at me. Damn it, they're alive.
You came back.
He seemed to just watch me as I struggled to breathe. Then as I collapsed to the floor, looking around.
Orlando's asleep. Where's Tyson?
I don't know.
Dave, what happened? Why are you back? Where'd you go?
Haas. Tyson. I think Tyson might be.
Hey, it's alright. Breathe. We need to tell Benson and Oswin that you're back, and when you're ready, what happened?
Where are they now?
Around somewhere? Oswin spent a lot of time moping around after Benson moved the bodies into a freezer. Don't know where he went after that.
I nodded slowly, sighing out. Okay. Okay, good. I closed my eyes and sighed out. Stop. I was exhausted, and knowing Haas was around, I finally felt safe enough to let my guard down. Funnily? Okay. Before this is just picking random words at some point. Before I blacked out entirely, I remembered him reaching out and touching my shoulder. And then I was asleep. He just laid down and passed out right there? Okay. Wake up. I came to, so the music has not changed. It's still in you're currently being stabbed mode. I came to suddenly, at least in my bed, although Oswin was looming over me, hands on my shoulders. God, regret it. Okay. When I didn't answer him right away, he shook me again before stepping back so I could sit up. I'm awake. What happened? You're back, when I assumed you were dead. Did you run into Benson out there? Oh, he's also out there. Okay. Benson? No, I just... What time is it? Late, but I had to check. Wait, hold on, Benson was out in the woods? He didn't seem keen on the two of you heading out with any sort of protection, although he's yet to return. Then why didn't he fucking come with us? That would have literally changed everything. Especially since he's like some sort of like actually competent person, supposedly. Why the fuck would he show up later? He scratched his chin, sighing out. Very well. If you didn't run into Benson, then I suppose something must have come up. Are you worried? Quite. But Benson's proven reliable before, with all of the deaths he has in every timeline. He'll show up again. And from what I heard from Haas, hopefully Tyson will make a return as well. I hope so. Forgive me for disturbing you, but, well, you understand my worries. I'll let you get your sleep. Good luck sleeping, things are worse now. There was a notable slump in his shoulders as he left the room, but he said nothing else. For me, I lay back down to stare at the ceiling. Please be okay, Ty. Once more I found myself drifting off, the exhaustion of the day catching up with me once more. I felt bad for Oswin, but my body was giving out on me. It was a job for the morning. No! I wanted to believe.
Yeah, well, sorry to tell ya.
It just keeps going. I woke up in my bed, and in a daze I rolled out onto the floor. My head was splitting, and I struggled to stand. It took me a few moments to get my bearings, and the moment it sank in, where I was, my eyes darted around the room in a panic. Ty? It took until this moment for the music to stop doing that. It was in like slasher mode until this second. It's like he fell asleep twice. Why would you only think to change it now? Running to the door, I went to yank it open, finding it locked. Baring my teeth, I struggled more with the handle until I felt it better and started to... Till I felt it better to start banging on the... Oh, felt like it was better to start hitting the door. Okay. Like until you start feeling the handle better? Baring my teeth, I struggled more with the handle until I felt it better to start banging on the wooden door with my fists. Hey, let me out. There was silence. I turned back to my room to look for something, anything to potentially pry it open. Rushing over to my bag, I tried to look for anything to pry it open. A loose hairpin I might have picked up. Hairpin? A crowbar, same category, yep. While neither would have been in my bag, I looked for them anyway out of desperation. Growling, I threw my bag across the room and sat on the ground in a huff, having found nothing. I clutched at my fur, pulling tight. I had to think of something else. Distract myself from literally anything else. With little anything else. I'm falling apart. This writing, the narration slowly just breaks me.
It's really brutal. It is actually painful.
I clutched at my fur, pulling tight. I had to think of something else, distract myself with literally anything else. Otherwise, I'd give up on trying to help Tyson. It's just the fact that like every sentence reuses the same phrasing or the same, almost says the same thing. And each sentence is so repetitive, but also there's no punctuation in the sentences. So it's like, where are the phrases in this?
Yeah.
Just as I'd pulled a patch of fur from my arm and yelped from the sting, my eyes shot up to see the door of my room opening. I just don't have to put 7 different thoughts in the same sentence. Oh, good. You're awake. I've got to go. Scrambling to my feet, I made for the door but didn't make it past Oswin as he'd caught me by the scruff to hold me in place. Let me go. And where exactly is it you need to go? Tyson's in trouble. I need to... My intention went towards trying to shake him off me, but he had me tight. My attention went towards... You don't need to do anything beyond explaining what happened and why you're back. But Tyson... In one motion, I was dragged back and promptly smacked upside the head. Hard. I yelped, not used to getting beaten beyond what jabs Tyson occasionally threw my way for better or worse. Just, oh my god, why do you keep doing this to Tyson? What are you doing to his character? I'm not used to getting beaten except for when Tyson does it. And then just like a weird use of for better or for worse, like pure, very strong signs of just autopilot typing, like all things considered, for better or for worse, just like nonsense phrases you can almost always put in a sentence without completely sabotaging its meaning, but it's like noticeably just garbage text that almost never is actually conveying a thought. Now you listen here. I was more than willing to let that mutt assume he was in control and get himself killed so the rest of us had an easier time of staying alive. I stammered, trying to find a reply, but Oswin kept talking as if I was silent. Even sending Benson after you two was to ensure that you made it back alive. So send him with us! So help me, if you were my son, I'd have locked you in this room sooner. Why would you even think that's a normal thing to do? Your son would hate you if you even had one. Oswin's grip tightened, painfully, but without a comma, which would be very helpful. And painfully so. See, that's where the comma should be. Until all of a sudden he released me. It happened so quick that I fell to the floor suddenly. Suddenly, because he suddenly released you and then he fell suddenly. Hand going to where he grabbed me to check for blood. Far be it from me to try to minimize what losses you've suffered already, you ungrateful child. Fuck you. It always feels good though. I spat the words at him. Fuck you. I don't even know what that means. It's not a very spat word to enunciate. Getting to my feet, He made no effort to move after me, just the gesture of his hand towards the floor as if telling me to scram. I didn't bother looking back, heading straight downstairs towards the backyard. My clothes clung to me and I felt gross from the day before, but I didn't care. I wanted to know what happened to Tyson. So I left him to die. Again, I leave everybody when they're dying. Stepping out into the backyard, I looked at the trees. I looked at the sky. It all looked so different now that I wasn't running in fear. My resolve was starting to shake. In times like these, I'd been taught to call the police, to ask for help. I grew up on a steady diet of propaganda and also and literal cops. But how was Ty going to ask for help if I didn't do it for him? Approaching slowly, I rested my hand on the closest tree and looked out into the dark. It didn't seem like there was much in the way of landmarks to hint at which way I should head. And with how fast I was running, it was all a blur anyway. I thought it was morning now. I never know what time it is. Looked out, the forest is dark? Why? I don't think it's always dark during the day. A sickening feeling in my stomach made me wonder if it was even worth checking. Was Tyson even alive? The moment I took my first step, I heard footsteps approaching me in a measured pace, causing me to freeze. Oh. Benson eyed me quietly, looking tired. He didn't say anything shy of his mustache twitching slightly as he was left in the same position I was in. Welcome back?
Thank you.
Toaster's still here, everybody.
I'm here, hello.
There was a question I wanted to ask, but I was afraid to answer. Thankfully, he seemed to know where my mind was at.
Alas, I have no news to give to you, good nor bad.
What's that supposed to mean? Means I don't fucking know.
It means that the two of you aren't all that difficult to track. And while I found where you two had your altercation, I couldn't find Hyde nor, well, no Tyson.
That means he's safe?
It means he's still unaccounted for, rather than dead.
But that means... As I made the turn for the forest, Benson reached out and grabbed my shoulders suddenly.
Wait. Heading out now would only be a fool's errand. You do not know how to navigate the forest, and no doubt the others would rather you stay found than missing. Then go missing.
Yes, rather you stay found than they... Yeah, you can't say stay missing or whatever. Well, I can't just do nothing.
The next move, whether you like it or not, is to take stock of where we're at and make sure everyone is on the same page. Now that I'm back, it's the best time to do so.
But... Tyson... Benson frowned and sighed out before pulling me... Control F, the phrase "sighed out" on this text document. 3,000 hits! Before pulling me away from the forest into the yard proper.
Tell me, why are you here and Tyson isn't?
He stopped the rabbit from... I hate this joke.
A rabbit? Not a hare?
I hate this joke. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. There's a difference?
Not a meaningful one.
I suppose right now it doesn't matter. Something to bring up when we have our little chat, no doubt. Then, and only then, we can look into staging some sort of inquiry into Tyson.
You mean save Tyson?
I'll not mince words, Dave. There may not be a chance for that, but I'll argue that if it should be possible, then it should be a priority.
Argue? Is a weird word choice.
You've been out for long enough to miss breakfast. Oh, but first you need some water. Maybe something to eat. You've been out for long enough to miss breakfast.
Okay. But when we're done...
And you're free to do whatever you wish.
He guided me back inside by the shoulder, easing off once we were back indoors. Ah. Master Oswin. Oh, that's you. Shit.
Ah, Master Oswin. I've returned.
I can see that. And any longer and I might have been worried.
Sir, now is hardly the time.
For what? To acknowledge that you might have been worried about someone? What?
And surprisingly out of character for you.
Fine. Either way, I'm glad you returned. Oswin turned to me and eyed me carefully, grunting rather than saying anything specific. Well then, I suppose there's nothing left to it, is there? I'll gather the others and we'll convene in the dining room. And with that, he left the two of us behind. Benson led the way into the dining room, and the two of us waited. My eyes kept looking out the window, to the trees, and whatever lay beyond in hopes Tyson was okay. As far as I knew, he was at least someone that could potentially still be saved, and it confused me why no one seemed to want to mount a rescue mission right away. It was the right thing to do, wasn't it? He was worth saving, right? He's dead as fuck, you heard him die. Benson placed a hand on my shoulder and I turned to face him, pulling my attention away from the window.
Soon, Dave, soon. You're more likely to rally those to your cause if your potential allies are aware of the situation.
Are you playing Lethal Company?
I'm not.
I heard such a weird sound. I was like, is that the ship door opening 4-note jingle?
No, you might be hearing Brewing yelling from the other room because he's playing Lethal Company with Seth and Radium, I think. But
that's funny. Imagine having friends instead of playing Password.
Imagine having friends who play video games with you. It's really hard.
Yeah. I heard the... I'm like, what the fuck? That was so distinct.
I have no idea what that is.
Well, that's the sound that the ship makes when the door opens when you land on a planet.
Gotcha.
I was like, what? Okay. Everyone here? Good. I looked around and saw that Oz had rounded up who he had to, resting back against the wall next to the window. Orlando was fidgeting, nervous about something, and Oswin sighed out, rubbing his eyes. Is Haas here? Ah yes, everyone. No mention of Haas. A bit of a tight spot we find ourselves in, isn't it? No, this room's quite spacious. That's putting it real lightly. People have died. We're trapped on this mountain, plus whatever happened yesterday.
Speaking of, I believe it'd be best for Dave to tell us what exactly happened.
He gave me a knowing look and I hung my head. Tyson, we headed into the forest and got lost. Don't really know how far in, but I guess not very far. With how you ended up back here, it does seem that way. Would also explain why Benson didn't get back until this morning.
About that, sir, something else caught my attention, although the specifics are something that I'll let Dave explain, having experienced it firsthand.
About that, sir, Dave, say what you saw. That's how you fucking write that. Jesus Christ, why is there 30 words on the screen? There's nothing, there's so little being expressed. Why does it just keep going? You find the longest possible ways to phrase things.
Yeah.
And there are people speaking. Like, people don't like to just ramble forever to say one thought, like, in that way. Like, it's work. You saw something out there? I nodded slowly. My voice held low as my eyes slowly came to meet Orlando's. Yeah. The two of us set up camp somewhere, and then this rabbit appeared with a knife. If you say hare, I swear to God. Excuse me? Ty told me to run for it, and that's when I last saw him, wrestling with the guy trying to get the knife.
I can confirm that there is a spot by the river where something of the sort took place. Blood, but not enough to hint at a fatal injury, although no sign of either Tyson or his assailant.
A rabbit? In the woods surrounding my property?
Yes, in fact.
Now is not the time, Oswin.
I don't
Why
know what
not?
I don't know what Benson means most of the time he says now is not the time. It's just, I can't tell if he knows what that phrase means, because it doesn't usually contextually make sense.
At least, that's what I'd say on normal circumstances.
Okay, so just say what you would say outside of these circumstances. Just talk. Just talk like a normal person.
How do you write that sentence? Now is not the time, Oswin, is what I would say if now is not the time. But actually, it is the time. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying?
Again, word count. Again, word count.
It's
just word count.
Just garbage. It's just noise. Are rabbits bad? Don't be racist, Orlando. Jesus Christ. I looked at Oswin, seeing his jaw had clenched and his fists tightened. It almost seemed as though Benson was here to answer in his place before he spoke. No, rabbits aren't bad. Are you a child? I frowned at Oswin, his tone confusing me. I looked at Benson, who seemed to be confused for all of a second before returning to me as stoic as before. Although I guess it's more accurate to say not all are. Wow. Don't worry, our rabbit friend. You're one of the good ones, hypothetically. Not all rabbits are bad.
I am tripping on the edge of sanity right now. Like I'm gonna experience ego death watching this playthrough.
It was like hour 7 of playing this game today. It just keeps going forever.
This hurts. I have pork belly tacos downstairs that are like warming up, that are getting cooked, and I have never been so ready to eat food
in my life
and not live this as my life. I need it so badly. It hurts so much. This game hurts so much.
When password ends, my belly remains empty and I go into the loving arms of no one. He shook his head, rubbing the bridge of his nose briefly so he could adjust his glasses. I turned this game off and I'm just like, alright, well, this is an empty house. Guess I'll stare at a wall now.
I spent my whole day playing this, or maybe even my whole life.
And almost
maybe
nothing
this is
has
all
happened.
I've ever known. Maybe my entire life memories were all just a construct that happened during password.
We spent our entire day doing the massacre route, and it's happening in slow motion. Like, you okay? 2 friends died, and then the guy who did it committed suicide, and then we went into the woods and lost Tyson. Like, that could be a good story or something, but why is it as long as why is just reading that amount of story taking as long as all of Arches? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, if we played any other game this much, we could have finished Arches in 1 day. That's how much password we're doing, and it's just
how many
barely
episodes was
going
Arches?
anywhere.
Like 22?
Yes.
Like 22 episodes?
Yes.
I miss this so bad.
We are definitely longer. We're definitely further in than the entirety of Echo now. So that's 5 entire stories told in that time.
What is
each of which is about as long as Arches.
We're literally changing the format so we can put out more longer videos to get through this stuff, and I still can't even fathom what episode we're on. Like it's been so long.
Because the episode numbers got so big, this is like, I don't know, like 103 or something.
Oh my god.
We beat Route B. Our Route B finale is 98. And if we were doing normal length episodes, we might already be to like 130. But they're mega episodes, so those numbers don't mean anything anymore. Because
part of me wants you to just release them for a while as 30 episodes, so we can just get this done before it runs out, and then just take a break for a little bit. Just take like a small little break. Oh, it hurts so bad.
A break could be cool, but also, what if we got to play something cool?
What if we played something good? Yeah, no, I would love to play a game that does interesting things.
We'll have time to binge Baldur's Gate for a bit, and then we'll probably finish it because we're about to start Act 3. And
I guess we are. I guess we are.
2 wasn't that long, so 3 is probably also not that long.
This is gonna stay in the episode too. All of you viewers get to listen to this logistics because it's more interesting than the logistics that Benson, Oswin, and Orlando are going to talk about in 5 minutes. Oh my god.
Like we're trying to visualize a world after... I want to create a world where you're no longer playing Password, but you are still getting to enjoy Dead Laws. And that'll
would be
heal.
So wonderful. I'm sitting here and like I'm not performing this. I am losing my mind playing this game.
No, we're beyond the pale. Like it's just
this is truly the worst visual novel I have ever read in my entire life. And it
might be the worst piece of fiction I've read. Like
it's
what
brutal.
competes? I mean, visual novels already kind of like the lower rung to begin with, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess that kind of means that inherently it's not like it's a low barrier to entry, but I'm just like,
it hurts so much and I just want it to be over, but I also can't quit because I know for the second that we don't get Route B, Tyson, Path F, Metal 27, people are gonna be like, oh, you didn't experience the whole game, so your criticism doesn't matter. And I'm gonna be like, you want to know it doesn't matter? You want to know it doesn't matter? The you that I'm setting on fire right now, that I'm committing arson on.
I just keep fooling myself. I keep thinking there just can't be that much. There just can't be that much left. Like, we've gotten this far, and surely we could just finish it. But it's just infinite words. It's just words forever. Every story beat is as slow as possible. I don't understand.
The thing, though, if for a while, it's easy to think, okay, bigger word count. People will think of it as a substantial novel. There will be more people on the line. This is a big deal. You're going to get through it, and it's going to be a big, weighty, furry visual novel, not a short, small project, a big one, and that's like a draw, right? Like, I get that. I understand wanting to do that. The thing is that Grizz could have made more money per word if he just wrote things less. Because this isn't even just me complaining about the plot being circuitous thing. There's just so many lines in this fucking game that are just so belabored and over word counting. It reads like someone trying to hit a word count total for an 8-page essay in college. Like, it's just,
but for hundreds of hours at this rate.
Oh my god, and I'm like truly losing it.
I'm
oxygen. I have like a high from being oxygen deprived from how much I'm fucking sighing out reading this. I'm losing my mind.
I tried so hard for so long not to be mean, but Jesus Christ, I feel like this game has killed the entire genre of like ship in a bottle like stories. Like, one of my favorite types of movie is a movie that takes place in one room or one location.
Yeah.
And this game is destroying me because it takes place in 3 rooms total for hundreds of hours of people just doing nothing and hinting that the story's going to start soon.
But
now that we've beaten it once, we know the story just never starts until the last day, where it disregards all the setup and then just starts anyway.
The most insane thing about this is that people were like, the A route, things happen. It's not just people standing around, but we're literally in the massacre ending, and people are just sitting around. People are not doing anything. Yes, characters have died. The amount of scenes of people taking action.
They still managed to make it as boring and slow as possible, where there's just so much standing around. But like,
oh my god,
the story just doesn't know how to handle people standing around talking. I love movies where people just talk.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Like, have you seen the movie Locke?
Yeah, I've seen the movie Locke. And
for those that don't know, Locke is Tom Hardy talking on a cell phone in his car on the freeway at night for the entire film.
Yeah, there's plenty of movies like this, and it's great.
It's great.
You can do great stuff with that.
I watched Ryan Reynolds in a coffin for a movie.
Yeah.
You could just do that. You just need to do something with it.
Like, you could have what's the name of that movie? My Dinner with Andre is another movie that's entirely just people talking, basically. I just can't. This is so bad and so frustrating, and it's upsetting to me because I want you to read Umineko, and people in the in the comments have been like, "What? What? Is there a chance you guys would read Umineko? Would you do Higurashi?" And
that's the 500 billion hour long thing, right?
Yeah, that's a super long visual novel.
We've done this for so long, we might as well have been doing that.
and the thing that I'm thinking about is just like, I can't believe we blew Keith's long visual novel load on fucking Password, and now I'm never gonna be able to get him to read Umineko. Because even though Umineko is incredible and the closed room mystery that like Keith wants to read,
it's just the fear of, because anything like this, there's always just the fear of like, oh my god, it's gonna take like 8 months, a year.
Yeah.
How much of my life is gonna be spent on this long ass thing? Is it worth it?
Like, not only is Umineko a good story, but like there's so much gripping content that we could discuss as if I am someone that knows what happens in it, which I am because I read it before. I read it as it was coming out. And then like watching you, I'm going to just say random nouns you're not going to understand, but like seeing you try to puzzle out the fucking epitaph would be the greatest thing of all time. The audience would love that. That is exactly... Umineko is more of a puzzle game than Password, which is a game that bespoke has puzzles in it without a single choice. Umineko has one choice that you make in the very last chapter of the game. In 2 million words, it has a single choice.
That's the wild
and it is more of a
process.
puzzle game than this. I can't take it. I'm losing my mind. I would rather replay all of Zero Escape with you and put up with all of your hatred for it than do like even another second of this just characters standing around saying nonsense, just unchecked nonsense.
This is already longer than the entire Virtue's Last Reward playthrough, and it's on its way to being longer than the trilogy playthrough of all the games.
I'm losing. I can't believe that.
Which itself is what it's derivative of, and think about how much happens in those games.
I feel like in the time it's taken for us to read this, we could have read all of the Zero Escape games and all of the Danganronpa games and started Umineko. Like, just in terms of the time that we've spent, I could have gotten you entirely through Kill the Past. And there's so much better
now you are
there.
just saying words at me.
I know. I could get you through the silver case in those games, and we could have played all of No More Heroes and had a fun time.
When we finish this, we'll get to play
Paranormasight.
Paranormasight.
Yeah.
We'll play Paranormasight and Glory Hounds and Silver Case.
We'll get through it. We'll get through it.
We have a future. We have to believe there's a future. Just like Dave, we have to believe that there's a future after the mansion.
Yeah, and it will only manifest if I remember the trauma.
This game's actually ludonarratively genius, where we feel trapped and we desperately want to escape the mansion, and just one day we might. Just please.
You need to change your persona to a rat, because I have a little rat man talking to me over my fucking headphones, torturing me with the trauma of Password.
Rat
it's
marrow.
Too much.
This game wants to be Zero Escape, but it's struggling to be The Circle, a D-list movie on Netflix where a bunch of people are standing on Hunger Games pads from the beginning of the Hunger Games, And if they step off, they die, but also one of them dies every 5 minutes or something, and they're trying to reason with what the system is and trying to figure out how it works, and that's the entire movie. It's just people standing in a movie, and one of them dies every couple of minutes until no one's left.
It hurts, Ness. It hurts so much.
I take it you've seen The Circle, which I did not expect a reaction to. I thought I was just saying, I thought it was my turn to say words.
No, I've seen it, yeah. Oh, fuck.
Go watch The Circle, Password fans. It's better. It's a strained question mark of a thing.
I just feel
unironically, my favorite thing about The Circle is that it's a death game that commits to the bit, because every death game ever subverts the death game. That's an inherent narrative element of the genre. So just having one version of the narrative where they're like, no, actually the thing that was stated, the stated thing that was going to happen at the beginning, it does happen all the way, completely. There is no guy and girl escape or the inevitable thing where in 50% of all death games, the creator of the death game somehow manages to die at the end of the movie. Like they become accessible somehow, or they break the system and break out with like a few people or so on. No, fuck you. The Circle. The more important thing here is that it is not normal to have a trespasser on this mountain, let alone a rabbit. He shook his head, rubbing the bridge of his nose briefly so he could adjust his glasses. The more important thing here... Oh, I must have buttoned. Oh, Haas is in the room. No one mentioned him and he didn't say anything for 10 minutes. The description
he was letting us speak.
Even the description of the area was like, Benson gathered everybody. Such as Orlando. He's sitting over there. Anyway.
It's so much.
Uh-huh. I can't wait for them to say hair. You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
The Haas line.
I'm sorry, but does it matter specifically what this guy is? I just didn't want to go here. I just never signed up for this. You know what I mean?
We just didn't want to read it. I believe it's worth considering given a certain individual doesn't take kindly to being told no. Who? Memphis Noble. But that's...
Orlando's family?
Dad. Indeed. He didn't seem like to like the fact that someone had the gall to say no to a mob boss, but here we are. Slowly I turned to look at Orlando, confused.
How did he even learn about the time machine?
I don't know.
The vault. That's another thing I'm questioning. Continue. Don't let me interrupt. My brain...
just talk over me. People will love that.
Yeah, it just kicked, and for a second I spoke.
I thought his family were bankers. At least that's what he told me. And what made sense given they were dragons. What?
What?
What? Oh,
is it because dragons have hordes?
Have hordes?
All right. I guess the racial stereotypes are just part of the universe too.
Yeah, at least it's dragon racism and not real life racism. But don't include racist comments in your game about bankers. That's loaded. Yeah, that's loaded. Did no one tell him at some point? That's not a thing you want to do.
I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking take the politics of this game. This game is shitty propaganda with bad politics. Don't do this. Someone needs to talk to Grizz so that he stops that and fixes it. This is a bad look and it's not good.
This of all people, like, there's so many weird little elements that just do not read well.
This is one of those things.
And it's an audience. It's a thing that's famous. It's known. It's enjoyed by furries.
This is one of those things where if you write a tweet and it's completely innocuous and you're like, you reread the tweet and you go, oh, these words shouldn't go together. If I post this, even though it's clear that my meaning is not this, someone will be upset because of the things that I just said, and you delete it. This isn't like a nuanced character where it's like, haha, Dave has like racial stereotypes when you look at it next to the rest of the weird ethnic shit going on with all the character coding. This is
have
just
whatever's
bad.
going on with Tyson, which seems extremely questionable and not like it's going in a good direction.
Questionably,
And then
everything that's going on with fucking
Orlando's
Sal,
just
too.
explicitly Japanese, wearing the Japanese wave and wearing a fundoshi and being named noble because of nobility. And it's like
In honor and
honor stuff. And you're like, and he likes.
I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. It's too much. That is like way too far. Just not all right.
No. By comparison, though, Haas didn't look all that surprised, but given everything else going on, maybe that was why.
Okay, but say no to what exactly? What could be worth having some guy out in the woods with a knife?
Which is the least efficient way of going after a mansion. It's the vault, isn't it? What makes you say that? Did he say anything to you? No, but I know my dad. I know what he's like.
What is he like? Share with the class.
Yeah, please describe Memphis in any way. We've been playing this game for 150 hours and we don't know who the antagonist is, basically. We saw what that thing could do through Dave, right? If he had any idea that the vault could do what Dave says it could do.
A mobster with a machine that could tell you how those around you could die seems, I don't know.
Dangerous?
Yeah, something like that anyway. Is that really that dangerous for him to have the power to
being
not?
that vague.
This just isn't how the vault works. This just isn't it. It tells you how to stop violence because it tells you how you're traumatized. So you have to be traumatized. But Memphis is such a cartoon character that his idea of the vault would be like, oh, I can figure out how to kill everyone perfectly. You won't remember the other timelines, you idiot. You have to be traumatized. Fuck you.
But this is Haas's shaky understanding, at least. As it turns out, Memphis believed that it was quite simply a time machine, a thing that would let him do things over if he so wanted. Not that he particularly wanted to hear any explanation as to why he was wrong, mind you, just how much it would cost him. But you never gave him a price. Correct. I told him it wasn't for sale, and he couldn't work with me, dead, so just shooting me was off the table. Not that Benson would have allowed anything to happen to me anyway.
Then why didn't Benson kill him and solve the fucking problem? You have a vault that tells you how everyone dies, and we know you can use it, you stupid piece of shit. What the fuck?
You're saying Benson can stop Memphis? That doesn't seem accurate.
Yeah, he just stood there and fucking watched him half the time anyway. We know this isn't true. Ugh.
So the rabbit? Would likely be because he shook down someone or otherwise found out they don't sit right with me. And also someone sent to potentially deal with Benson in an attempt to just take the vault for himself. The rabbit's gonna pick up the vault and carry it on his little back.
So great, we have something that's working for Orlando's dad, and he's out to steal something you don't want to give him. And this guy tried to kill Dave and Tyson over it?
Wait, could he be the one that caused the explosion? All things considered, it wouldn't surprise me if he did. Him, or an associate. I doubt that Memphis would be dumb enough to send only one in to try and take what he feels entitled to. Two, though, that's genius. Come on, man. That'd be weird if he sent one guy. What a weird line. I have Sherlock deducted that he sent exactly two guys, in fact. So, where does that leave us? We're still stuck here, Tyson's still missing, and if what you say is true as far as Orlando's dad, then it's not a good spot to be in. At the very least, a decision needs to be made. I moved to look out the window, wondering what was to happen next. Were we just waiting to die? All because of that thing downstairs? There are two things I want to do. Two things that seem to make the most sense to me. And those two things would be... The first, I want to save Tyson. If Benson couldn't find him, that means he's not dead. And in just as much trouble as we are.
That's a big ask.
Toss.
Oh, that's a big ask. We don't really know where to head, do we? Or what to expect.
Hunting in the woods isn't that big of an ask, but that's speaking as someone who has experience.
Yeah, that you've never fucking used. Just fucking use it. Just go do something. Oh my god.
Do something instead of nothing. Do something instead of nothing.
And it hurts so bad. It's so bad.
For the rest, however, that may make things difficult.
Although Haas has the right of it, without knowing what to expect, we could just be rushing into more danger. We should talk about it for 3 more days. But wouldn't he
Don't
need
give
you
him
alive
ideas.
for the vault thing? Correct. Regrettably, that does not extend to the rest of you. I turned away from the window, alarmed, and quickly hung my head. He was right, obviously, as much as I didn't want to admit it.
And the second, Dave.
The second is just to give Orlando's dad the vault, or something that he'll believe is the thing, right? That man will not get his greedy hands on that device. And what that says to me is that you'd rather see more of us die than give him something he cannot use? Oswald went to retort, but a firm hand slapped out to find its place on Oswin's front, acting as a lone barrier between me and him.
Let's leave it at that, shall we? There's no need to escalate things further.
No, fuck you, Benson. Dave's right. Why the fuck are we... If he can't use the vault, then why the fuck are we dying for it?
Truly.
When no reply came from Oswin, Benson shot him a harsh look, earning him a grunt of acknowledgement.
As it stands, I agree with Dave in that securing Tyson, or at least discerning his fate, is the best course of action.
And the rest of us, knowing if Tyson's alright, isn't getting us off this mountain any sooner.
Then, perhaps that's something we can look into. While Benson and whoever wishes to go with him on this rescue mission do so, those that remain behind can assist me in finding a way to safely off the mountain.
I suppose that is fair. While I don't particularly like the idea of splitting up, as it were, going into the woods alone seems foolhardy.
I nodded to him and he gave a brief one back. There was no way I wasn't going to go and at least try, knowing Ty would do the same for me. Please be safe, Benson.
Oh, I'll be perfectly fine. Shall we spend what is left of the day preparing, Master Dave? Preparing ourselves for this mission, Dave.
Yeah, alright. I need at least 6,000 words before we start the mission. I looked around to the others, giving them nods. From how people seemed to be gravitating, Orlando and Haas remained by Oswin, clearly deciding where they'd rather be. So, I'll go with Benson into the woods, and you two will try to find a way for us to get home with Oswin? That's the plan, yes. I have no preference either way as far as who wishes to stay or go, but trust that I'll be banking on Benson to keep you safe. I'm sorry, Dave, but I don't think I'm going to be much help out there in the woods. But if whoever's out there is working for your dad, wouldn't that mean you'd be safe? Not really.
Wow, really? It can't be that bad.
If Dad wanted a time machine, I could think of a couple things he'd want to do over on. At least from things that he'd said to my face. That's a lot of time machining. That's a reset to 20 years ago. As can I. Read the room, Oswin. That is not... It's not what we were responding to. It'd be best not to have you compromised, and give Benson another person to keep alive. If you're anything like me, I don't imagine you're keen on running should things come to it. I'm calling you fat, like me.
It's alright, Orlando. You and I have got this. Probably better if Benson and Dave head off alone if they're planning on being sneaky.
Yeah, I'll be alright. If you say so, then... Okay. I'll stay here and try to help out somehow. Doing nothing. I'll cook banana bread again. I nodded to him, flashing him a quick smile in hopes that I'd encourage him, but it was hard to convince myself that I wasn't just as scared to go on in the woods myself as much as I wanted to. Ugh. I nodded to him, flashing him a quick smile in hopes that I'd encourage him, but it was hard to convince myself that I wasn't just scared to go into the woods myself as much as I wanted to. Oof. Okay. Whatever. It was a meeting, but it didn't feel like morale was any higher. Famously what meetings are for. Just now that we had a goal. That we knew that there was a lunatic rabbit working for a dragon that wanted something he couldn't have. This is the most, like, touching base and explaining what's happening that's happened ever, to an extent. Like, even the idea that explicitly Memphis can't use the vault is, like, actually the text here, which is interesting.
Yeah.
The time I spent getting ready, or what amounted to making sure I still had shoes, and my flashlight were spent thinking about the vault. That takes about 5 seconds, Dave. Why was it made? Why was Oswin so adamant about not handing it over even now? Who was marked for death? Did it even matter before? Of all things that are set that are over-repeated, the marked for death line is said like once by Oswin at the beginning of the game, and then almost never repeated to the point where we forgot that was even supposed to be what we were thinking. When I talked to Grizz about it, he straight up does say Final Destination, as if to imply this is supposed to be like a we're doomed to die sort of thing, which is itself dumb because it seems like people are killing us on purpose, it seems, and most of this can't be explained as accidents beyond maybe the first Sal death in Sal's route. I must have spent hours wondering these questions. The root of everything that had gone wrong so far. It had worked once, but couldn't stop a tragedy befalling us, so by my count, it was just broken. Because the vault's only ever worked once. No. It had worked twice, at least. It's worked 3 times, but you don't remember the Orlando one because Benson overwrites that one. But we've saved both Tyson and Benson with it.
Yeah.
But, oh well. My mind wandered, trying to make sense of it all. The who and the why still escaped me. This was a vacation, but now friends were dead. Yeah, 4 of them probably. Each step I took while I was thinking about it felt automatic. The names of each of my friends repeating on end in my head, until I came to stand before the one person who might have answers right now. Oswin? He looked up at me from a book he was looking through. Barely any light in the library compared to when we first spoke. Back then, there were candles, but now I was just relying on my eyes adjusting to the light, along with my flashlight directed at the ground. How is he reading? Doesn't he just have a light?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Beats me.
Dave? Breathing in deep, I gripped my flashlight tight and looked Oswin in the eye. Why did you make it? He stared back, slipping the book back on the shelf and placing his hands neatly in his pockets. Why did you make the vault? Why can I use it? Why was someone marked for death? Why, Oswin? Why? Still he said nothing, watching me carefully. He gestured for me to sit and took his spot across the table from me, much like he did the first time. What is the temporal relationship between this and the last scene?
I have no clue. I was just wondering the same exact thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we were literally just in a room with him, and that's the last scene. And then we, like, wander to this location, and Oswin's already there reading, I guess? Okay. I sat down, he lit the candles, and I turned off my flashlight, only for us to continue looking at one another. Oh my god, this again. Why do you want to know? We're in danger because of it. Everything that's happened so far is because of it. But I don't really know why it is even here. I still don't either. Again, I felt like we were just going to stare at one another until he replied. Voice level. Voice level if quiet. English. That is fair enough. I didn't consider that somehow. I will tell you, but I'll inform you up front that the answer you're looking for may not be all that helpful. I want to know anyway. Then simply, the vault was made by the three of us. Reginald, myself, and, well, your sister. That's right. So he was reading, and then as Dave approached, he lit the candles.
Yes. I guess so. So he was reading in the dark.
Are you implying he can read with his glasses or something? Like, wait, how is he reading a book? And for that matter, why would you wander around in the dark? While it was spearheaded by my older brother and sister, I no doubt was brought on for more of the intricate understanding of things. Or perhaps it was just my willingness to help them in any way I could lead to me being a part of its creation. Or perhaps it was just my willingness to create... Or perhaps it was just my willingness to help them in any way I could lead to me being a part of its creation. Oh. Or perhaps it was just my willingness to help in any way I could led to me being a part of its creation. Grammar, commas, helpful things so you can parse what sentences are saying. I'm begging you. That's the who, not the why. My siblings wished to do good, Dave. Of that I have no doubt. But then Reginald died. There was less enthusiasm towards the project. Maybe it was just something we could bond over, it's hard to say. Work on it stopped short of it being completed. But we know it works when it wants to. Otherwise it wouldn't have shown me things. I scratched my head, growing frustrated. I wasn't expecting another story, but here I was getting information I didn't ask for. What? Didn't you ask just now? That's the premise of this conversation? It does. I finished it myself. Something to remember my older sister by. My older brother, I keep saying older sister for some reason. Listen, it's been a long time. Something to remember my older brother by. And my older sister when she moved on to greener pastures, but not for a few years after the trial. When those kids died. Yes. My gaze dipped away briefly, returning back to mine, stony and cold, but without the comma. Something happened I don't know, 5 or so years later. The despair of losing almost 100 children to my mistakes shook me to my core, but after the years passed following, I assumed the vault could help prevent more than one tragedy. But after the years passed following, and the event was? I can't give you the details, not yet, but in broad strokes I can tell you that my interest in getting the vault to work was to save 2 very specific people who, for the time being, need to remain anonymous, but one of them is named Roswell.
Yeah.
One of them is named Roswell. Do you think Thanatos just only exists when Oswin's dead in the storylines? He almost doesn't seem to have a purpose without Oswin being dead. Also, his name's Thanatos.
Yeah.
That's really a glowing sign. Why? Of all times, why keep them a secret? Why now? I made promises that I would keep with my life. Promises that involve their identities remain secret until the month is up.
What?
Why do people keep referring to the month? And like Dave never is interested in unpacking why the month exists. People just refer to this month as like a sacred period of time. It's like a super plan. Something really important is happening. And like no characters that have the ability to ask about it ever care about what the month is. And we didn't even reach the end of the month. I'm not even convinced we will still. My eyes widened, resting back in my chair. Do you know who's marked for death after all? I do. If you've been attentive enough, you should have an idea as well. Come on, Dave. All things considered, you should readily know without me needing to say. Bye. That's what he sounds like. The sound I made was was somewhere between in the realm of a rattled breath or a burp, having an idea, but I was scared of the implication. And the other person, if one of the people is the one you say is marked for death, why is there a second? If one of the people is the one you say is marked for death, okay, that's just strangely phrased, but I get it. Because I made a mistake, simple as that. A mistake that I intend on fixing, if not in this lifetime, then maybe another. I thought you said you didn't really believe in all that stuff. Oswin rose from his chair, sighing out. Oh, I'm shocked. I didn't. It's, well, I can't argue with evidence, and I can't explain how you divined the fates of your friends or Benson without it. I rose too, planting my hand on the table for support. This month is a pre-planned super thing that's super important, and something's going on that's supposed to happen, or something and something this month specifically, but you didn't think the vault worked? What the fuck is the plan then? What the fuck is the plan if you didn't know the vault worked in the first place? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I don't... How do you write this? Well, it didn't help me stop Sal a few days ago. It didn't stop that rabbit from attacking me and Tyson. Don't misunderstand. The vault wasn't the mistake, but a mistake was made all the same. Oh, you seem real certain for someone who didn't think the vault worked. Before you ask, no. I'm not going to tell you what that mistake was, as it doesn't have any bearing on keeping those alive. Still alive.
How the fuck would you know? You're not using the vault. You don't know.
You've never used the vault. You didn't think it worked, and how would you have that information? But also, why wouldn't you give it to me if you think the vault works? You might as well just give me all the information you can possibly have. It's supposed to help our chances, right?
Like, truly.
Why are we hiding information? It's like how he doesn't think, like he didn't think the vault works, but he's still hiding the identities of the two people, even though we're seemingly doomed. So he's just hiding it from us, the readers, not from Dave, who doesn't even have a use for that information. He's just withholding it from the audience of the game directly. Yeah.
The thing that's confusing to me is that he's sitting here being like, this doesn't have any pertinence on our mission, which, by the way, even a single tiny variable changing can branch off into a million different fractal dimensions and timelines. But nah, trust me, you don't need to hear about this. This won't help at all. It's like, what? How can you be saying that? How can that be a thing that you believe? I don't believe for a second that is true.
So that's it then? Indeed. I've told you, I hope this was enlightening.
Yeah.
What did he tell us?
Nothing.
Why do we keep having meetings with Oswin where he tells us stuff, but he doesn't? I made it with my siblings, and then I finished it later. The end. There's 2 people marked for death, is the most we got. Won't tell you who. I trust you've prepared yourself for your outing with Benson? You have a friend to save. Yeah, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Which is not at all. Is that so? Then perhaps you allow me to offer something that may come in handy. I call it a gun. You never know, after all. He placed something down onto the desk and slid it closer to me, and I reached down to pick it up. A hunting knife, wide and sharp, glinting in what little light was given to us by the candles.
Sure, a knife will help us with this. This will be super great.
Just in case. I don't want it to come to that. I want ice cream! You might not have a choice, Dave. Now come on. There's nothing left for either of us here. It'd be best for you to get something in you as far as food. I wasn't hungry, but at least I had a few more answers. Do you? The knife was heavy in my hand, and while I assumed it was meant to make me feel safer, I felt the opposite. Maybe it was because now having a weapon just made the danger real. Or that I was deciding to actually do something dangerous. It was giving me second thoughts, but I also didn't feel like I had a choice. Before long, we were down in the foyer, and for whatever reason, my eyes went to the back door, which is sometimes spelled backdoor as one word and sometimes as two words. Each step I took felt heavy until my hand was on the door, looking out at the woods and the darkness beyond. My heart beat heavy in my chest, skipping a beat when I saw movement, hoping it was Tyson. Tyson! Rushing over, I got close to the trees, stopping just shy of where I was when I ran into Benson. Are you there? The grip of the knife Oswin gave me loosened as I craned my neck for a better look. Parting through the trees was him, and I immediately took a few steps back. At the same time, I clutched that knife tight again and brought it in front of me while I trembled. Well then, finally caught back up. How do you run all the way to the woods towards a guy that looks nothing like Tyson? This place is huge. Where's Tyson? Huh? Who's Tyson? Oh, that dog. We'll get to him later. What'd you do to him? Where is he? Later. Later. For now, I've come to check out the place. You can't. I can't. Why is that? You think you're gonna stop me somehow? Well, gosh darn, Dave. You're gonna go breaking my heart talking like that. The moment I saw the knife, I backed right up. All the way to the back porch. Didn't you run to the woods? Step after step, the rabbit continued to approach, not breaking his casual stride. I don't understand the distance between the porch and the woods, I guess, because these photos make it look massive.
Yeah.
But then he stopped, and I covered my ears as a single gunshot rang out nearby. The knife flying out of his hand and embedding itself into the ground behind him, some ways away. Once again, Benson doesn't shoot the bad guy. Thanks. Oh, good. The butler is still here. That dog wasn't very helpful in figuring that out. Why is he so good at shooting things out of Jack's hand and nothing else? I think that's what he did when he first met Jack, and it's definitely what he did with the detonator, and now he did it again with his knife. Just fucking shoot Jack. He's just there.
He's supposed to be an assassin who's killed so many people and is so tired after all of this, but...
Yeah, he gets the drop on Jack constantly, but the only person he ever kills is Dom. Before he can be helpful, in Dom's case.
Yeah. It's just wild.
Is she unharmed?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter if he's unharmed? What are you talking
For
about?
now. Benson, he's alive.
Oh, he's talking about Dave. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, no, he's...
Or Tyson.
I think he's actually... Yeah, Tyson. Yeah. Wait. Where'd you take him? Oh, you know, somewhere safe. Might be willing to give you more info for the right price.
Sure, dude.
I'm not interested in your games, Rabbit.
Rabbit? It's Jack. No need to not be on a first-name basis now that I know both of yours.
Enough. What reason do we have to believe you're true to what you say?
Why, I'm glad you asked. Have anything that you want to say to your little dog of a boyfriend? Jack pulled out what seemed to be a walkie-talkie and pressed a button, holding it out into the space between where he and I stood. Well... That's Dom for sure.
Yeah, wake the fuck up.
There was a semi-muffled voice on the other end of the radio, then a few thuds. Huh? What? Tyson. That's Tyson. Jack pocketed the walkie-talkie, shrugging. It'd be a shame if anything happened to that guy, much as he managed to make a mess of things. But good news. Why don't we make a trade? For what?
Not really the plan. It's just, that's hard to accept. All right, whatever.
Dave, we both know what he's after.
Oh,
Yeah,
do
Dave.
you now? Well, that makes my job easier. And while I would have liked... Yeah. Well, I would have liked something a bit more exciting. I'm sure your dog friend wouldn't mind keeping things entertaining while you decide what you want to do. Wait. So, we have a deal. I give you back your friend. You give me what I'm after. What my boss is after. I turned to Benson quickly, hopeful that he'd just give the rabbit what he wanted. The longer he remained with that cold stare, the more my smile faded, and hope along with it.
No deal.
What? What did you say? I've got some big ears, so maybe I just misheard you.
No deal.
But Benson, he has Tyson.
I'm well aware of that, Dave.
Fine. Maybe I grabbed the wrong one after all. But I'm getting what my boss is after, one way or another.
I do not believe you are in a position to make such claims.
Ah, yes, of course. It's not as if I have leverage, do I? He snickered to himself while I ground my teeth in worry, turning to Benson, worried. I'm
make
worried,
this shit up.
so I turned to Benson, worried. Ah! It sounds like comedy writing at some point.
It
I tugged
does,
on his
yeah.
arm, pleading and worried. In my worried, I pleadedly worried. I'm worried, pleading worriedly. Ugh. Just give him the ball, please. Don't put it in a Pokeball and let him take it away. Come on, Benny boy, just give me the vault. Benson?
Given Tyson's absence, I imagine you have him holed up somewhere with whomever was on the other end of the radio.
Yeah, it's the implication. Not much to it there. Your point.
Then at the very least, I'm not making an exchange in the dark of night. If I decide to be so generous, then you shall see us in the morning.
Suits me fine. If I get bored, I'll just take it on the mutt. I rushed forward to grab him, but he leapt back and grabbed his knife mid-crouch. I said crotch. Careful now, Dave. You shouldn't be so feisty before bed. I growled, but with the distance he had quickly put between us, I backed off to stand beside Benson again, also because I'm an entirely non-threatening, non-violent character. Like he was gonna go after Jack? Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
The only
I
thing
don't know.
he's comfortable being physically threatening is a robot rat. Tell you what, maybe I'll see you tomorrow at the watermill. Maybe I won't. Either way, sweet dreams. I'll be sure to pass it along to your friend, too. Then as quickly as he disappeared, he made a showy wave to both of us before disappearing. Sorry, I didn't actually repeat the word, but I'm just primed at this point. Behind the tree is out of sight. Benson, Tyson, and...
Calm yourself, Dave.
Calm? Tyson's alive, but they've got him, and...
This is why I said you should prepare.
Be prepared.
This is why I said you should prepare. Get what sleep you can, Dave. We'll be heading out at dawn.
But what about Oswin?
Leave him to me. I'll think of something, although I'll likely be up most of the night figuring it out with him. Consider the downside to working for a man that wants his cake and eats it too.
I nodded slowly, messing with my hands while I looked out to the forest again. Tyson was alive. That was the victory.
Yeah.
But worry had killed my appetite, which I never had in the first place. I never have been hungry in the entire video game, basically. You can't trick me. Benson said he'd tell the others what had happened, and I headed to my room. A hot shower later, and I felt more relaxed, but no less worried. Come on. Pick up. Please. I shook my phone. Even with the reception out, I wanted to try. But all I kept getting was the voiceover that said no connection could be established. Pulling the phone away, I looked about the room Tyson had been staying in. His scent was everywhere, and it funnily reminded me of home. Without him around, it felt strange. Why funnily? Why funnily? That sentence just...
funny.
Without that sentence,
funny.
it's just like, his scent was everywhere, and it reminded me of home. Why funnily? Why? Stop saying funnily now. You're just slipping into sentences and it makes the sentence worse. Like when Dad died, it made me uncomfortable in a way that I couldn't place. Not out of sadness or loneliness, although both had their part. I was like, what do you mean not out of sadness? Maybe it was partially because I knew Tyson was alive? I'd been to Dean's room and Roswell's already, but with them definitely done. Done? Dead? Maybe it was easier to just be angry at them being gone. What a weird sentence. I've been angry at Sal already, but now I could be angry at Jack. I could be angry at this vacation, at the bus that brought us here, at everything that had gone wrong. So I returned to my room to sleep. Not that I slept well, but I did so with my flashlight in hand, resolved that I wouldn't lose anyone else I loved, not if I could help it. Time to lose more people, haha. I couldn't sleep. Exhaustion had caught up to me originally, but I lay there most of the night on my back, staring at the ceiling. In the dark, my fingers flexed around my flashlight, needing it as my mind raced as to what was happening somewhere in the woods. Part of me kept an ear out for any sound that indicated that something was wrong, that something had happened, but instead it was still as ever. I wasn't sure what was worse. When dawn came, I sat up. My head was hurting and my throat was dry. The pit in my stomach made me ill, and as I struggled to my feet, I sluggishly went to freshen up, only to find myself hacking and gauging, bringing out what was left in my system. Gagging. I love hacking and gagging. I felt gross, weak, but I made my way down to the ground floor all the same. Oh. Benson. Hey.
Morning.
It's morning, yeah.
There was a stiffness to him that I hadn't seen before, or maybe I just hadn't noticed. He seems like the stiffest possible character. He's the
Literally,
butler.
it's part of
He's
his
the
character.
butler. Look at his standing pose.
Yeah.
You don't look well. Is there anything I can get you?
Tyson. Get me Tyson.
Yes, well, that's something we're to do today, isn't it?
You know, on our to-do list. We'll get between other tasks like vacuuming. I nodded, stumbling towards the dining room. Ugh.
Well, in any case, go take a seat and I'll bring you something to right your stomach.
How do you know I was sick?
I felt that way on my first assignment, and you look the spitting image of such.
Once I was seated, Benson wandered off and brought me some tea. I turned my nose up at it, but along with a few slices of bread, it was something I knew wouldn't make my stomach churn further. Ew, tea. Morning.
Oswin, leave the boy alone.
Fuck, I just said hi.
Yeah.
Fine, but I can't say I'm overly fond of you going to the woods, Benson.
Come now. It's not the first time, and it's hardly anything new to deal with.
We've also never had ourselves trapped on this mountain.
Indeed. Still, have you given thought to what I proposed?
I looked between the two of them, watching as Oswin pulled out something bundled up in cloth and passed it over to Benson. He'd want it this way, I believe. It's not as if it's much use to us at the moment anyway.
Hopefully it's enough to satiate those in the woods enough to retrieve Tyson.
It'll help us get Tyson? What is it?
My attempt at a ruse, my boy.
He just grabbed some random fancy-looking gadget that's garbage and just like, this is the remote for the vault.
Yes.
You idiot.
It's an old Roku remote.
I'm not sure if it will even work, but it's something at least. So it's a weapon?
No, something a lot different to a weapon, although I'm hardly going to let you go into the woods unarmed.
No need. I armed the boy yesterday.
With what, may I ask?
My knife. It's better used in his hands than on my desk. A gun is out of the question. Given he's shaking so much, you're likely to get shot in the back accidentally. Y'all motherfuckers have a taser? A thing that a person can use instead of a weapon that you need to be trained? Like, I don't think most people are ready to actually fight with a knife.
No.
In self-defense. It's not like, tag, you're it, I won. The knife got you, fight's over.
A smart move. Where's the knife now?
This is how I know Benson's not an assassin, because he's like, oh, great idea. You got this child a knife. Now he's safe. He'll do great with a knife. Upstairs? Then it'd be best to go retrieve it before you head out. You are still intending on heading in, yes? I nodded slowly, clutching the knife offered to me and holding it to my chest. What? Didn't he just say it's upstairs? Just now?
Yeah. Literally.
Where is the knife now? Upstairs. Then he's clutching it to his chest.
Did he offer another knife to him? Is that what's
I
happening?
don't think so. I think he just doesn't read his scripts ever.
That's bananas.
The
What?
The basic continuity of scenes just doesn't work, and none of the audience cares enough to point it out, or he doesn't care enough to correct it when it is pointed out. Like, some level of just no one's paying attention to this story because it's just so much text that no one can actually, everyone's just, even its fans' eyes glaze over, and then they just write fan fiction about the hypothetical characters they imagine were in it or something. Like, I can't believe how many weird mistakes there are.
Yeah.
Having it made me feel a little stronger. Or maybe it just made me feel less vulnerable. Benson, I have a request.
This is like there's just a very distressing amount of just like massive continuity errors that is just like hard to swallow. It's like really hard to get over that. That bugs me a lot.
Also, just the idea of storytelling is just like, talking to Oz, very little information is gleaned, except for the fact that there's 2 people marked for death or something. Here's a knife.
Yeah.
Next scene. We're now talking about the knife again. Like, okay, we covered the knife. Why is there another scene talking about the knife? Like, and that's just half the game, is just, what if we keep talking about the thing that was already established, but while adding nothing to it? Like, that, the fact that the knife was brought up, my storytelling instinct just immediately is like, what? Mr. Oz, you gave this child a knife? He's not trained in combat. You give children tasers. Like, I'm expecting he's supposed to correct Oz because he's the one that actually knows about, like, because I assume he's Snake, basically. Like, he's some sort of trained dude what has, like, done a Metal Gear Solid 3 or something. Like, so he's got to know better than Oz, and Oz has to be wrong. That's just how that kind of story goes. But no, he's just like, oh, very well. Good job, Mr. Oz. A knife, yes. just some knife you had. Dave will be great now. And so the scene doesn't accomplish anything, because we're not supposed to think that Oz is smart about combat. So that's not what they're going for. But Benson doesn't characterize Benson as knowing better. And we're just saying, like, oh yes, the knife. Let's talk about the knife again. Like, yeah, I know, we covered it. Stop writing about the knife. Let's do the mission. Stop talking about the mission that's going to happen if you're not going to actually say anything about the mission. Just do it.
It's exceptional. Flawless, actually.
Knife.
A request?
I want lobster for dinner.
Oswin, I hardly think.
Everyone's so quirky. Please. I want you to make lobster for dinner, Benson. Benson felt silent.
They were talking about how they didn't have enough food in the B timeline, and yet Oswin had fucking lobster on deck?
Yeah. Or it's code? I don't know.
Yeah, might be code.
Benson fell silent, glancing at me quickly before looking back to Oswin. There was something about Oswin's tone that made me feel like the exchange was off, as if we were speaking in some kind of code, but I couldn't figure it out. Thanks for explaining that. But like in the way we're meant to believe that even though Dave thought it, he magically doesn't understand that that's what's happening. So Dave is going to be oblivious to the obvious code despite telling us to our face that he's speaking in code, even though the exchange was more than enough for me to derive that he was speaking in code.
Very well, lobster it is.
Good. The word was barely finished before he seemed in a hurry to go somewhere, exiting through the kitchen.
Lobster. Well, something to handle later, no doubt.
Why?
Best not worry about it, my boy. Once you've gathered yourself, meet me outside.
Okay. He briskly walked away after a curt nod and left me to my food. I forced down another couple of bites, but anything more than that made me feel sick. The idea that Dave was in the middle of eating dinner or breakfast and then just clutched a knife to his chest to feel safe is quite a visual. Even though he shouldn't have it. When I was ready, I wandered outside to meet up with Benson, clutching the knife tight, which I had all along, just by saying it was upstairs. Why? It's just that line's just wrong. Just don't say it's upstairs. Stepping out into the morning air had an unpleasant crispness to it that bit at my skin. Maybe it was due to being sensitive to everything going on, but sure enough, Benson was there, standing alongside Oswin. Maybe it was so like, it's cold. Maybe it's because I'm sensitive, but sure enough, Benson's there. But implies a specific relationship between two clauses that is not just you stringing two random thoughts together that are unrelated, but saying "but" in the middle and making it one sentence for no reason. You've got everything you need?
No matter how many times you ask, sir, the answer is still yes.
Oswin grunted, looking towards me and turning back to Benson. Well, remember, lobster for dinner. With another nod,
It's
he wandered back
code.
inside, leaving the two of us alone.
All right, shall we get going?
Yeah, okay.
Stick close to me, Dave. More importantly, keep your wits about you.
Uh-huh. Can we get to the scene now? It's gonna be fine, right? You heard Tyson get stabbed. He frowned, hesitating.
I hope so.
We set off, my heart sinking further, clutching the knife to my chest. Each step towards the tree line, which is supposed to be one word, I think, was shaky and uncertain, but I kept pace. As we crossed the threshold into the forest proper, my breath caught in my chest. It was somehow darker than I thought it'd be, but I kept my eyes on Benson's back as I followed. You've been here before. It was cold, dark, mostly uninviting. Everything that I had assumed about the woods was being challenged as we started to make our way through. You've been here.
Correct.
You've been to the woods. What? We made no sound. Instead, just pressing on, and famously, you can be silent in the woods. Instead of just pressing on in a direction that Benson seemingly had picked. He was alert, constantly looking around, and had his gun at the ready. At some point, I pulled the knife out of its sheath and held it tight with both hands. Clearly not how I was meant to use it, but it was also meant for someone much larger than me to begin with.
Hold on, Dave.
I just don't think I can reconcile that this is supposed to be the same river as the other shot of the river, which has like wild ferns and like looks like a almost tropical like island location, and this is like
Yeah.
here. I've been to this river. Like I've been here.
Yeah.
Okay. Benson sat down, catching his breath and looking about the trees.
I just have to gather myself.
How do you write that? Also, did you say it? I didn't hear the second sentence.
Oh, I did. Sorry.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Been a while. Yeah.
How do you say it's been a while when you were here yesterday?
Hey,
Why
man, that's what I'm wondering.
Why are both characters saying stuff that indicates they weren't in the woods yesterday? Because I have to gather myself, it's been a while. I don't know, I could be wrong, but it doesn't sound like he's navigating. It sounds like he's just tired. and I'm like, it's been a while since you've been in the woods yesterday? Since you went on a walk? And then
Sit, my boy.
And then Dave asked that question, like he also doesn't know Benson was in the woods yesterday. Do you think we're close?
Almost certainly. The rabbit mentioned the water mill. So all we do is follow the river from here until we get there.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
How long do you think we've been walking for?
I honestly haven't been keeping track. How? How do you notice that?
That's what I was just thinking.
I've noticed. But it's been a couple hours already. The issue becomes transporting Tyson back with us.
That was a strange thought chain, but how do you notice that somebody isn't keeping track of how much time has passed? I have no idea how you, like, I can tell you're not currently thinking about how long you've been walking. I'll carry him if I need to.
It may come to that.
Finally, taking a seat down on the ground, I flinched and reached underneath me to see what I'd sat on. This...
What is it?
A bottle, I think.
This thing again.
Uh-huh. They're so good at always stopping at this exact spot on the bank, despite it being the woods. Do you recognize it?
It's one of Oswin's.
How can you tell that from so far away?
I don't know, Dave. He's the only scientist within 100 miles. I'm not an idiot. Thank you. That's a complicated question.
Complicated how? It's almost like you knew it'd be out here. Unless there's something unique about the bottle but it just looks normal to me.
A label itself. The label itself is enough of a giveaway, but no, I didn't know it'd be out here, although I did assume it to be one that was removed from his lab.
Because you're the one that took it?
Dave, how dumb are you? Good question. Just terrible, awful question.
Well, no, but I may as well have.
What does that mean?
Another sudden snap from nearby made us freeze and look around, Benson's face going stern as he rose back to his feet.
Come, we're going to follow the river up to the mill. The sooner we conclude our business here, the better.
We're just gonna ignore the snap?
It seems like it.
Yeah, without another word, he got up and led the way forward up the river. I took one last look at what I had found and left it there. It wasn't going to help us now anyway. Didn't even read it in this timeline. As the mill came into view, I stopped, looking at the structure ahead of us.
It's actually like deeply comedic and tragic that
remember
just
this
happened.
stupid bottle that we never answered the question of? Lol. I didn't pay enough attention to make this a plot point that comes up later in any reasonable sense, because Dave just forgets about it in the timeline where he does think about it. But I did pay enough attention to have him find it in other timelines, because that's what continuity means. Never mind the fact that Dave found that river by wandering in a random direction because he was suicidal and then ended up following the river, and here he was following Benson, which was two completely different contexts of navigating through the woods that presumably don't even have a path. Making it's like the opposite of continuity. It's actively nonsensical that they happen to stop at the exact same spot and he encountered the exact same bottle, because that's the specific location that they stop at the river to then navigate the other direction. Like that's actually not what would happen. It actually makes the world more nonsensical to make that coincidence happen. Especially if you're not going to do anything with it. As the mill came into view, I stopped, looking at the structure ahead of us. Old and abandoned, but there was something in the air that I could smell. Something foul, but I couldn't quite place it.
Stay here.
Benson gestured to a spot of the ground, continued forward without me, looking around with his gun at the ready. Standing there, just waiting, watching, made me uneasy. Even with the knife, I was scared. My fur was standing on end, and I barely breathed in. I barely breathed in case some sound in case I missed some sound that'd give away something approaching. A few minutes later, and Benson made his way back over, looking somewhat perturbed.
Even for a trap, I don't like how this feels.
It's a trap?
Of course it was. At least, they weren't planning on making this exchange without some level of cunning.
Why didn't you even try to make it happen on your own turf? Why here? But then, where's Tyson? I hate this line.
Presumably inside somewhere, if not somewhere else entirely.
Where's
What
Tyson?
the fuck?
He's either there or he's somewhere.
He is somewhere on the planet.
Yep. Just sentences that mean nothing. And then those back at the mansion? They're presumably at the mansion or not in the mansion, Dave. What the fuck is this
That
question?
is bananas. Actually, that is wild. I can't believe that he just said that.
What about the people at the mansion? I don't know, man. We're doing this now. What the fuck are you asking that question for?
I need to live. I have a life. This is brutal.
We need to kill it to death.
I know we do. I know we need to kill it, and we will kill it.
We're going through trauma together, and that's bad because that means we're gonna. Wait, are we gonna unlock a timeline where we reset the vault and have never played password?
God, please,
Whoa.
if only.
Benson seemed to consider the idea before shaking his head.
Safe.
I just realized how close my Optimus voice, or my Benson voice is to Optimus Prime.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like the same register.
Autobots assemble.
I'm getting closer. I'm getting close to that.
Autobots assemble.
I'm talking like old school, like Toonami bumper. That's what it is. The Toonami bumper voice. Way back in the day. I got it. All right. Hey, not bad. Anyway,
That was
you
annoying.
gotta find joy in some place in your life, or else it'll just be a disaster.
Uh-huh. What about the people of the mansion? Okay. If Tyson was somewhere nearby, I should be able to figure that out, right? I should try calling out. I could try to smell him. Maybe I could wander on inside and see for myself.
What are you planning?
Clutching the knife tightly, I breathed in deep as I closed my eyes. Tyson. Where was Tyson? I knew what he smelled like. It was just a matter of picking him out from all the other scents of nature. I just had to find something that didn't belong, something familiar. I have to open up Louis's drawer in my smell cabinet so I can find where Riz has taken him. Anyway, sorry, that wasn't Riz. That wasn't Louis. That was Pina.
Pina?
Yeah. That's when I caught a whiff of it, and my eyes flew open in alarm. Blood! I smell blood! I rushed forward without thinking. All I was doing was following. Oh, please die, please die, please die, please die. All I was doing was following my nose, fueled by wanting to see Tyson again. The scent of blood made me worry, but I felt a chill down my spine the moment I saw a flash of white appear in the entry to the mill. Oh, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Tyson? No. Jack. Your dog friend is inside. Did Benson not go inside when he looked around? I thought he did.
I don't know. I guess not. I think it's extraordinarily funny that they truly were just using the watermill, the place where Dave found them the very first time he encountered them, as their hideout.
Yeah.
And then we spent fucking 20 days just not investigating them.
They just also have a shack for some purpose.
But it also wasn't that far from here.
The difference between the shack and the watermill is not clear of which one they use for what, besides the fact that the watermill's their secret passage. As I went to move forward, Jack pulled a knife on me and I backed up, almost bumping into Benson on my retreat.
Sorry, I'm chewing my food.
You damn naive hyena.
That just sounds mean when you put it that way. I knew we could make grabbing the dog work. Now, if you want to just hand over that thing you've got there, we can call this little trade of ours done. Benson threw the parcel on the ground in front of him, keeping his gun pointed towards Jack. Well, that's not very useful. How do I know if you've brought the right thing? How's about you open it up for us? He was looking right at me when he said that, gesturing towards the bundle on the ground. Go on. Open it. Oh.
Nope, that's Benson.
Yep.
Go on, open it.
I hope it comedically explodes.
How about you open it? No, you open it. No, you open it. No, you open it. Kneeling down, I peeled back the Oh, they were both talking to Dave. That was not clear to me. Kneeling down, I peeled back the fabric, flinching upon seeing what was inside. It was a rat. Dark fur, and a thick metal collar around its neck. It's fucking Thanatos? That's kind
Dear
of a
Lord,
reveal,
that almost made me
honestly.
choke on my food.
You were not ready for that.
Not
Fucking-
ready for that to
the
be this
fucking
plot.
rat to show up again. It's a
Fuck.
trap. Thanatos is going to use the speaker thing to stun everybody. That's why he's talking about transporting Tyson on the way back. The main thing I noted was the large cut up its torso that looked freshly sewn together. Well, what do you know? It's the little guy. Jack knows about Thanatos? You know this rat?
They have been introduced before, yes.
I thought Thanatos was supposed to be hiding, generally. I stood, holding the still rat, and Jack snatched him away, ruthlessly tearing him open and digging around inside before pulling something out. Damn! Good. It's here. Well, don't need the rest now, do we? The rest he threw off to the side, clearly not interested in the rat itself. And Tyson? Oh, you really want your friend, huh? Well, I suppose we can finish up here and go see him. What do you mean? A loud bang echoed around us, and suddenly Benson was on the ground. He was gasping for air, blood seeping through his shirt and waistcoat from the hole now in his chest. And there's business done. And Dom is here.
Yep.
Jack put an arm around my shoulder, lazily leaning forward while Benson struggled for air, desperately trying to tighten his grip around his gun enough to lift it to the point at the rabbit. Man, he's such a trained assassin. Real man of mystery.
It's incredible how
He's the most
how
killable
Benson-
character in the entire game.
Yeah.
And he never
Benson
does
also,
much.
well, even more than the most killable character in the game, he has so many opportunities to kill these fuckers.
Yeah.
So many. Like, it is
He just keeps
absurd.
not doing it.
And he just doesn't. Yeah, exactly. He's just not fucking doing it.
Yeah. He never shoots Jack. He keeps shooting devices out of Jack's hand. Apparently they actually did bring a device that they do want or something. Because he knew what to look for or something in the side Thanatos, which is weird. But also, like, the only guys he only ever kills characters. Like, he only kills members of the main group, and then that makes the story worse, basically. I guess he killed Dom, but that made it worse too. Dom was there to strike a deal, and he shot Dom. Like, well, that actively doomed us. And then he shot Tyson, who was, as far as I think if I remember correctly from the scene, it seemed like he wasn't going to attack Dave at that point.
Yeah.
So just like increasingly, he just shoots the wrong people, and he never shoots Jack, who's just a guy with a gun, a guy with a knife, up to including Jack killing him with said knife because he still didn't shoot him. Jack put an arm
it's a
around my
lot.
shoulder, lazily leaning forward while Benson struggled for air, desperately trying to tighten his grip around his gun enough to lift it to point at the rat. You don't know how much of a relief it is knowing the butler's out of the way. Very dangerous, I'll have you know. But now he's out of the picture, well... Another gunshot, and Benson fell still, the ringing in my ears muffling what Jack was saying as he pulled me inside the mill. It was dusty, and the smell of blood was stronger inside. Jack was still yammering away about something, but I was distracted by the feel of something wet on my fur. Blood. Likely from Benson, but I was still shell-shocked from watching him die right in front of me. Even with the knife still in my hands, I was too scared to bring myself to do anything. Here we go. One dog, all for you to take. But where is he? Just over there, see for yourself. He patted me on the back in the direction of a conveyor belt where the scent of blood was strongest. As I approached, my blood ran cold upon seeing Tyson slumped there. Dead. Even when I wandered forward, hoping that he was just going to suddenly move and scare me, but his body was enough of a mess that I knew it wasn't going to happen. Fur mostly stained red, deep cuts everywhere along the exposed parts of his body. He was barely recognizable, except for when I instantly recognized
We're so shocked by all of this. Every development here has been just a real stunner today.
It's over. He's gonna die. We're free, right?
Jack, you not having your phone?
Yep. Trade all done. So, we're good to go check in with the boss now. Just need to ditch the hyena first. You're gonna... The bear gestured at me with the gun and a wicked smile on his face.
Only.
No! Shoot him! Please!
Get going, kid.
Free us from this fucking
Imagine
plot cul-de-sac.
just just stop for 2 seconds and just imagine how smart and twisty this narrative is. They're letting Dave survive for plot reasons because they're great, accomplished criminals
It's not even good
who know
plot
to
reasons. This is a bad end.
leave people alive who have seen their face and have proof of them committing crimes.
Between this and B, it's just like a misunderstanding of what like a bad end is.
Yeah, profoundly. It's terrible.
It's just a big meandering narrative of a bunch of shit happening, unrelated to the choice, where it just kind of spirals and spirals with unnecessary levels of complexity, and it just goes on for hours and hours and hours. I can't believe how long Path C is, because like,
Yeah.
why? What's being accomplished here? We're not
Nothing.
learning things that are separate from what you learn in the other routes. We already, like, Jack and Dom are just around, so we're going to learn about them the same way-ish in the future, just without them killing us and everybody. There's like, if you're having a thriller or a death game or a horror game, there's some fun in, like, killing off your characters in bad ends and then being like, whoopsie doodle, haha, don't do that one. But, like, you do that in, like, 1,000 words. You don't just go on for, like, months of updates continuing the dead-end storyline for no reason, for no purpose. And also, like, even in the Zero Escape terms, like, the whole point is to end with one new piece of information that lets you then go back and undo the mistake and also build a larger series of mystery things that all culminate in you understanding everything. But not only does each ending not actually end with, like, a big revelation the way Zero Escape does, I'll remind you, the password is surfaced before this route starts. So we don't need to learn the password either. But also that'd be a that'd only be a self-perpetuating thing. We're just the
I didn't even think about that.
You forgot this is the massacre route, so we knew the password already. So there was just
I didn't even once consider
it's like a werewolf,
that.
but much worse than werewolf. Like, this is much worse than werewolf was.
Oh no,
this
that's
is a
not
huge,
good.
This is a huge pointless, and like first of like, it wouldn't justify it entirely anyway. If it did, it would just finally die. You just finally get a bad end, then it's like, okay, here you go. There's the password. Go undo it now, because that's just a loop. It's like a Ouroboros of a dumbass plot cul-de-sac that goes nowhere and then deletes itself from existence, so you can go back to the main story. But like, they just don't understand to like have revelations and add depth to the story via this chance to experience a different timeline and do things Dave doesn't do in the main timeline, because all it amounts to is some people die in a different configuration and a very long introduction to Dom and Jack happens. It's you get to see Dom 6 days early, I guess, which I guess if you're playing this game as it's coming out and it's all releasing chronologically, then that might be exciting, like, who's this bear? But it doesn't function as a story that you play as a product that's out now. So teasing us with Dom is pointless. Like, half the time you will have already met Dom multiple times, so who cares? We've reached 2 graves at the end of the game already. I'm so mad.
Man, that's really distressing.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about that.
You forgot about how we already know the password, so this is massively pointless. None of this amounts to anything. We're not learning anything about password for hours and hours and hours.
God, how
the closest
bad.
we got is because we already knew that they built it together too. So the closest we got is 2 people are marked for death. I guess that's technically new. Mainly because the marked for death plotline or comment or quote is almost never repeated, so I forget it exists, and it's supposed to be the plot or something.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because they'll talk about a plan they're never going to do for 48 hours straight, but they'll talk about marked for death and what that means. Why would anyone in a fucking narrative like take time to question what a prophecy means?
Oh my god.
Go.
Wow, that took the wind out of my sails
Oh,
real bad.
Oh no, were you living entirely based on having forgotten that this is the massacre route?
I was truly like,
I
at
literally
least
typed in
we'll
the
fucking
ending
get
before we
something.
started, then hit back and like, okay, let's see
I know,
what the
I
ending
know you
is.
did.
And then it said, then it switched to C, and you were like, uh oh. Like, no, it's a letter. It's not just a bad ending. It's the third letter too. That means it's big. That's what that implies to me.
Fuck.
And it's like, what is it accomplishing narratively? It's just
I was
fucking
so
going.
under the impression, like literally this whole time I've just been telling myself, like, all right, at least when we get to the end of this, we'll get another password or we'll get something, and like we can just avoid it. We can just avoid the problem, and it's fine.
This is all just because Sal sleepwalks, which we've already fixed before in the Sal route, but now we're gonna fix it differently in the massacre route. But the differently is just typing massacre, which we learned in the Sal route when it couldn't happen. For some reason, you can learn the massacre password in the timeline where it can't happen anyway. Why? Why do they telegraph the massacre password if it doesn't exist? I don't understand.
Fuck, man.
I'm Dave now.
Just losing it. I just don't. No, this hurts. This is real rough. Oh my fucking god.
If you're following the narrative arc here, we're like 8 hours into password today, and I just crushed Toaster's spirit about what we did all day. I just made him realize what our entire Sunday has been from front to back. Is just this massive fucking cul-de-sac that's pointless.
Oh, fucking A, man.
And it's edging again. It's the fucking edging problem where we're like, it's a bad end, right? Like, how long could it be? He can't just keep going forever, right? This bad end has to become a bad end, like, next scene, right? It's gonna go bad when he kills everyone. Okay, he killed everyone. Okay, it's gonna go bad when he commits suicide. Like, that's enough. That's traumatic enough that would cause you to, like, make a password, right? Okay, no, it's bad enough when they go into the woods and Jack attacks them and kills Tyson? No? Okay. And it just keeps going. And it just keeps going. And you're like, how is it still going? Like, we already know it's the bad end. What's the point? What's the point of making it go on for this long? Go where? Back to the mansion you crawled from for the 17th time? We don't need you anymore. And for some reason, we let you live. You're not going to kill me? Not yet. Maybe. Whatever that word means. Well, but why don't you go run along and let whoever else is there know that we're coming? You helped us out, so why not throw you a bone?
What?
Uh-huh.
What is happening?
Uh-huh.
What is going on?
Uh-huh.
Oh. I am truly... I am so truly going to actually lose my fucking mind.
Y'all really right just to right, huh?
Oh, man. It's so hard to accept. It is so hard to accept this.
I feel like I'm currently starring in that podcast where they watch Paul Blart Mall Cop over and over again, and then they record another podcast about the experience of having watched Paul Blart again, and that's the whole podcast every time. I've never listened to it, but that feels like the vibe.
Yeah.
It's like it had A+ title, Till Death Do Us Blart.
Yeah. Oh man.
Real good.
A McElroy Brothers reference in 2024.
Is that a McElroy podcast?
Yeah, that's the McElroy.
I didn't even know
Brothers
that.
podcast, I think.
Did you say 2021?
I said 2024.
Am I losing my mind?
Regardless, I am.
Uh-huh.
I'm just having a rough go of it. All right, it's just a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Now scram.
Staring down the barrel.
It's
I've never listened to any McElroy podcast. I've seen some random animated clips that people make. Those are always fun.
I've listened to almost every single episode of My Brother and Me up to 2022.
Wow.
And then I just kind of stopped because I forgot to keep going. But
people like their first tabletop RPG campaign or something, but I've never sat through anyone's actual play. They're so long.
The very first season of the Adventure Zone is extremely good.
I looked back at what was left of Tyson and fled. I did buy the comic book collection of the Adventure Zone. So
that's also really good.
I should read it at some point. It's like a box set. It was like an impulse buy and like 2 years ago, and now it's like on my bottom shelf, and I forgot it was there next to my Calvin and Hobbes collection. I looked back to what was left of Tyson and fled. It was like I was on autopilot, running through the woods, hoping I was even going in the right direction. The knife I dropped at some point, and hadn't realized it until I almost tripped and feared I'd accidentally stab myself. Those back at the mansion were still in danger, and despite the tears flowing down my cheeks, I had to warn them. As the mansion came into view, I saw Oswin standing by the back door, looking out into the forest. The moment we locked eyes, he marched forward, shoulders tense, and stopping shy of me, before turning his attention to the woods. "You're back." I was out of breath, having run so far. My face was still damp, and my chest was on fire. "Where's Benson?" He grabbed me roughly, shaking me. "What did you do? What happened?" I fumbled over my words, a pitiful whine coming out of my mouth, the moment I remembered what happened to Benson right next to me.
Remembered?
Yeah.
The thing that happened to you 2 seconds ago?
Yeah,
What?
I guess just because he thought about it, I guess, again. Then seeing Tyson underneath the mill. "Tell me, where is Benson? Where is my..." He had his snout pressed right up against my nose, glowering into my eyes, but the moment I broke eye contact, he dropped me to the ground. "You. This was your fault, wasn't it?" We did the plan, and then he got shot, because his plan was bad. Trained assassin, everybody. Shuffling around me and heading just inside the tree line, I could hear him bellowing into the woods. "Theodore? Say something. Anything.
Theodore?
Please!" One italicized exclamation point, but not the other one. I guess his name's Theodore Benson. Why is Route C the
what?
learn everyone's names route?
What? His name is Theodore?
I thought Benson was his name, like his first name.
I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna actually go crazy.
Why is Route C of all things the learn everybody's full names route? Is that what
For
he
real?
thought was Revelations meant? What's Sal's name again?
Sal Warden.
Sal
why
Warden.
are we?
Theodore Benson.
I can't.
Why do we keep learning names?
Oh my god.
Anyway, I'm on my 4th beer now, so fucking get ready for that, everybody. That's where we are. I think we started 10 or 11 a.m. and it's now 11 p.m.
Yeah.
There was like a 2-hour break at one point when we thought we were stopping, but then Final Fantasy XIV got canceled, and we were like, cool. Yeah, that's the one thing you got to do today.
The one thing I got to do today was I got to take a bath.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst thing that has ever happened to me, so I can't. No hate. The bath was good.
Yeah. Given that, password's the second best thing that happened to you today. Because it's the only other thing.
Slow down, buddy. Don't go too quick.
I picked myself up and wiped my face. He knew without me needing to say anything. He knew that Benson wasn't coming home. Come here, boy. But Benson wasn't the only one. Tyson wasn't coming back either. And in a daze, I followed Oswin back inside, keeping my distance as we both seemed to head back inside automatically. Sometimes it feels like the only thing he knows how to say is just like, This person's dead. This person's dead. This person's dead. Just repeat that Tyson's dead more. That'll get us another sentence. It's just... There's ways of grappling with grief in a narrative, but it's more than just saying it over and over again.
Yeah.
Once we were inside, Oswin just continued from there into the kitchen in a daze. But did I just... I'm in a daze, he's in a daze, just keep saying that. You're back!
But no Benson.
Don't you mean Theodore? Or Tyson? My eyes went to the floor, keeping quiet. It didn't feel real, but the smell of blood was still in my nose, even after running through fresh mountain air. Not even Sunny D can fix this. After a hiccup, tears started to run down my face. I was tired. I was too late to save Tyson. There was no on time to save Tyson. You were too late to save Tyson the moment you abandoned him to die instead of helping him 2-on-1 against the guy that was stabbing him.
Yeah.
You left him to die and heard him to get stabbed. I'd gotten Benson killed. In that you went with Tyson, I guess, but that was Benson's plan, and he's the adult in the room. He's the oldest character.
No, yeah,
and he's a trained
Benson
assassin.
being the worst assassin in the history of assassins is what got Benson killed. That's not
Benson
on Dave.
didn't account for the other guy we knew was there being there and shooting him, because why wouldn't he just shoot him? The thing that Benson constantly refuses to do himself. Like, the bad guys will just shoot Benson. Why won't Benson just shoot the bad guys?
Yeah, very unclear.
I'd gotten Benson killed, and the guilt was starting to get to me.
I got nothing, man. Hey, it'll be all right. We can do something, right? Hey.
Is that rubble still seeming impassable, y'all? As these stakes be raising? Still can't get over some rocks? Is that still too scary? I think Tyson was, I was gonna say degloved, but I think he was fursuited. I think he's a fursuit and he's a body separately now. So maybe climb the rocks, you fucks. Jesus Christ. They're all dead. If only I could have used the vault. Then everyone would still be... How else would we prevent this massacre?
Is that what you're sticking on, Dave? That's what you're sticking on.
It's because
that's the thing that
it's because the route, I think, it might finally be ending, and now Dave has to remind us that there's a password. Okay. You can't be thinking like that.
Okay. Sure. At least not now. We need to figure out what our next move is.
I need water.
I don't know. Something about that just kind of struck me as funny.
I mean, it's like, I want ice cream, but I mean, like,
Exactly.
I get it. He ran through the woods. Give the boy some water, but this next sentence is just the worst. Go tell Oswin we're gonna prepare finally instead of doing nothing for the last few days. Cool.
Go tell Oswin that we'll prepare ourselves for the worst. Maybe we can find weapons or something in case we need to defend ourselves.
In case.
You mean that thing that we had a conversation with Oswin and Benson about 5 minutes ago, and they gave me a knife?
Which was a Schrodinger's knife that was both upstairs and in my hands at the same time.
It's just so hard to accept.
I wandered through the dining room into the kitchen, looking to grab a glass of water. But what I found, though... By the way, if it's a lot of work to proofread a story that you've written that's this long, cut it.
Don't write a story this long.
Yeah. This is a self-inflicted problem. It's like, oh, it's too much stuff to proofread, that's why it's full of mistakes. Shorten it. Why is it so fucking long? It's not accomplishing anything with this length. Just like penis joke. Anyway, Oswin looked up at me as I entered. There was something in his eyes. How his gaze seemed far off, as if I wasn't even there. Almost like I previously described him as being in a daze, but I forgot, and now I'm reconstructing that concept with my brain from scratch. It's a subsistence run. Every scene is a subsistence run where I have to recreate basic adjectives that I've already used. But when he had in his hand a bottle of something, if I had to guess, something alcoholic, I must have been staring for too long, because Oswin's tone was sharper than I expected when he spoke. What? Nothing. He grunted, turning from the kitchen and leaving through the side entrance. I could hear him stumbling away, stopping, then the sound of something strange before hearing him stumble away. I was shaking, bracing myself on the sink and turning the tap to let the water start to run. Not bothering to grab a cup, I just leaned forward and drank from the flowing water, taking in big gulps. With the water still running, I collapsed to my knees and rested my head against the cabinet and wailing softly. There you go. It's one of those typos you're supposed to catch. It almost felt too surreal. With so much death happening right in front of me. Stop calling death surreal and then saying it hasn't hit you yet and it just doesn't feel real. Like it's surreal. Like over and over and just no further exploration of grief. Just whoa. It's like it doesn't feel real. It hasn't hit me yet. Just over. Same thing over and over again. One would have been bad enough, but multiple? Wow, yeah, that is what happened, Dave. That's what the story is. My heart was starting to feel overwhelmed with how much grief was piling on. Cool, thanks for describing the concept of mourning and grief by stating it's happening over and over again. And that's all you write, over every time. Just, man, I feel bad. Dang. I stayed like that for a few minutes, trying to find the strength within me to stand. Pulling myself back up, I braced myself up on the sink and breathed out.
Oh.
The sadness was there, and I could feel it, because that's what you feel when you're sad. Lingering, smothered by the fear and worry about what was about to happen to the rest of us. Looking back at the way Oswin went, I wandered over to see how he was coping. What greeted me was a hole in the wall, a corridor into pitch black that seemed to slope downwards very slowly. I found myself traveling through the corridor, my nose clogged anew with fresh dust as I made my way towards a dim glow coming from a room somewhere off to the side. Secret passage! But he won't remember this because that's not how passwords work, so it's not helping him. Oh. Oswin looked up at me as I entered, currently sitting at a desk in the corner. It's your lab. I was gonna say new secret passage, but I think this is the secret passage that Benson used that one time. He was like, let's go talk to the rat. Ew, I hate this guy. Why did we come here? Let's leave.
Yeah,
which was
I think so too.
A classic bad writing moment, but now it's like quaint after what we've been through. Like, oh right, every scene contradicts itself. That wasn't weird. That's the normal. It's your lab. Much good it's going to do for me. There were bottles around his desk already, a single glass, and his speech was slurred. You're drinking. There were bottles around his desk already, a single glass, and his speech was slurred. It takes effort to unpack what they're saying there because of how badly it's written.
Yeah.
And it's like, you get it on paper a little bit. You're like, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of bottles. Because it's the alcohol he was seen having. Even though like, he only took one with him earlier, and he just received the news that Benson's dead. There's a lot of bottles, I guess. But whatever.
Yeah.
Specifically, what really throws this off is like, a single glass destroys the sentence on a basic momentum level and on a meaning level. And it's like, it's not there were bottles and a single glass on his desk already, which that's really clunky, right? Adding a single glass sounds insane. Like it sounds so awkward to say that the way you do, but
yep.
It implies that only he's drinking, not Benson or any other guests or whatever. Sure. But there were bottles on his desk, around his desk already. Comma. New phrase. A single glass and his speech was slurred. That makes it sound like he's drunk off his ass after getting one drink.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. That's what that means. It doesn't mean he's drinking a lot, which is what the bottles are meant to imply. Bottles which are not said to be open or empty. Just bottles as a concept exist, which is the same word they use for lab equipment, because that's how they described the stuff that Dave found on the bank. So, ambiguous bottles, as if unrelated to what his action, comma, a single glass in his speech was slurred. Like he took one drink and he's drunk. It's just... That's writing. If every single time people are like, what does he mean? What's he talking about? That's what I'm talking about. These kinds of sentences, like, that's just not writing. That's not how it works. I don't know how I picked it up. And I don't think I'm a master or anything, but like, I don't know. I just read and I write and I get a sense for how you express thoughts and why a sentence is constructed the way it is, and why you put certain things together. And that's just these sentences just cannot convey the thought they're meant to convey. And they're formulated so distractingly and literally out of order, and also always have a bonus detail that ruins the sentence. That is just fundamentally bad writing, and what bothers me is that it didn't ever get better. Like, it was like, so at the beginning of the game, I'm like, oh, well, man, it's a bummer how some of these sentences are just really bad, giant run-on paragraphs, but, you know, people recommended this game, and it's really long, so he must have gotten better at writing by the end. But if anything, over time, it's almost degrading, like how low effort and unproofread and just uncritical the writing is all the way through.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that like we kind of talked about off screen was just this sort of strange, we've talked about it before, I should say, off screen, is just like this slightly strange sort of pattern that we've noticed where as we went further into the game, I guess, the more frequently we started to realize like how many typos there were, and how many sentences became run on, and how many things just like stopped making sense as we got closer and closer to the end of the game.
Or just like a fundamental misunderstanding of what commas are and when to use them, which sounds like a Harry Potter book.
But
like
it's
if you add
really
a comma
weird.
after a single glass, then there were bottles around his desk already. A single glass, and his speech was slurred. Even that is an improvement. It's like, okay, once again, building the image of a bunch of bottles, one glass.
Yep.
His speech is slurred. He's been drinking, and he usually drinks alone. But it's just, they're not written like that. The commas are missed, or the sentence is misstructured, and it just literally communicates a different thought, and no one checks.
Yeah. It was really weird to me, especially, you know, playing where every single route, and it truly is every single route up to this point, the further we get into them, the more this happens. And the further we got into B route, the more we noticed it in B route. Because
by the end of B route, it sounded like the entire thing was being written as a first draft without even a single attempt at rereading it, to the point where you were thinking that maybe it was literally being written into the programming, like on the first
where
draft.
I was pretty
like it was just being coded
sure
directly in real time while it was being thought up with no additional passes of any kind. Because like actual like typos that a spell checker would catch were in there at some point, like not just like oh, you typed a different word that would slip past you until you reread it. It was like noise, just garbled language, and you're like, what? How you're just how
it's just very strange.
That's no words.
Yep.
I
don't know,
drinking.
Man. It's
damn you, boy, condemning me like I'm some pathetic wretch. Also, I feel judged because I have bottles and a glass at my counter now because of this game.
Dave's coming for you, Keith.
Yeah, it's environmental storytelling in real life. But you only just got the bottle from upstairs. How much have you had? Why? Not enough. I don't think that's a good idea. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Yep. How dare you to know what's a good idea after that stunt you pulled? How dare you to know what's a... I think the sentence they're going for is, who are you to know it's a good idea? But they also wanted to say, how dare you? So they just did it anyway. And so they just started one sentence and ended it with a different sentence and left them in that fusion dance as they are. But instead of turning into a beautiful Gotenks or whoever the fuck happened in Dragon Ball, they turned into Ripley screaming to burn her to death. Please kill me. If you had any decency, you'd have died out there instead of Theo. We call him Theo now. Everyone calls him Theo. This just happened now. We invented Theo and homophobia today.
I just can't.
I stood there within the doorway of the lab, stunned. My chest was on fire, and the feeling in my stomach was comparable to lead. But no, it's you who has to survive, isn't it? Always you. Fucker, I don't even know what's happening. He groaned, slumping forward in his chair and half-heartedly taking another gulp of the drink in his glass. It must have burned on the way down from how he grimaced, but he glared at me all the same. And another thing. His anger seemed to suddenly dull. I think dull suddenly just reads better, but whatever. Resting his head on his arm as the drink rolled out of his grasp and smashed onto the floor. Well, this is only cup. Damn.
Damn, he's screwed.
I've lost so much. Those children. My family. There's no one left. I don't think you get to call the children you killed people you lost. His breathing started to level out. His eyes blinking slower, as if he were falling asleep. I would have thought he was a lightweight until one solid cough from him stained the desk and floor at his feet with blood. He's also Roswell.
Oh no.
There's nothing left. I took a step forward and his gaze intensified, pinning me to my spot near the door. There's no saving me. I died 14 years ago. I couldn't reify a solution then, and so reification eludes me even now. Got a $10 word today.
Yeah, reification.
Another cough and more blood. His next intake of air was a wheeze before he coughed out again, reaching out to clutch one of the smaller bottles on his desk and squinting at the label. What if he just fucking died right now? Just like, my decades-long illness is taking me in this moment. Should have picked something else. Stronger, maybe. No, you didn't. Yes.
Is he gonna kill himself? Is this what's happening right now?
I think he already killed himself.
Oh god, whatever.
There's no saving me. It came out as barely a whisper, but then he was gone too. Leaning forward in his chair before remaining still, draped over his desk. I stood there at a loss, struggling to believe what I'd just watched was real. More surprising still was that no tears came, just that pitiful whine from the back of my throat echoing into the empty room. So he just said recently that he thought the vault didn't even work, but now he's like, you're the one that always has to live. Like he's Thanatos and he's tired of this or something? But he isn't. He hasn't Thanatos. Only Thanatos loops and experiences all the timelines and is just fucking exhausted and frustrated. Everyone else only gets one lifetime. Every other character does not get that. That's the rules so far.
Yeah.
I would have stayed there even longer if I hadn't heard yells coming from above. Oh, thank God it's ending. Yes. And soon after, gunshots. Imagine if like action scenes went end to end without 7 conversations in between. I could smell it as I ran from the passage out into the open, a mix of blood and gunpowder. The moment I entered the foyer, my heart sank upon seeing Haas already dead on the ground. So, there's the hyena after all. Great. Was wondering where you'd gotten to. Dave! My feet were like lead. Again. That just keeps happening. Someone probably should check his blood at some point. Looking at Haas and the other two armed guys standing in the foyer, I was struck. What could I possibly do? Oh, there's just two armed guys. For a second there, I thought there was an armed guy and then two more armed guys. I was like, wait, is fucking Memphis here on day 14?
Nice and easy. Come over here.
When I didn't move, he snarled at me, raising a gun to point at me.
Come here.
What? Memphis is here on day 14?
Boys, no need to rough him up. I'm sure he'll listen.
What is he normally waiting for? This is 11 days early. This is one day after we normally meet Jack. This is before the road normally explodes. What the fuck? What motivates you? What are the mechanics of your behavior? Why do you show up?
Maybe they just told him we killed Benson, so it's time to roll in. I don't know.
He came out without Benson dead before, and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
They're so off camera that I guess they just thought they just don't have to justify their behavior ever. It's just, they roll in when I feel like it. I looked behind me and was hit by the scent of burning cologne and the smell of smoke. He looked familiar. In spite of only having seen him a couple times before, one look at Orlando's face told me all I needed to know. Memphis. He raised his gun at me, shooting a look at his son before returning back to me.
Any others?
Any other what? No, boss. This is the last one outside your son. The rest we've fed to him. Outside your son. Okay, yeah, I don't think he likes Orlando. He didn't even flinch, shooting across the foyer and shooting Orlando square in the chest. There was no remorse, no hesitation, but he seemed to relish bringing his gun around to point at me all the same.
See ya, kid.
We literally only survived just so they could kill...
Path E?
E?
What?
Wait, when did the...
How did we move from C to D to E? What? Is this just a specific ending if we're not dating one of the others at this point or something? Oh my god. What?
Look how many dead people there are. When did it become E?
But the thing is we didn't make any choices. We didn't make any choices, so how did we go from C to E? Is it just because we weren't dating one of the boys at a proper breakpoint? Like if we dated Orlando and did all these same actions, is it ending D?
I don't know what E is. And I don't know if I can bring myself to go back and look for ending C.
I don't...
I mean...
It's got to be a boyfriend thing. That's really it. It's got to be that, or forgiving Sal, maybe?
Like, I can give everyone a seizure real quick. I guess it's because we killed Sal, right?
Yeah, but we were on day C before that, so, or route C before that. Before we got the Sal dead scene, so I don't think there's a...
Yeah, there was no choices in this part. Like,
try forgiving Sal and then skipping through everything
just to see if the ending is different.
Yeah. I mean, no, this is too late.
Oops.
You have to go one back. Yeah.
I fucked up. Forgive Sal. You get to do the Sal voice again. He looked at me, awaiting an answer. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Killing someone was wrong. Wishing someone dead was just as bad. I don't want you dead.
But what if?
I sat back down, slightly closer, only half sure I was safe. Killing you isn't going to bring them back, Sal. It hurts, and part of me still hates you for what you did, but was that really you? The more I think on it, the less sure I get. So you fucking knew! You piece of shit!
What do you mean?
Maybe something made you go insane. Maybe you had a reason after all. Maybe I have prior information I'm conveniently forgetting for some reason. If you're not lying about not remembering, then I don't know where that leaves us.
I see.
We looked at each other, Sal sighing out.
How's Orlando?
Terrified, like everyone else.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come talk to me after this. But I don't think he'd run if I could build up the courage to face him.
What about the others?
I imagine that there's every chance that Tyson...
Hiccups. Sorry. I ate really spicy tacos like 15 minutes ago, and now it hurts my soul.
I imagine that there's every chance that Tyson may want his pound of flesh. Maybe
May
I'll
want to pound
have
my
to deal with
flesh.
it when it happens.
Why would Tyson want a pound of flesh? Tyson fucking hates Roswell and Dean
Yeah,
specifically.
Roswell and Dean are dead? Writing. But what if they, want to pound your flesh?
Then I'll give him the same option. It's only fair.
If Sal still dies after this because Tyson was like,
Yeah.
no, I told him to kill himself, is like, it'll kill me.
I couldn't bring myself to read the rest of the conversation. I'm just...
Yeah.
And
it's
Sal,
all
he's like
skippable
alive
right
or
now
whatever
anyway.
instead of being dead? Whoa. Crazy.
Yeah, that's all this is. All the same stuff. As far as I know, he's planning on spending the night out there. Yeah, it's all basically new info. Or the same
Get
info.
some blankets and they're gonna talk about sleeping in a room together. But like slightly different logistical conversations. Whoa. So Styles still by the pool apparently. So we're gonna go check to see if he's dead now. Sorry everyone, but we're finally dying. We can't just keep reading the dialogue forever. Sal was where I left him, almost as if he hadn't moved at all. As I opened the gate and stepped in, he looked up slowly, watching me as I got closer.
Dave, you came back.
If you're that certain you want to stay out here, then, well... I set the blanket and pillow next to him, and he cradled them in his arms for a moment before getting up and wandering off to the side. Following him just as I watched, he lay down on the blanket and pillow in the corner, far away from the pool, but it felt colder here. Huh? Whatever.
Thank you for coming
Thanks
to
for
check
the
on me
pillow.
again.
Tyson came by, Haas came by, asked some questions. Tyson...
We're probably getting a more authentic read of the story this way.
Yeah.
This is probably how most people read this.
Dean was kind and I killed him. I'm a bad man.
Dean isn't kind. He's like a sketchy manipulator, gaslighter who
I wouldn't
makes
mind some company. I wonder if Sal would be alright. Anyway, that's my one thought about Sal. Oop, fuck. How did I get here? Morning. Couldn't sleep? Hardly surprising. What with Sal being alive, that's just as scary as him being dead. The world seems to keep moving like this after a tragedy. That doesn't wait for anyone. That you're forced to watch the world go by as you grieve, cope, and before you know it, your life is taken up by wondering, what if? Why are you telling me this? When Sal went on his little massacre, the world gave us none of just the constant reuse of Did you find the password yet? The world gave none of us a moment to think. It allowed none of us to process what was happening, and even now, what has happened. I hung my head as he talked, blah, blah, blah. For now, we have a moment to breathe, and we need to cherish it, Dave. But with the people being dead. We must, for if we don't, we're going to be consumed by our base instincts. I would prefer for things to get worse before they get better. I would prefer for things to get worse before they get better. Okay, weird.
It would be so nice. It would be so nice if this game was anything. I feel like after we get through this, we could do anything. We could sit through anything after this. I could do Tsukihime with the porn scenes on again after this. I feel like I'm prepared for that. I could do it.
Oswin put me in a downer mood that made me wonder if we were about to see Sal dead too. What? Just a weird moment there. He's still out here. He's cold. I'm not taking any chances. Blah, blah, blah. I'm Data. Next thing's here. I have questions. Oh, it's alright. I'll be fine. Head inside. Fuck off. Good morning, everyone. What's this about a knife? Dave's door is... Oh, so Tyson still camps outside the door.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Come, Sal, trust me, I have not forgotten. However, this leads to an explanation of what happened did in the first place. It's the Dean bottle. It's his meds. The same conversation again. And you're sure of that? Kind of protected to point the blame. Not gonna stop me. Pardon? I'm taking Dave and we're leaving. Okay, yep, it's the same. So that still happens regardless if Sal dies. But now Sal is here. He dies with everyone. It's the same ending. Alright, well, now we're in the woods. It's really satisfying to mash A for a bit sometimes.
It's cathartic.
Oh, it's Orlando's asleep, but also Sal's alive. That's the difference. Anyway. That's the one line of difference there. Cool. Wow, I love that it's a different route somehow. Before I could get to looking, however, I spun around when I heard the door behind me open. Hello, I'm Sal. I didn't die. Why was the door locked? Oh, in the other route, Oswin locked you in here, but instead I came in. Just don't do anything reckless. Oh, he goes on a mission with Benson the same way, so it's not like he was held hostage by Oswin and then Sal lets him out, changing the timeline. He just goes on the same mission with Benson regardless, so it doesn't matter that Sal's there. Yes, Dave, you locked me up. Well, I see Sal let you out. Yep. That's not going to change anything, though, because that would require writing more scenes. What if we wrote the same timeline, but Sal's here sometimes? Wow, saving Sal is so interesting. Just like how he survived to the end of B route, so that he could ultimately do nothing. We romanced Sal, so he could...
Are they just repeating the things that we already know, where he's like, you could be in a hypnotic state, and Sal is like, I could go out into the woods, maybe. I could do that, but also I don't really know how to.
Sal is Mr. Poopy Butthole, where it's like he could not be here, or he could show up and everyone just acts like he was here all along. But it's basically the same story. Passing to Sal on the way out.
Wait, Oswin gave him a gun this time?
Here's
Why
my
didn't you
gun.
give Dave a gun?
It's loaded already, but you shouldn't need it, hopefully.
Why didn't he give Dave the gun?
Okay,
Why
so
did
now
he give Dave
we're gonna
a
get the
knife?
end, but Sal's also here in this version. Okay, that's the change. Sal's on the mission. That is at least eventually a difference for what comes next, at least.
Oh, why didn't anyone come with us? Why didn't anyone come with us
Because
the last
everyone
time?
else sucks. They're losers.
Everyone in this story sucks so hard.
At least seemingly something different happens with Sal. Fucking, we romanced him, and his level of impact on the ending last time was, I was also here. I watched the house burn down, Dave. I stood out here and watched. I didn't help in any conceivable way. Let's get married.
This content better go fucking viral. I'm going to actually lose my mind. Like, this suffering is too much.
A syringe.
I can't
What is it?
handle this.
Drug addicts?
Is it going to turn out that Roswell was the one that tipped Memphis and Jack and all them off, and that's why they're here, and it's all some weird gambit to make the perfect Akane situation happen? And that's why this is out here in the woods, because Roswell probably like threatened them or something.
I just want to point out how annoying this dialogue is here from scanning it. They're questioning the syringe again. Most certainly not. They'd need to have gotten in, past the door in the library, into the laboratory, and then back out without alerting anyone else in the house. Trying to like talk about if did somebody seal it? I'll save you the trouble and say that while it was not me personally that removed the missing pieces, it may as well have been. He ultimately just says the same thing again. May as well have been me. Whatever the fuck that means. Anyway, end of conversation, fuck you. We're never gonna answer what that means. What the fuck did you just say to me? That was meaningless. He finds his way to the same meaningless comment somehow. Tyson. Where's Tyson? Blood. I can smell blood.
I hope everyone is murdered. I just hope that they ice both Tyson and Benson right here, and then it's just like
that's the
same
only
ending.
change is that Sal dies with him. Yeah, let's read it now.
Don't go running in alone. That's just asking for trouble.
Not to mention, you've just given away any element
This is
of
me,
surprise.
you fool. Cut me off.
I'm melting.
Not to mention that you've just given away any element of surprise we may have had in declaring that so loudly.
Did you say that last time, idiot? What?
I don't remember if we said it last time or not, but why did you bring Dave in the first place? How is this plan supposed to work? He only brought Dave so Dave can be the POV for the audience so they can watch, because they made a character that you can't justifiably take anywhere, but then if they don't, you never see anything happen, like in the climax of the game. I struggled against Sal and pulled away, rushing forward, stopping as I saw a flash of white appear around the entry to the mill. As stupid as Benson's plan is, this is better action and a better scene than the ending of B, where every single part of the plan happens off camera and most of it isn't what they said was the plan was anyway, and Dave just sleeps through all of it, and then he sees a standoff on a staircase that he doesn't explain well, and fucking no good action happens, nothing happens to anybody, and then vault, and then burning house, and then I guess we what? Off camera all the way through? At least I can understand an exchange of a rat with Jack and then Dom shoots Benson is a comprehensible scene that is done vaguely competently. It's just mired in the story it's in. That's almost a compliment. I struggled against Sal and pulled away, rushing forward, stopping as I saw a flash of white appear around the entry to the mill. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Where's Tyson? The dog. He's around here somewhere, but what I really want to know is where the vault is. Not much of a trade if I come away empty-handed now, is it?
Here, you little miscreant, it's right here.
Gun in one hand, package in the other, Benson approached cautiously to stop beside me. Oh, good, your buddy is inside, so I'll just take that off your hands and you can go in and get him.
I'm afraid I must insist that you bring the dog out here.
That's not how we do business, and you know that. Have you considered perhaps handing over the vault first? He thinks the rat is the vault. I mean, he kind of is, but he's not. It happened so fast, and he'd been so quiet I didn't realize that Sal had come around the side, grabbing Jack and quickly pinning him against the front. Hey, what's the big idea? I breathed a sigh of relief as Sal pulled away from the entrance of the mill, and I was about to head on in before a heavy footfall made me stop. Before I could say anything, a large bear had grabbed Benson, pinning him in a similar way to how Sal had Jack. It's a Mexican choke-off.
Gotcha, you limey bastard.
Shit, I hit a joystick slightly. Benson's gun and bundle tumbled to the ground, and he was grabbed roughly around the neck, eyes bulging in a stunned fury at having been caught off guard.
Let him go.
So, As a reminder, Mr. Trained Assassin, Mr. Cool Boy, who's so tough and cool and is definitely Solid Snake, Sal got the drop on Jack. The giant crocodile got the drop on Jack. And then Benson got caught by a bear. The two largest characters in the scene snuck up on people, the latter of which was the trained assassin expecting danger. I'm just so mad all the time. I don't know what to do with this rage. I'm just pulling at my fur and I'm cackling.
I just don't understand what Dom sees in Jack at all.
No.
I don't get this relationship. It
No.
truly is not real. There's no sense of reality in any of this.
No.
Let Jack go first.
Jack, meanwhile, was cackling madly to himself, not even trying to get away. The knife in my hand felt heavy, unsure what I should do. Wow, the knife is unsure of what you should do? That's interesting. I'm glad we're characterizing the knife. Good sentence.
Kid. Open that package.
Okay, just don't hurt Benson. I shot Jack a wary look, that smile not once leaving his face as I knelt down to peel away the cloth, keeping whatever it was bundled together. My hands trembled as I stared at a loss at what was in the package. What greeted me was a large black rat, almost as if it was sleeping, but it was almost certainly dead from how limp it was. But it was still oddly heavy, a cut up its front having been sewn shut.
What game you playing at?
I looked over to the bear and noticed his arms tighten around Benson's neck. There was a sickening crack as Benson continued to thrash, but was unable to speak.
That's a rat. Why did Benson bring a rat?
Oh, good. He did bring it. So Jack knows what it is, but only Jack. Been
Jack
waiting
knows
to
what
get my
the answer is,
hands
yeah.
on this little guy. Why would Dom not know? The moment I turned to look at Jack, he kicked back at Sal to free himself, and winding Sal in the process. Remove and. That's where a comma goes. I'll take that. Without even hesitating, I watched as Jack tore into the rat and removed something small that seemed to please him. The rest he threw off into the side while pocketing what he'd taken out. Well, I'm happy. You want to go collect your friend now? Once more, Jack got grabbed by Sal, but this time he was quick enough to draw his knife, getting Sal to let him go with a quick cut on the arm. But it was clear that they were not done scuffling. Sal didn't have a clear shot, but he was keeping up with how Jack was moving all the same. Looking over to Benson and the bear, it seemed as though his grip was only getting tighter.
Didn't think it'd be more than the butler, but this shouldn't take too long. Go say hi to your friend if you want, kid.
Near where I was on the ground was Benson's gun. The bear's stare on me only intensified, eyes darting down to the gun and back to me. Isn't the bear armed? Looking back to Sal, he was struggling to keep up with Jack. He was faster, lighter on his feet, and Sal was barely keeping himself safe from Jack, wildly swinging his knife around. What is the scenario?
Yeah.
This is oddly like the final confrontation where it's like, is this a hostage situation? Or is it a negotiation? Or is it a fight? Because how are they all happening at the same time? That's not how any of those work. What? How is there a, what are the stakes of Benson as a hostage? What is the Jack versus Sal fight accomplishing? And we get to go look? Like, I mean, Tyson should be dead. If he's alive, then they broke continuity in a way that doesn't make any sense, but, like...
Yeah.
What does Dave think is happening here? I'm just gonna go in and look for Tyson while Benson's being choked to death and Tyson's being stabbed? Like, as if I have permission? Then on top of that was the smell of blood being stronger here. It's coming from within the mill and it was strong. Cool, thanks for saying strong again. As if there was a lot of it, and my stomach lurched, fearing the worst. Yep, that's your stomach all the time. That's what it does in response to every time you smell anything. It's just autopilot. It's muscle memory. That's how he's writing. Yeah. That's why he keeps using the same word every sentence on the same page, is because it's like, oh, I just used that word. That's what's in my mind right now. I should use it again. But between the two pairs, I found myself worried about what may happen if I were to leave. They both needed help. and mustering what courage I could, I made my decision. Save Sal or Benson. Oh my goodness, there are routes here. Okay. I don't think he can save. They were back on path C at least. Look how few people are dead. Save Sal? I scrambled, holding my knife tight and rushing Jack. He quickly skipped back, giving Sal time to line up a shot. Oh good, he does have a gun, I forgot. What? Wait, this is a gun versus knife fight? I forgot. Going to shoot? Go on, try. I bet you can't handle that recoil. One glance at Benson, and Sal returned his eyes to Jack and pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoing around us and plunging us all into silence. My eyes darted about Jack's body to see where the bullet had landed, but that smile never left his face. You missed. It's gonna be like, no, I didn't. And he's like, and the water mill comes flying at him like in fucking Pirates of the Caribbean. Or he shot Dom or something, but no one noticed somehow. This is a different direction. There was a pain to gasp for air, and our attention went to Benson. He shot Dom. Do it. Oh, he didn't. It wasn't anything fun. It was over before Sal could line up another shot. One more series of wet cracks and Benson fell limp. Blood flowing from his mouth right before he was dropped in a heap at the bear's feet. Is that even a thing that happens in that whatever. What are the stakes of this deal? What are these characters motivated by? I
mean, that's a good question.
Like, watching Sal and... Was the deal of choking Benson that Sal is allowed to fight Jack, but Dave isn't? I don't understand this. It's everything. It's just as good as Vermeer. Just as good as Vermeer. Every bit as justified as the Vermeer, Caden and Ashley choice. Just airtight. Absolutely makes sense. Not completely insane and incomprehensible at all. Job's done. Butler's dealt with. We have the axis. Sal shot again, the recoil careening his shot to hit the side of the mill instead of where he was aiming. In that same moment, the bear pulled a gun too, pointing it past Jack at Sal.
Try that again, I might have to show you how it's done.
Why weren't you just using the gun in the first place? Whatever.
Run along back to the mansion. We'll be along shortly.
They just send them back to the mansion for no reason. I looked at Sal and he seemed to be stunned, eyes locked on Benson's corpse left in a crumpled heap on the ground. They're going to just murder everyone. Why send them back to the mansion? To give them warning? To then just kill them?
Drop the gun. Knife too.
The bear turned the gun to point at me, gesturing at the ground. Shaking, I tensed around the knife and struggled to pry my fingers from around it. Sal, however, slowly lowered the gun, putting his hands up. Come on. Knife on the ground, then you can go. Why are you doing this? Why? Oh, that's an easy one to answer. This is just our job. And Tyson?
If we're free and generous, we'll bring him up with us.
He better not be alive, because that makes no sense. Carefully, I lowered to my knees, placing the knife on my ground and raising the... Great, now get lost. Okay, go ahead and just leave. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, Sal, I don't... Yeah, they're just running. Okay, we don't need to read this. It's not interesting. Sal and I stepped to... Where's Benson? Where is Benson? Benson, get... He doesn't call him Theodore. He's Benson.
Why?
There's Theodore.
Why?
There's Theodore. Theodore, you're not.
Okay.
He can't be dead. Theodore can't die. Only Benson can die. I'm still stuck on wondering if there was anything we could have done to prevent all this from happening. You could have left. You could have not come on this trip. There's all sorts of options. I mean, like a whole. Like, if we knew what was coming to the mansion, would be like, and just did something else instead for a vacation. Like the true ending or something, maybe. I whined, clutching my ears. The vault. If only I'd gotten the vault to work, then maybe we could have hit the massacre at password. Oh, he's dead. The moment I stepped into the foyer, that's how there was Oz's death. Nothing changed there. The moment I stepped into the foyer, I stopped in my tracks, finding myself next to Sal. Haas was on the ground, dead. Whoa. Those guys from the forest were in the house. Was Haas dead the first time we walked in last time? I didn't think I registered that. But we didn't hear him die? I guess they just killed Haas. And then he just shoots us. Pungent for it. Dad! And he just... They're like, why'd you kill the lion? Oh, so he has some kind of relationship with Sal.
Yeah. Hey, Sal, long time no see. What? No hello? Hello. See, fellas, this here's a good kid, loaded with muscle. Not like my fat ass of a son here.
Sal is huge. What are you talking about? He might be muscular, but he is not underweight either. Look at that body.
Yeah. Sure. Could give the others back at the den a run for their money.
What do you say, Sal? Want to join the family?
What?
Shut up. No one's talking to you.
But Dad...
Don't call me that. Who'd want a son like you? Hey!
Memphis raised his gun but pointed it squarely at Orlando, making Sal freeze before he could finish taking a single step forward.
You're lucky I don't put you out of your misery now. You're crying now? You know what?
Without another word, Memphis clenched his jaw and shot Orlando in the chest. Desperately tried to clutch at his front, but it was doing him little good as he started to quickly bleed out at our feet. What a emotional and intense and thrilling description of your best friend being shot to death, Dave. Just,
Oh yeah, Orlando and Dave are best friends.
The way that it's phrased, like Memphis is clutching his chest and bleeding out because the grammar's bad, and it's just not how you write. The tense of this is without another word. Memphis clenched his jaw and shot Orlando. Desperately, he tried to clutch his front. Memphis is the one bleeding out in this sentence.
Yeah.
Come on, man. But then his gun turned to me, and he rolled his shoulders, almost relishing what was about to happen.
This'll be easy.
That's when Sal moved, slowly standing between me and the gun. Slowly. Thanks for taking your time, Sal.
I keep thinking
Sal
about this shit.
saved us from Memphis, maybe.
I keep thinking about this shit just because it's like, imagine how much different this game would be if Memphis was the mastermind. But he's just like literally just a bit villain.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know anything and isn't the reason.
He just shows up and murders everybody. That's all he does.
Yeah.
That's
Imagine if
character.
fucking Sal's sleepwalking was Memphis forcefully recruiting Sal through some sort of subterfuge.
Yeah.
Like there's just so much to do there and they just don't do it. And now he's literally one-dimensional. And you can't say that he's not because Grizz said he was. He said, yeah, he's just he's a homophobe who loves crime. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the whole character.
Hey, what's the big idea? You need him alive. I don't need him alive. I need you out of the way.
I looked around Sal to the other bear who had his gun lined up at Sal, but hadn't fired just yet. With how quickly he dropped Haas, part of me wondered what made him hesitate now. Specifically, Dom dropped Haas? Okay. I looked across to Orlando, who by now had stopped moving, his gaze blank as he stared terrified at the ceiling. Deep down I knew that he was no longer with us. Also, on the surface I knew. He's dead. Deep down, after I showed no signs of denial that he was dead.
This is like so not a gotcha either.
Who's gonna be your patsy?
I don't know. They're not going to believe fucking Dave is the patsy. What are you talking about?
I thought he was going to try to bargain for his life by recruiting himself, or with Dave as the bargain, and that's like the Sal ending, as he saves your life by being recruited by Memphis, or he would say something along the lines of how Dave's needed for the vault, which seems vaguely true, but is uncertain how it works exactly. But no, who's gonna be your patsy? Because just like how Sal doesn't drown, the things that actually line up with elements of the story are discarded so he can make up a new plot point for why he might save Dave just on the fly. So strange.
I'm listening. Keep the hyena alive and you can pin it on him.
No! No, that doesn't make any sense at all. There's so many things that he couldn't have done. There's so many things that he couldn't have done. What are you talking about?
And we also know that Memphis doesn't care about the cops because he
owns the cops.
Owns them,
What the fuck? And Dave is the son of a police officer. You think white boy Dave is gonna spend even a second in jail in this universe? Not with the politics of this game. No fucking way.
Yeah, Hoyt's got his back. Whoever Hoyt is.
Oh my god.
Hoyt, that's a name. That's a police man.
Fucking A. No way in hell is that a thing.
Well, we can chalk it up to Sal being very stupid. But so is Memphis, so maybe it'll work.
Keep the hyena alive and you can pin it on him. A friend of his goes nuts. He loses his mind and kills them all.
Who's the friend?
Someone else goes nuts and he loses his mind and kills them all. It'd be easier for the cops to believe too, right? Or
who is the friend? Who's losing his own? Wait, is this supposed to be a sentence about Dave losing his mind? But they just it's written insanely.
Yes, he's saying a friend of his goes nuts. He loses his mind and kills them all. As in, one of Dave's friends lost his mind, and then Dave lost his mind and killed them all. Because that's what this being pinned is. Being pinned is Dave is taking the blame.
A friend of Orlando's? Is that supposed to be the narrative?
Of Dave's. I think he's basically saying, I went crazy and killed two of his friends, and in retribution, he lost it too and went nuts and killed the rest of them. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh, right, because Sal killed two people.
Yeah, because Sal killed two people. None of this makes any sense.
Okay.
Oh,
Memphis
this is awful.
We did kill Sal, so Memphis seemed to consider it, although I was floored at how Sal would be throwing me under the bus like this. Was he just trying to survive? Was this to save me?
He could literally just shoot me dead and be like, I'm pinning it on you, Sal. Whatever. Sal literally is the killer.
Because he's trying to recruit Sal. But here he's like, was this to save me? It's like, he literally was pointing a gun at you and then Sal got in the way and said this. You dumb motherfucker. Of course it's to save you. How are you this dumb?
All right. I won't shoot the hyena, but you're joining the family. Okay.
It's the same bargain anyway. That made sense. Just Sal, but Sal didn't have any agency. Like, didn't just have the drive to do it himself. So Memphis had to just say it on his own. It's just right there.
Jack, we'll be getting rid of the hyena to Sal.
We'll be getting rid of the hyena to Sal.
Yeah, it's not a sentence.
Come with me to the basement. What the fuck does that mean?
Shouldering his gun, Memphis wandered over the stairs leading down, following close to the bear. Following the bear? Not leading? Whatever. Jack hesitated, sizing up both of us before also disappearing downstairs. Left alone in the foyer with Sal, my gaze wandered between Orlando and Haas, then to Sal. Why? Suddenly he grabbed my shoulder, keeping his voice low.
Let's get you out of here. This plan will work. They're idiots.
He guided me by the arms out the front door and closed it behind him. Then, taking me by the hand, he started to walk me down the driveway.
Are we just gonna walk over the gap?
I don't know where. Yeah, what?
Where's he gonna go?
Dave supposedly can't leave. For a long time, the walk was silent. Barely a word was shared between the two of us until we hit the main road. Why?
I'm sorry.
I don't understand.
It was the only thing I could think of to stop him shooting you. You saved my life not once but twice, whether you meant to or not. This is the least I can do.
But now you're going to just go back?
Yeah, why doesn't he just move? Why doesn't he just leave? There's no reason why he wouldn't.
It's the all-powered, globe-spanning Memphis Mafia. He has
Yeah,
infinite reach
they'll
with
just
his two
appear and get him.
goons.
Yes. If I don't, I fear he'll just come for you at your home or come and find me anyway.
Imagine if any of them just don't enter witness protection after this. This is so absurd.
If one of us makes it out alive, I'd rather it be you.
But why me? Everyone else is dead, Sal. Yeah, they're dead already. What? It's over.
It's not the best situation, I agree.
He wandered over to the edge of the cliff, looking out at the world.
He'd have killed you anyway. Maybe he'll let the both of us live if I go back too, so you're going to have to head down the mountain alone. The thing that we said multiple times was impossible.
I don't think we ever verified that Tyson was dead on this route. We just left. And what are you going to do? Just go back to be a criminal?
Someone's got to keep tabs on our friends. Not only that, but keep Memphis distracted so you can go get help.
Keep tabs on our friends? As in, is he being sarcastic and talking about the bad guys and then just following it up by saying that?
No, because he says keep Memphis distracted so you get help, but there's no one alive in the entire building.
Yeah.
Every character is dead in the entire cast. In fact, I know how to verify this.
Yeah.
Look, they're dead.
Yeah. Okay.
This line doesn't make any sense. Keep them distracted
unless
so you can get help.
Unless he's saying our friends like Jack and Dom, I guess.
Yeah,
sarcastically.
And he means distracted as in like what? Like call the cops to come get them while they're at the mansion? Like, oh, it's Memphis, he's here.
Or just try to help them with the vault while Dave runs away for 6 hours down the mountain.
Distracted so you can, no, I mean like get help. Who is getting help? Like because no one to save. So you mean get the cops to catch Memphis? But Memphis, they know where Memphis lives, probably.
I wonder if this scene can happen in any other route, and like they just swapped out the lines with who was dead.
Help? He gripped me by the shoulders, fingers digging in tight.
Please, Dave, go get help.
He backed away, standing at the edge of the driveway. I looked towards the large hole in the road and gulped, readying myself for the climb. It was going to be tough, but it was the only way forward. This motherfucker makes it. I left Sal behind, to pay me to do, but I had to. The way he just asked just left me with no other option to get away. After all, there was nothing left for me there anyway. Sal had it handled, or so I hope. He just fucking leaves! So Dave can make the climb! Everyone except Orlando, they just assume can't make the climb, but Orlando can kill Memphis. He's the only character that can kill Memphis, and he can't make the climb? That Dave can climb. Dave, who's useless in every conceivable way, can make this climb? What? Dave can't even successfully kill Thanatos when he's holding him. This is such a bad way. The road is such a horrible excuse. It gets worse the more we play.
It's so bad. I part of me really desperately just wants to just be like, you need to just make it so that no one can leave over the road, that they have to be, there's only one way off. They have to get rescued by a helicopter, or they have to steal Memphis's helicopter. Fuck the stupid well route. Fuck the road. It doesn't matter. You've written enough fucking swerves around it. This doesn't make any sense. Why did people think we were crazy when we said this made no sense? Are people this dumb? Is this what's happening? Is this how bad
Everyone
the brain
just
drain
keeps
has
casually
been?
escaping through this impassable route.
I
At this point, I'm waiting for an ending where Orlando does it, because, you know, they seem to just forget the basic
ending that I
elements.
want is that they go to jump over the exploded road and then all of them just fall down a ravine and die. That's the ending I want.
I walked until I was able to find someone to flag down for help, and after I got a ride into the closest town, I called the police. After all, who else was going to help? At least that's what I thought. The best I could do was say that they'd look into it and hung out after taking some details. Next was a call to Mom. I had no way of getting home otherwise, and with how unhelpful the police were, I wasn't sure who else to call. She came and picked me up and dropped me off at home before continuing on to work. She didn't ask what happened, where the others were, or why I was being so upset. Not that I wanted to talk about it anyway. So I found myself standing outside my front door, staring at the street. The world was going by as if what happened on the mountain never happened. The silence that I expected to still be ringing in my ears was filled with the sound of the world going by. I sat on the sofa waiting for something to happen. That's what you just said? Am I insane? It was almost as if I could feel eyes staring at the back of my head, knowing that I got away instead of dying along with the rest of my friends. Sure, the plan was for me to get away, but then what? Was I really out of danger? What was it like going... What was living... Was this what living was going to be like? Wandering over to the phone, I called the one person I thought might be able to help. Hello?
Do you think if I snort a bunch of the last dab... Do you think if I snort a bunch of the last dab, I'll be hospitalized and go into a coma long enough to not have to read more passwords?
No, I'll just wait.
Okay, gotcha. You'll just put it on hold.
Yeah, I'll just go on hiatus. Sorry, Toaster's in the hospital.
See you in 40 years after I snort 3 million Scoville hot sauce.
Yeah, sorry, I had to recruit full perp to come with me to play Glory Hounds. Toaster doesn't get to play the good games, but Pastor will be waiting for him when he gets back. Detective Barker speaking. Hoyt Barker. Who's this? It's me, Dave Holloway. That's a weird way to answer that question. It's me. Oh shit, David's kid. What can I do for you? He's gonna have a different voice every time we get him because he speaks one every 50 hours.
Who fucking remembers?
Where'd he even start? I breathed in deep and sighed out. Thanks, thank God. That's how we know it's Dave. Jaw clenched, not wanting to go through what I'd already told the police a second time. Kid, you there? Yeah, I'm here. It's just... something's happened. I don't know what to do. Anything I can do? Again, I was at a loss and tried to think of my words over carefully. I don't know. Well, how about we start with what happened, you dumb fuck? Maybe I could think of something. They're all dead. I spoke to the police and they said they'd look into it. Whoa, slow down there. Who's dead, Dave? In a trance, I relayed what had happened, and it was only after I'd finished explaining that I started to crack, laughing quietly to myself in between sobs. That's... And you're unharmed? They didn't do anything to you? I shook my head, and only when he double-checked that I was there, that I answered the question with my voice. Alright, I'm gonna level with you, Dave. Chances are that we're not going to be able to touch any of this. I'm gonna try, but once you start messing with that family, well... Oh, I understand. I'm glad we're repeating the conversation that was conveniently summarized so that we could then hear it in excruciating detail anyway. Defeating the purpose of it being summarized. I mean, kid, I really want to help, but... No, it's fine. It's fine. I just...
You have a whole police force. You have a militarized police force in the modern world, and you can't take down a single guy. Single one-dimensional guy. If your police force is that corrupt,
but then he called Hoyt, who also didn't help him.
Does Grizz realize that he's writing a story about people wanting to be cops while also writing a story where cops are the most corrupt institution? Just textually as well. You don't need to do this. This is so dumb.
It's weird. Password is very propaganda-y until some of these bits finally. And from what I've heard, the Sal game is supposed to be about him getting disillusioned by the cops being corrupt or something. But it still is a cop story, and it's just like I don't know how it's gonna be handled. Because you can still make propaganda out of cops being corrupt in stories, because it implies that you need to just get rid of the bad apples.
Things can be saved from the inside. Yeah. It's just one good cop against all the bad ones.
If anything can be done, though, I'll let you know. Sure. Well, I should get going. Thanks for hearing me out. I hung up the phone before I could reply, and I backtracked to the sofa to collapse, trembling. Question mark? Path D. There's so many paths.
And then path C will probably be saving Benson. Yeah.
Oh, we made it to a grave. I found myself sitting in front of Dad's grave. There'd be no word for the police or Sal or anyone else, really. It all felt so unnatural, even just sitting on the ground, wanting to talk to the one person who'd be able to make sense of this and tell me what was meant to happen next. Dad? What am I meant to do? Naturally, there wasn't going to be a reply, but I hoped for one of the same. Some guardian angel to appear and give me some clue as to what I was meant to do to put my mind at rest. The others don't even have graves, Dad. What am I meant to... Where am I meant to go talk to them? Dave, they're dead. This is a minor thing, but it's just like... Dave is noticeably Christian, and it's just stood out to me the whole time, because it's just not how you expect your furry characters to be, generally speaking. But, like, he always thinks that when he dies, he'll see his friends again, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Interesting. Where am I meant to just go and say goodbye? Standing, I looked around the graveyard to all the numerous markers and the few people milling about. But that's when I noticed someone that looked strange among the markers, and I was approached. And I was approaching before realizing I was doing it. Excuse me, Me? Sorry, I thought you were someone else. Oh, that's quite all right, Dave. I froze upon her saying my name, looking her over. Everything all right? You know my name? But of course, dear, although I suppose you were quite young. We've met? Who are you? Oh, once a long time ago. I suppose my name's Florencia. It's Florencia again. Florencia Hammond. You're related to Oswin. Yep, younger brother. But it's funny, isn't it? Nothing's funny. People died, you dumb bitch.
Oh my god. She is just having the same conversation she's always had with him.
Oh,
did you discover a room? There's a vault down there. Given enough time in macrocosmic scale, anything and everything can come to pass. Blah, blah,
it's
blah.
like a multiverse or something.
She's literally just giving us the same exact answer.
That's what you know already. Do you ever find a medal with a symbol on it? Oh wow, any medal? Yeah, here's the medal tutorial.
I don't understand.
You put tutorials at the ends of games.
My thing here about this that's confusing to me is, how does she know that Dave getting all the medals will result in the good ending if the whole
she made
point
the mechanism where you put all the medals in, I guess, and then Thanatos lets you in.
Sure. But how do you know that that's going to be the actual series of events that people want where everyone's alive? Because that's also the end goal, is to save a few people's lives. So how does she know that the medals correlate with everyone being alive? Dave could just look around and find all of them. Yeah, she's already said this. She's said this exact thing.
Yeah.
Some massacre.
Being part of a massacre.
Yep.
There was a massacre. I will give them that.
I guess.
That wasn't
It was
clear.
more like there was two serial murders.
By different people. Everywhere you look.
We got a credit for this? We got a credits for this.
Everywhere you look.
I recognized one of my friends on this list, their name. That's upsetting
really?
to me. Yeah. Not like a friend, but like a person I'm familiar with. That's depressing. I'm gonna have a talk with them. You paid for this.
They were like the highest tier.
Yeah,
They were descending tiers.
Yeah.
This is a damning list. Horseface.
This looks like the background here reminds me of it's not this, but it reminds me of the Picross logo.
Yeah, I guess it's the background. It's what's on normally. It's on each side of the text when you're reading.
Yeah.
Robert Zhang.
Why did we get credits here? Grizz. Why did we get a credits here? Why did we get a credits here? Is this the first time we've gotten credits? I don't remember this.
Yeah, it's the first time it's ever happened. Kevin Smith, how could he? I might have accidentally hit don't resonate, maybe? Or maybe
I don't know.
Or maybe there isn't a resonate prompt. Whoops, or something. Sit back. I just had to live.
This isn't the credits. This is the FBI watch list.
There's no resonate. It's just done.
I'm losing my mind. I'm fully, truly losing my mind.
Well,
at least
you get to yell at someone in real life. That's fun for you.
I can't believe
you get to yell at a real person. Oh, there's the resonate. The credits are before the resonate. That's never happened before. That's deeply weird. Anyway, time to find out what happens when you don't kill Theodore.
Oh my god, we're still going? Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna make a taco.
Everywhere you look. Everywhere. I'm not gonna wait for him to come back. I'm just gonna keep going. Fuck him. I don't need a co-host. We're off the rails. We've been recording for like 12 hours straight for a pointless ending. Look at those gunshots. I loaded the wrong save. It's admittedly hard to tell which one's which. There's 2 deaths, right? Yes, that's the correct one. Fuck, I just saved over it. Load. Shit. No. Yes, that one. Okay, good enough. It's a little earlier. He's making a spicy taco. That's nice for him. I'm happy for him. He's gonna yell at his real life
There's no
friend.
Taco left, so I'm treating myself to a cookie. It's a keto
Video
cookie.
games cost real life drama.
It hurts me.
I'm sorry if you know Toaster. He's gunning for you now. There'll be no warning. You won't get to see this video first. He's gonna call you up. Gonna cuss you out. Anyway, same fence.
It's currently 12:30 at night, and you're all witnessing my mental breakdown live.
We're going for like 14 hours and
This shit better live in infamy on the channel. I swear to God. If there's no
benefit
benefit to
people
this,
that watch this.
I lose my mind.
I guess if we binge this hard, but then we start a different visual novel, I can release that visual novel 3 days a week, and these marathon nightmare videos 1 day a week, and then conceivably some people might watch them instead of if I spam them 4 days a week. And it's just like there's been 27 hours of password this week. What the fuck?
Oh my God. The thing is that makes this difficult is as much as this is grueling for us and I want to get through it, I truly cannot imagine being a viewer watching this. I cannot.
This is the most entertaining. It's probably 7 hours long, but it's the most entertaining video in this entire playthrough. Is this one?
I don't know.
Right now,
I don't know. I'm so.
we hit like a 24-hour stream period where we're slowly losing our minds.
I'm trying really hard. Like the thing is that like I don't like making thing bad content, especially when I like know people. I'm very conflict averse.
I want to make thing bad content about faceless corporations, but we're in too deep to just quit. But it's like, but I didn't expect. But when I made the call that we were in too deep, I also didn't think that the thing would keep getting progressively worse. I thought we hit the floor. I thought the floor couldn't get lower, but it's this, and I'm like, I want to have faith that fans of a thing like a thing because it's good and. I can't see them.
The faith in humanity is slowly dropping every single moment.
I'm in agony.
I think there's like the thing is that I try really hard. I'm actually very conflict averse. I know my personality is that like I'm a little firebrand who yells and is confident and is a little gremlin. But
no, I don't want to be in fights. I don't want people to be mad at me. I don't like it.
I'm actually profoundly
and don't bother the developer, and also don't show him this. Just don't show him. He doesn't need to see this. No one needs to see this. That. You're an exclusive club of people that shouldn't have seen this and saw this somehow, and you should keep it to yourself.
Here's the thing. If you're still watching this series after 120 hours of us doing this, please
It's a
get
bit.
help.
We're doing a bit, actually. It's all a bit. It's a funny bit.
You
We're
are
playing characters.
hallucinating this right now, and you desperately need to go to the hospital.
Yeah, this is the part where you have a really long vision in the millisecond before your brain shuts down and as you die.
No, if someone comes home and they say, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?" and you go, "Great, my favorite show is on," and they go, "Haha, totally," and then it cuts to their view and you're just watching static on a screen. That's where we're at. But the thing about this that's hard is that I don't like making this kind of content. It makes me feel bad, and I'm not enjoying this, and it hurts.
And I keep thinking it'll be over soon, and then it's just it's so far from being over.
I truly can't imagine being a viewer being like, yes, let's watch Keith and Toaster be toxic. This is fun. Like this is so potently venomous
I'm not
that
proud
it
of
needs
myself.
a Surgeon General's warning. Like, it is not good for you. Stay away from it. It is radioactive. Oh my god. I'm crying laughing.
Sal was armed. He was safer than Benson was at the moment, and I made a move for Benson's gun. You're just gonna shoot? You just think you're gonna shoot Dom? What was that sound?
What's this? I was drinking water.
Oh.
Sorry. What's this? Little hyena grow some balls?
Put him down. If anything, the bear's grip tightened and Benson started to convulse, thrashing against his restraints. His restraints. The arm. Looking into Benson's eyes was a furious and desperate look. They darted
just be
to
and.
Yes. Both. I don't know. I don't get this if speech pattern. I've never seen it anywhere besides this game specifically.
Yeah.
They darted to the gun in my hand before starting to roll back, twitching. The twitching starting to get increase. No! Before I knew it, I'd fired, eyes closed as the finger tightened on the trigger before bracing for a resounding bang. But all that came out was a loud, roar-like yell. I rushed over to Benson, and he was wild, bracing himself on all fours, hacking up blood, but he seemed fine enough. As I looked back to check up on Sal, I pushed backwards onto my rear with the gun swiped from my hand.
Die.
I thought he was shooting Dave for just a second, but he's just actually doing the job here. In one fluid movement, Benson had taken his gun back and fired, landing a shot between the eyes of the bear and making him crumple onto the ground, one wound in his shoulder, another one in his head, and he was gone. From my spot on the ground, I looked back over to Sal, as Benson swiveled around to point the gun on his next target, breath catching in my chest. Jack jumped away from the perch on Sal's back, yanking the knife that he'd plunged into his throat and using him as cover. Well, at least we consider this a trade, right? 1 for 1.
Dave, we're leaving. There's nothing more for us here.
But Tyson... Oh yeah, your little dog friend. Why don't you go inside and see what's left of him? I felt cold, looking between Jack and the entry. It's over. The scene's over. Tyson's very dead.
We need to go. We're back at the mansion.
You're back.
All right, now Benson's alive.
Indeed, not without trouble.
I'm sorry.
Truth be told, I'm only alive because of Dave. Were he a moment slower, well...
We didn't get Tyson either. But Sal, I appreciate it, my boy. Made sure Benson got home, so I'm thankful for that. I whined, clutching my fur tight and tugging.
Sir, we're in danger. While one's been dispatched, the rabbit is still a problem.
I'll take what I can get. I've already run the plan past Thanatos, and he's on board, somewhat. Thanatos? I'll explain later. Get inside. We have things we need to do. The three of us headed back inside. I kept my head down, at a loss as to what was to happen now. Sal was dead. Tyson wasn't rescued, but knowing who we were against now didn't seem to make me feel better. Even with one of them now dead. You're back, but...
Sal's missing.
Indeed, he's...
Wait, don't tell me he's...
I'm sorry, there's nothing we could do. We didn't really try, but he just died.
Orlando dropped to his knees, starting to sob quietly at the base of the stairs.
What happened out there anyway?
That is not interesting. Just doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're just saying there's more people out there. We need to talk about logistics. We're probably going to try
a different version of the same conversation again.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about
so
what
guns. We're going to get guns. Indeed. Are they going to go to the armory for the first time?
My knuckles started to hurt with how tightly I'd been clutching the edge of the sink, so he just went and got his drink again. He's tender because he got hurt. Yeah, because he was hurt. Feeling any better? A little.
Sir, if I may, what was it that you hid in that rat?
Just a USB with some encrypted files. Should keep them busy for a little while, hopefully.
Or rile them up further.
It was a calculated risk. The other two are upstairs sealing themselves for what's to come. Neither are keen on using a gun, although I gather for different reasons.
I get the impression they may not have a choice if their survival is at stake.
I checked my hands, wondering why I wasn't holding a knife, and wondering when I would have dropped it. Oh, Benson knows where her brain says.
If you're looking for the knife, it's sitting on the dining table. You dropped it just beside the back door.
And my revolver?
Alas, I did not think to retrieve it from Sal when we made our escape.
Even though we weren't in danger, because the rat went away when you shot at him. A pity.
We have a problem. You're telling
Rabbit
me so.
in the backyard.
Cool, there's 19 of you. Go out and just grab him. He has a knife. It takes one arm to hold the knife.
Mow him down. Just mow him down.
Just shoot into the tree line.
This rabbit should never defeat Benson. Ever.
No, never.
Oswin tensed. Benson muttered something under his breath, and my heart sank once again. Whatever trick Oswin tried to pull hadn't worked. Benson, with gun in hand, cautiously made his way over to the back door. Did you two find anything to arm yourselves with?
Outside the sword from the museum, we couldn't think of anything.
Did he actually get the sword? Why not give them access to the armory, you fucks? We'll have to make do with knives from the kitchen, then. It might not need to come to that, but that's something.
Are you dumb?
Why does Thanatos
Are you dumb?
Why does Thanatos have to bite through the armory key if in other timelines they just forget it exists?
Yeah, maybe they just don't need an armory. Maybe the armory doesn't actually exist.
Did they not write that there was an armory yet until like day 20?
No, probably not, because it happened on day 20 or 21,
this game isn't
right?
planned out. Haas nodded quickly and dashed off to the dining room, leaving just the three of us in the foyer. How is it looking out there, Benson?
For the time being, he hasn't made a move, but he doesn't look too happy.
Well, if you get the better of him in the woods, it's no wonder. Is he armed?
Only with his knife.
Well, let's go see what he wants. Or shoot him when he starts talking. We can't go outside. What if he tries something? So what if he does? What is he, some kind of mass murderer? Oswin marched out the back, lingering near the back door, while Benson covered him with a gun. Haas rushed back in with some knives, handing the hunting knife to me while handing a cleaver to Orlando.
These will have to do, I guess.
This is more arming themselves than they do in the actual B ending, where they don't do anything.
Where they know that everyone's coming.
Yeah, and
I
all
also
of them are
don't
alive,
understand.
and none of them do anything.
I still don't understand why they don't go to the armory. I don't understand why Benson and what's his name aren't giving them guns.
They didn't write an armory yet, so it's not on the plot. That's
it's
the level.
so
That's the level we're
frustrating.
dealing with for this story. We will need to actually use these, will we? Oh, he's just here.
My whole
Okay.
body hurts.
Depends. You know how to use them.
I turned around to the front door, looking behind us to the person standing there. Well, they just walked out, and Memphis just walked in. The voice wasn't familiar to me, but upon
Memphis?
seeing him, I knew that we'd met. You're...
I'm so over it.
Dad?
Hey, inside, quick.
Haas is getting shot. Haas's hand was barely on the back door before he slumped against it, following the sounds of a couple quick gunshots. Looking to Memphis, he had his gun trained on me next, scowling.
Pull the trigger. Do it, coward. You won't.
Do it.
You're gonna run too?
Quickly, I shook my head and put my hands up, looking to Orlando. You shot him.
You're next if you don't shut up and stop that damn crying while you're at it.
How dare you come into my house uninvited? Sounds of gunfire and fighting echoed in from outside, but I couldn't pull my gaze away from the mass of red in front of me.
Just the man I was wanting to see. Got your little present, much appreciated.
See you.
What else could you possibly want now?
The rest. Can't use it if it's still in your house. Don't understand that. You can just come in and use it. What?
I think
What
it
do
means he
you
wants to
think?
take it to his base, I guess. I don't know how he's planning on doing that when he blew up the road.
Yeah, I don't know how he's planning on doing that when he blew up the house.
Yeah, I don't know why they plant charges at the house, and I don't know why he blew up the road if he wants to take a huge vault out of here somehow. And if I refuse? He raised the gun in reply, shifting it over to me and making my blood run cold.
Want more kids to die because of you? Can be arranged.
Orlando grabbed me and
Oh,
shielded
he
me
did
from
break
his dad.
100 now. Good job, Oswin.
Oh, I'm the deadkins. Orlando grabbed me and shielded me from his dad, holding me so tight it almost hurt. You'll have to shoot me first. And he does.
Fine by me.
Without flinching, he fired. Orlando got going rigid in front of me before his grip lessened. His eyes met mine right before they rolled back and he landed on his side on the floor, blood pooling on the tiled floor. On the floor, on the floor, the floor, floor. Damn you! Oswin grabbed me quickly, pulling me away from Orlando to his side, holding my wrist tight.
Your move.
Take the damn thing, then.
Appreciated, but I should make a point of But I should make a point of you talking to me like that.
I should make a point. I should make an example of you talking to me like that.
I should, yeah.
For
I should,
talking to
I
me
should
like
show,
that.
Yeah, I should show that you no one talk. Yeah, it's just a mess. Once again, the gun was pointed at me, my eyes trained at the end of the barrel. Benson finally rushed in from outside, pointing his gun at Orlando's dad.
Sir?
He finally beat Jack in a timeline off camera. That's my move, Memphis.
Mensis. Oh boy, I would love to be in Yahargul right now. This is my nightmare.
I could shoot the kid and take a bullet from that pea shooter your butler has. This changes nothing. Indeed, however.
Benson
These two
shifted his-
voices together suck. This sucks.
Benson shifted his gun to point directly at Oswin instead.
You need Oswin alive in case you can't get the vault to work. Were you to shoot the hyena, you'll find yourself with no one to ask, should you struggle further down the line.
Their plan is so stupid. There's still Jack. Are you dumb?
What was
How
Jack,
dumb are you?
How is Jack relevant to that statement?
Not with both his kneecaps thoroughly broken.
You didn't kill Jack. You disabled him and didn't kill him, Benson. You're an. What?
How did
Is
he
he an
break-
assassin or is he not?
He just won't shoot him. Like, how did he did a gun versus knife fight where he somehow broke his kneecaps? Like in
I can't
CQC?
do this. It doesn't matter if it's CQC. He's an assassin. Kill the biggest threat.
Yes.
Kill the threat.
But like he always lose against Jack. What changed? And he still won't use his gun? Memphis seemed to weigh his options, gun still steady on me. At some point I closed my eyes and just waited for it to happen, the smell of blood around me making me sick. But I wanted to pass out to avoid and I just wanted to pass out to avoid everything I was feeling. I just don't get why he's so unwilling to kill Jack, but he kills Dom all the time.
Fine. Get out, but I know how to find you if I need to.
Get out? Slowly, Oswin and Benson guide me to the front door. Memphis, meanwhile, watched us like a hawk through narrowed eyes. He didn't even seem fazed by his son dead on the ground. The moment we were out, I squeaked. My legs were like lead again, and again. But Oswin continued to pull me out of the house despite my silent protests.
What a waste.
You did what you could. I could feel him tremble as he held onto me, holding me close. Benson, we need to get away from here, now. And so we fled, Benson, Oswin, and I. They all ran? Or rather, it was closer to me being dragged away from the house. Down the driveway, we took the risk of trying to scale the break in the road. A few times I almost fell off, or rather considered just letting go, but Oswin didn't seem to ensure I didn't. Then it was down the mountain. We started hiking towards the closest town. They all left! What?
They just walked over the blown up road.
But also, like, Memphis... The whole point was for Memphis to have Oswin to use the vault, and he just left, and no one stopped. I asked if we could call the police, and Oswin said not to bother, instead calling someone else, while Benson took me aside. He didn't say much, but he gave me a hug while I slumped against him and sobbed in exhaustion. We'd been walking for hours, and I fell asleep while waiting for whoever it was that was coming for us. Someone Oswin knew, apparently. We were in the car when I woke up, in the back with Oswin with the head resting on his lap.
Wait, he got a car? How'd he get a car down the mountain? What?
No, they just climbed and walked to the next town, and they called someone.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I felt weak.
I thought...
Limbs felt numb, but I could make out a different bore in the driver's seat. Oswin's hand on the shoulder was rubbing gently, mumbling things down to me while sounding soothing, if nothing but white noise, as I pass out again soon after. The next time after that, it was at my own house, and Oswin helping me to the door. Here we are. My house. Get inside. Sleep off what happened if you can, and let Benson and I handle the rest. Yeah, because you've handled things so far. As he turned to go, I grabbed him roughly by the sleeve, clamping down tight. Don't leave me alone. Not now. Not after that. Is there no one that can be with you? Your mother, perhaps? She's likely at work, and she wouldn't understand. Something's deeply fucked up about Dave's mom. Like, what the fuck at some point? She did like she's actually like a horrible, cruel person is how she's characterized, and how she's not characterized. She just doesn't show up ever, even when she's driving Dave home from the massacre.
Fucking bananas.
Inclined to agree. I do hate your mother. You know my mom? We've crossed paths, enough for me to consider that what you're saying is likely the truth. Alas, I cannot bring you to my sister's residence as much as I would like to. There are complications in doing so right now. And you can't stay here? Please? I do not believe that is wise. Not when there's an unstable dragon sieging my family home. Is something missing from seat? Who cares?
No, that was
just never heard the word sieging, I guess, in that that version of that word.
Yeah.
Sir, Florencia's wondering if you're all right.
Oh, she's a knight. I'm fine, just trying to figure out the best avenue forward.
She also said to tell you that you're staying here with the boy.
Excuse me?
She believed that it's in the best interest of both of you to spend some time together while I see to reclaiming the house.
It might be easier to claim the house to begin with if you shot the assassin.
That you left alive. Have you invented an anti-dragon weapon yet? Oswin huffed but relaxed. Looking past Benson to the car, he shot the other boar in the car a sour look while she waved back sweetly. That's the sister?
That's Florencia, yeah.
Looking back to the car, she shot the other boar in the car. Just please stop doing that. Fine.
I'll check in with you two later. For now, trying to relax, knowing the worst is behind us.
I wandered inside and I started to pace as Oswin watched Benson and his sister leave. What are we meant to do now? The police, right? We call the police? I looked to Oswin and he was examining a picture that was sitting on one of the shelves in the living room. The police likely won't do anything. The noble family has most of them on payroll to look the other way. Or rather, enough to make doing anything against them problematic for those still with some level of moral compass. So we do nothing? We wait. That's all we can do. Bleh. Are we going to meet up with the sister again at the grave when we already met up with the sister a minute ago? Oswin was around for a week before he departed with Benson to go do something, and I'd heard nothing. No one had told me anything, and even Mom had been scarce. Even going to the hospital.
I just don't understand why Dave's mom is just literally not a factor.
Why isn't she just dead, honestly? I guess it's for real. It's just because he needs to have a house. The mom exists purely to explain why Dave has a nice house that he can hang out with Tyson in before the story starts. Even going to the hospital to try and find her to talk, give me a quick 5-minute conversation before she was called away to save someone's life. That's exactly what it's like to be a doctor. Just every second you have to save someone. But here I was, sitting in front of Dad's grave, wondering who takes care of the living if everyone's gone. The dead and the dying get all the attention, and here I was, left all alone. Dad? What's left for me? What am I? I trailed off with a sigh, rubbing my face. I felt more tired. Sleep was infrequent, and the lack of anyone telling me anything had made me spend a lot of my days just laying on the floor waiting. I can't even go say goodbye. A lack of graves does make that difficult, I agree. You... Oswin! I thought I'd find you here when you weren't at the house. You have nothing else to live for besides the dead and being at home. Why were you looking for me? Did something happen? Do you want the good news or the bad news? I shrank in my spot on the ground, not wanting to answer. Well, the situation has changed, I'll say that much. He offered a hand out to me, and I took it, picking myself off of the ground. Once I was standing, he quickly looked away, over it to a grave somewhere in the distance. I need a favor. That's why you came out here to see me? Partially. The other reason was, well, I was concerned about you. Concerned is probably the wrong word. Worried is closer. Why do they constantly do this Ballard twin, siblings correction of grammar thing? I don't understand. I don't understand this series of unfortunate events. Is that the joke? The grammar from series of unfortunate events?
I don't know.
But why? You lost most of your friends in the span of a few days, boy. Such loss does things to a man. Right? Well, what's this favor? Why are you still wearing that lab coat? Because I haven't given up. Or maybe it's perhaps I'm willing to give it another go, which is what not giving up means. Why does everyone talk like this? Why do they do that?
The lab coat is symbolic of not giving up, or also symbolic of them not paying for another Sprite. You know, restraints create storytelling, I guess.
I could use the help. And Benson can't help you? Or your sister? It's more complicated than that. They're also somewhat unwilling.
Why is everyone unwilling? Why? What's the point? What is the point?
They don't want to help you? My sister is very persuasive. While Benson was the closest thing to a father, his duties as the family butler seemed to be hard to break. He's of the mind that refusing to help will do me the most good here. As infuriating as that is, it was an idea that my sister planted in his head. So why do you need me?
Why does the sister...
I'll be blunt. I don't have any friends. I succeeded
Florencia,
in one
who
thing
refuses to help you with this experiment, who shows up in every single ending to point Dave in the right direction. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
But in a way, but only in the way he can't resonate. So she's just talking to us.
Yeah.
I succeeded in one thing and failed at another. Well, the chance to succeed in both has passed. I think there might be something we can do. Like what? Do you feel like rebelling a little? If the police won't help, maybe there are other avenues we can try. But I like following the rules. They're meant to keep us safe. They're meant to be fair, I say, after the police covered up my friend's deaths.
Dave just sounds like SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Dave has SpongeBob's voice.
He's just such a fucking idiot. I hate him so much.
never
when
hated
everyone
a protagonist of a game more.
Yeah.
Truly, never. And I've read so many bad fucking anime visual novels, and not a single one of them. I would take the protagonist who's socially awkward over Dave.
And you might have to one day.
No, don't say that. No.
In a different timeline, we played that for a series, and you had a happier time.
At least it would have been mercifully
cringe
over.
Boys.
Oh my god.
Remember how when we did a Let's Try of that, several scenes happened that episode?
Oh my god.
Remember other stories where things proceed? That's when everyone follows the rules. You dumb tiny child. If someone doesn't, well, it's hardly fair if those rules aren't enforced, is it? I guess so. But what are we rebelling over? Life.
I'm trying to imagine Stephanie reading this much password.
She would not.
Thought is just breaking.
She would leave. She would leave me. I would be so alone.
God, I just can't even imagine. She would tap out so fucking early.
She would just start ignoring all of my text messages.
The moment that Thanatos gets introduced, she'd just be like, "I'm out. Bye."
God, I wish we were out when Thanatos was introduced. That was like episode 30.
Remember when that was the funniest thing that happened in this game?
Remember when I was looking forward to Thanatos, the little edgy rat? I was so enamored by him, I couldn't wait. And he was the worst thing.
Oh, we gotta do this. I mean, everyone's been saying it, and it's statistically impossible to get us all scheduled for one thing. But one of these days, man, we gotta do a 3-person with me, you, and Steph. Oh fuck, that would be so good.
People want us to do it for Smoke Room, but that's a very long thing that we do not have time
it's not gonna happen for Smoke Room. Sorry to tell you all. There's no way our schedules
it'll never
will line
happen
up,
unless we literally move and Stephanie gets a new job that has like the same schedule fun. Every week, which is not what she has.
I love the idea, but no, it's got to be you, me, and Steph for socially awkward or
also
something like that.
Also just overwhelming number of like scheduling. Also just an overwhelming number of tangents when there's 3 people.
It would just be a new podcast.
Yeah. It's weird how what are they doing in the middle of this podcast? Like they're quoting Bible verses or something? Like what are they? They just start saying something sometimes. I don't get it. Like just don't. People just lose track of the fact there's a visual novel in the background of the novel.
All right, I'm alive. I'm back. I'm back to myself. I'm good.
It wouldn't be the first time I rebelled, and won't be the last. Not today. You're talking about the medical trial. His smile faded fast, looking me over. I wasn't, but that's yet another example. Then what were you talking about? Just fucking say things. He tapped the ring grafted to his right tusk thoughtfully. It's a cyanide capsule. It's an old belief that should a man get adornments, they should be worn on the left side, lest they be branded a queer.
What is happening in this game? What is happening? This was scientifically designed to be weapons grade awful. I can't believe this.
He's gonna explain over my dad's grave that his tusk has his right tusk has a ring because he's gay. I don't care that you're gay, buddy. This is more shit going on than that. Imagine if this was our first hint that the game had homo.
Well, no,
what if this was our
turning
first...
out that he's straight, but he's wearing it on the right side because he's a rebel and he doesn't follow rules.
What if this was
it's gay stolen valor.
What if this was the first time we ever learned this game had homophobia? Was just that line?
I would die.
It's 1 a.m. We have to finish this.
We have to go.
I believe It's impossible to laugh doing this voice. I believe that my father drilled into myself and my older brother multiple times during our childhood.
Me and my older brother, not myself.
Important?
You took me for a ride, Chris. You really did.
Reginald got his on his left tusk, in line with what our father wished. Me on the right. Not that I'm queer, mind you. He's not.
No, it's what I'm telling you. It's stolen valor. That's why he's a rebel. He's really sticking it to the man.
Motherfucker, how dare you? In a game for gay furries. But I did not like how my father seemed to intend to push questionable ideals onto us. So I defined myself entirely by repelling to him like a little bitch. But if you're not gay, then why the tusk ring?
I like
thing?
how the gay guy is like, I don't understand your rebellion. And he's like,
what the fuck are you
because
talking
it says
about?
something.
Also, does homophobia exist in our setting? No one told me. Like I said, it is an act of defiance. Truth be told, I don't have an interest in the slightest, and that this is just an easy way to get under his skin. I've also fucked a dozen men out of spite and solidarity. Just taking one for the team. Couldn't he have just told you to remove it or get it redone or something? He tried, but that's when Benson intervened. Mother to a lesser extent, but father's attention soon turned to grooming Reginald as the heir to the family, so it didn't matter. He can only think about one thing at a time.
I threw my hands up. Me too.
I threw my
too,
hands
Daves.
up. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, just exposition dump on me then. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with anything, but cool. We get it. You're a rebel. You're rebelling. That's why you do all this.
Thanks for talking about
we
your
understood
tusk
that
ring
already.
over my dad's grave. I'm glad you interrupted.
You see, it's character design. I've been designed as a character.
Yeah. I felt like
thank you for doing the bare minimum, dear God.
At some point, I needed to explain why I'm wearing a ring, and I thought this was the best time for me to explain to the audience directly why I have a ring and how I'm totally.
One of the bells by the grave starts to ring, and they just ignore it.
It's very important to me to look directly into the camera, look directly into the audience's eyes, and say, yes, I do have a ring on the right side, but I'm not gay. No, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. No, I'm not. I'm not gay. I'm not. It's fine if you're. It's fine if you're gay. It's fine. It's okay to be gay. It's fine. But I'm not gay. just long elaboration about how he's not gay. Cool, buddy. Did this come up in the Discord or something? Was this a topic?
I'm sure the fan artists will pay close attention.
There was a Discord conversation about whether or not this guy's gay, and you just had to put it in the next update, no matter what it was, even if it's fucking Dave's dad's grave. So what? I'm meant to get my teeth all fancy and then help you with some rebellion? Are you not interested?
I like how Dave is also so dumb that he just can't tell he just can't pick up what Oswin's putting down.
I mean, what the
it's
fuck
so
are you supposed to
on
do
the
with
nose,
this?
and he still can't get it. Oh my god!
I'm tired. I'm sad. I don't see your point. The point is that we need to make sure that if this whole universal reset theory has any weight, that we don't end up here a second time repeating this conversation. And we do that by... And Prince Albert should work. Just escalating piercings. Stopping that massacre that set off this chain of events is a good start. I said massacre. This has nothing to do with my ring. I just wanted to share with the audience.
It's also just kind of silly if he's like, we need to prove that we need to make sure that the universal reset theory makes sense and works. So when the universe resets, go do something. It's like, wait. No, what if the universe doesn't reset?
I'm not that person.
Yeah.
So, the favor I'd like to ask of you is helping me find a way we can do just that. With a time machine? He huffed, adjusting his glasses. There's no changing the past, Dave. Well, then how will you ever know you did anything? We can only change the future. He offered out his hand to shake, looking at me curiously. What do you say, Mr. Holloway? I took his hand, shaking it. I didn't know what he had planned or what exactly I could do to help, but there was no one else left. And thankfully, we'll stop writing, so we won't have to unpack what the fuck Dave's supposed to do to help. I felt responsible as the last one alive to try and do something to help my friends. If not here, then some other time and place. You know, all the options, like usual. As much of a taint that it carried, it was hope. And it was all I had left. Credits again. Weird. Why did 2 of the 3 ending C endings have credits, but the ending B doesn't have credits, and ending G doesn't have credits? And
it was being written in the text parser one day at a time, and he forgot to put the credits at the end of all of them.
It's so weird. It's just
yeah.
We've had like 5 or 6 endings that are letters, and it's in 2 of them.
Yeah. And they're not even
Weird.
like particularly big ones.
Yeah, I don't.
These are just bad endings.
We did it.
Yeah.
We did it.
So we've gotten B, C, and E. Did we get D?
I don't remember.
Yeah, save, please.
There's D.
Yeah, we got D. Okay,
Yeah,
we got
so
D.
we
got B,
it's
C, D, and E.
Yeah, B, C, D, E,
G.
yeah, G. So we're missing like F and A.
My guess is that F is B root Tyson, like that those people said, possibly. Like you should do B root Tyson. That's probably F.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it sounds like literally the worst fucking thing imaginable. This, I'm done for the night. We've been doing this for 14 hours. This is the worst visual novel I've ever read, and maybe one of the worst pieces of fiction I've ever read.
It's real in there. I've never had to grapple with something that's so long and so lacking in intent moment to moment. It's just meandering and just writing more, and it's just
I have never felt so juked in my whole life. Like this thing is constantly yanking my chain.
It feels like a game that's just violating the agreement we make between creator and consumer that we're gonna do an art.
Yeah, no.
It's just
this is something that I will forget, hopefully. In 15 years, I will have a vague recollection of a visual novel named Password that I read, but like VG Cats, I will not remember the content of any panel. Like it will just be in one ear out the other. I know for a fact I have read
VG Cats.
I read Penny Arcade for probably 7 years straight.
Yeah, I read a lot of VG Cats and Penny Arcade, and the only gaming webcomic I remember is Awkward Zombie, the good one.
Awkward Zombie's good. Yeah. I still follow her, Katie Tiedrick. She's cool. Her dad is a political activist and journalist. He's cool too.
Eat Your Hamburgers, Apollo. Is funnier than anything that Penny Arcade ever made, and they had an expo somehow.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
This was a 2-hour recording. Not even the. I just kept going. You went up and left, and I just kept reading without you at one point. We've returned to 2011 Sad Games quality standards, where Andrew would just leave sometimes. I've regressed to my 21-year-old self, like Dave.
Buck wild. This is buck wild. I truly can't believe this is happening. I'm so sorry for the audience. I'm so sorry for me.
Don't worry, Toaster. Don't worry, Oz isn't a queer.
We should do literally anything else with our time.
You know what was happening? You know what was happening to me the entire time that ending was happening?
No.
All I could think about was, who the fuck did Benson neutralize in Path B?
Florencia.
She neutralized Florencia at the mansion?
No, I think he just called her on a landline or Skyped her on their fucking YouTube TV. Like,
He's like, as far as I'm aware, like, we were at the house. I think Jack happened already. Oz was dead. I think the road might have
It
exploded.
was either Florencia or Roswell, probably.
Benson was sad about having lost his son figure. And we said something about a threat. And he's like, don't worry, I'll go neutralize that threat. And he just wandered off and came back and never explained anything. And I'm like, who the fuck?
It's either Florencia or Roswell. But
it's just we have so many timelines, and to this day that's just a nonsensical thing to say, especially since like Roswell was just still around.
We have not learned a single new thing in weeks.
Yes.
There is not a single new piece of information, because even when the game introduced Dom and Jack and Memphis, they were just, their entire character is, we's the bad guys that what wants the vault. That's it.
We put dozens of more hours in, and all we've learned is that Tyson's a horrible person.
Yeah.
That's the one character I liked was ruined. That's the insight we've gained from.
It's incredible. I can't wait until we do the Roswell route and we find out that Roswell is also a war criminal.
We can't read it. We can't. I need the channel to have a show that's fun.
It's time for us to play something else. We're gonna
pivot,
co-host Persona 3 now. We're gonna Persona Pill Keith.
Unless we just fucking hard pivot to playing something else, and then every now and then we have a marathon session of Password for the weekly Password slot, and the other 3 are just an actually good visual novel.
Yeah, what we should do is we should just keep uploading thumbnails called Password Episode 257, but just have it be different games and see if anyone clicks on it.
Just hope no one notices. It's just I just go back to playing Overwatch 2 and I call it Password Ending G.
It's the Password Ending G, yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
Alright, everyone needs to sleep in this scenario. Goodbye, everybody. I'm sorry. I apologize to Grizz. I apologize to my audience. I apologize to the people who back this game. I'm sorry for them also.
Apologize to me, motherfucker.
Yeah, I apologize to you every session. But I apologize to Toaster. I apologize to Stephanie, who's sleeping, presumably, next door. And I've been louder than normal because I'm losing my mind. I apologize to myself. I just... time to go back to Route B. I thought this would just be a bad ending. You just don't type massacre in, and then everyone dies, and instead it was like 12 hours. And it didn't. Why? What was it for?
It's so
what was all that writing for? What did it accomplish?
Fucking figure it out.
Bye. He's gone.